Going to be talking about what is creation science, and I think that needs to be done because it has been grossly misrepresented. I think one of the best places to start is with a statement by Chief Justice Rehnquist and Justice Scalia as they were considering the issue in the Edwards versus Aguillard case, the Balanced Treatment Act from Louisiana. This was an act that was ruled unconstitutional. Really, really bad things they wanted to do in Louisiana. They wanted to have balanced treatment on this issue. And they decided they didn't need that, and we'll talk more about it in a moment. But in the process, Rehnquist and Scalia says we have no basis on the record to conclude that creation science need be anything other than a collection of scientific data supporting the theory that life abruptly appeared on the earth. And I agree with them. That's what we're talking about, the scientific evidence. As illustrated on the slide, we're talking about what we can see and touch and taste, the empirical evidence. Well, now, how is that going to tell us whether things were created or just naturally occurred? Can you distinguish between natural origins and created intelligent design origins by looking at the physical? Well, let me illustrate. We look at this rock. Tell me about the origin. Did this happen naturally or did someone design it? Well, you've got a pretty good idea. This probably happens naturally. On the other hand, we see this rock, and I don't think that happened naturally. I think created design is the best explanation, and I think most would agree. But now then we have entered into the area that has to be relegated to the Sunday school classroom. You can't have that in the schoolroom. Does that make sense to you? You can, by looking at the empirical evidence, see whether this happened naturally or whether it was designed, and no, this is not necessarily religion at all. Another very obvious illustration, I believe, is seen when you walk down the beach and you see the lines, the lineations here that parallel the waves. Now, was this natural or was this designed? Well, you say that probably the waves did this. It parallels the waves. You can see them producing this kind of effect. Some order, yes, but probably still of natural origin. But you walk a little further and you see on the beach, John loves Mary. Waves probably did that, you think. But if you conclude that it must be intelligent design, now then you've got to be in the Sunday school classroom. You can't be in the schoolroom. I think that's just utter nonsense, but demonstrates that from the empirical evidence you can see clear indications to distinguish between the natural and the designed. And when we look at the universe around us, we see abundant evidence, I believe, of design, and that's going to be our theme actually throughout the week. But when we look, for example, at this bacterial flagellum, the little tail on the end of the bacteria that helps it propel, this is astounding. When Darwin looked at the, quote, simple cell, he saw what was called a black box. That's all he could tell. Well, as we learn more about it, it's like a city with factories and just mind-boggling complexity. This particular machine, and that's the only way to describe it, is an electrical motor. It has rotors, it has stators, it has O-rings, bushings and U-joints, it has drive shafts. All of this is coordinated in 30 functioning coordinated parts, such that if any one of the 30 parts is missing, it doesn't work. There's no way to get the first 5 and then work for a little while and then gradually get another one. If you're missing any of them, it stops. You've got to have all of them at once. And I don't think there's any way to explain that in terms of a gradual evolutionary process. And the design is absolutely astounding. It turns at up to 100,000 revolutions per minute and can reverse directions in a quarter turn. Our engineers today can't build that. We don't have anything that our engineers can design that works that efficiently or that works that well. Now, if you see intelligent design in John Loves Mary, what do you see when you see an electric motor with better design than anything we've been able to come up with? I don't think that's a hard question. In fact, evolutionists understand that. Richard Dawkins is one of the more prolific writers against creation, for evolution in our time. He's from Oxford. And he reminds people in his book, The Blind Watchmaker, right at the beginning on page 1, that biology is the study of complicated things that give the appearance of having been designed. That's the way the way he defines biology. Now, he doesn't believe it was designed, but it's an illusion. Yeah, it looks that way, and he admits it, but it's not so. Francis Crick, Nobel laureate, co-discoverer or describer of DNA, makes a similar statement when he says biologists must constantly keep in mind that what they see was not designed, because obviously it looks that way, and you've got to really work at this or you'll get the wrong idea, because you have to constantly keep in mind that what they see was not designed, and you've got to work at that, but rather evolve. He has faith, of course, in that. Well, I think maybe it's more reasonable to just believe that what it looks like is what it is. But I think it's their philosophy that drives them in the opposite direction in spite of how it looks. We need to understand that as we're talking about origins, there are two possibilities, and only two, and that's important for several reasons. Notice the statement by Douglas Fatuma, again a very prolific writer against creation, but a well-known scientist. He says, creation and evolution between them exhaust the possible explanations for the origin of living things. Organisms either appeared on Earth fully developed, or they did not. If they did not, they must have developed from pre-existing species from some process of modifications, naturally or suddenly, not natural. And there are variations of each. But if we understand there are only two, now sometimes we get the objection, well, you're only talking against evolution and no evidence for creation. And we're going to be dealing a lot with the evidence for evolution and showing that it's not valid this evening, but if you'll be here for the rest of the week, you'll see that charge is absolutely false. But if there's only A or B, and you show it's not A, you have given positive argument for the other, haven't you? But we're only allowed to have one of these views in the classroom. You can only teach evolution because, after all, that's science, and creation is religion, and never the twain shall meet. I think that's naive to the point of being absurd. Both evolution and creation can be investigated scientifically, and I believe we demonstrated that very simply and very easily, and it'll be more obvious as we proceed. And both evolution and creation have profound religious implications. You mean evolution has religious implications? Well, if you're not aware of that, you hadn't thought about it very much. Let's look at some of the statements by some of the leading evolutionists in the country, beginning with Edward Erickson, writing in The Humanist just a few years ago. He said, the core of the humanistic philosophy is naturalism, and this naturalism is his religion. That's the proposition that the natural world proceeds according to its own dynamics without divine or supernatural control or guidance, and that we humans, beings, are creations of that process. Obvious religious implications. Richard Lewontin makes the point even stronger. Again, one of the leading evolutionists in the country from Harvard. He says it's not the methods and institutions of science that somehow compel us to accept a material explanation of the phenomenal world. Now, a lot of people think scientists wouldn't look at it that way. No, it's not science that says you have to look at it naturally. On the contrary, he says, we're forced by our a priori adherence to material causes to create an apparatus of investigation, a set of concepts that produce material explanations. We have made up our mind we're going to see it naturally, We adhere to that materialistic philosophy, and we're going to set up all of the investigations so that it produces that answer, no matter how counterintuitive, no matter how mystifying. In other words, it may look crazy, but that's the way we're going to do it. Moreover, that materialism is absolute, for we cannot allow a divine foot in the door. Now, this is the philosophy that dominates in science. And to say there's no religion here is just extremely naive. Notice the statement by Steven Pinker of MIT. He said, no evidence would be sufficient to create a change in mind. That it is not a commitment to the evidence. Can you believe this? This is a scientist speaking. We're not committed to evidence in terms of this issue of materialism as opposed to the divine. But it is a commitment to naturalism. That's the thing that controls. And nothing's going to change our mind. They've made up their mind, and that's where they are, because there are no alternatives, that is, except God, and they're not going there. We would almost have to accept natural selection as the explanation of life on the planet, even if there were no evidence for it. Because then you're faced with God, and they're not going to do it. They have committed themselves to naturalism. And so to say one is pure science and the other is religion is very naive, and just not so. Isaac Asimov, perhaps the most prolific writer, written over 600 books, recently deceased, an atheist, nevertheless says, I have faith and believe myself. I believe nothing beyond those natural laws is needed. That's his faith. I have no evidence for this. It is simply what I have faith in and what I believe. So it's a blind faith. He has decided to be, in his religion, a naturalist, and he's committed to that. He believes that because he wants to believe that, not because of the evidence. And it's not because of science. It's because of a commitment to a religious philosophy. In fact, when you look at the philosophy of the unbeliever, they have to believe just all kinds of nonsense to be an unbeliever. Unbelievers are great believers. They have to believe that an explosion produced all of the order that we see in this universe. That takes a lot of faith. They believe that molecules somehow came into existence on their own and then bounce around for tens of billions of years and become living cells all by themselves. And they believe that. They believe that errors in the complex genetic system of that cell can produce greater complexity. I've not seen such faith in all Israel. It's just unbelievable what an unbeliever has to believe to be an unbeliever. But they say, we're going to be scientists and you're religious and you have one in the classroom and you can't have the other. And it's interestingly, late last year, a court decision rendered the conclusion that atheism is religion. And some folks up at the Wisconsin State Penitentiary got in trouble because they didn't honor the religion of one of their cellmates there, one of the people there in one of the inmates. Federal Court of Appeals ruled yesterday atheism is religion. And so people say that's not so. Well, you've got court decisions on the matter. Michael Roos is one of the leading philosophers in the country. I attended a debate where he was defending his position last week in Los Angeles. And he acknowledges evolution is promoted by its practitioners as more than mere science. He says evolution is promulgated as an ideology, a secular religion, a full-fledged alternative to Christianity with its meaning and morality. Evolution is religion. So the leading philosopher of science in the country says this is religious. It's the alternative. And they're committed to it devoutly. But that's the religion that is established in our country. Now, our Constitution says you can't have a state religion established by the state, supported by the state. But we do. And it is the religion of naturalism that is defined by the courts as a religion that is promoted in our schools to the exclusion of all else, all other religions, as propaganda, and our tax dollars support it by the billions. One very obvious example, the Chicago Field Museum of Natural History, according to the Chicago Tribune just last year, said the whole, and this is from the president, the core of the museum is evolution. And of course our tax dollars are supporting it. Recent years, it has dedicated a lot of resources to educate visitors about evolution. That includes spending $17 million in 2 years to recast its permanent exhibit on evolution. And we're paying for that. That's the establishment of religion in our country. Our schools pontificate humanistic naturalism without allowing any alternative or allowing anyone to point out the weaknesses, typically. For an example, Prentice Hall's biology textbook puts it this way, and this is a standard high school biology text. There's no doubt that if you jump up in the air, you'll end up on the ground. It makes no difference whether you understand or even believe in gravity. Just as definitely life on Earth evolved and is continuing to evolve all around us all the time. Supported by our tax dollars, just pontificating. This is the way it is. Yes, it is definitely religious, and we have the establishment of religion. But some would say, I understand the problem, but isn't it illegal to do anything else? And the answer is absolutely no, though the press would leave that impression, and they do regularly. And I can say that because I have Supreme Court authority to say that, again referring to the Edwards versus Aguilard case, this time the majority, written by Brennan, tells us this, this terribly unjust act that says you ought to have balanced treatment of these issues. This act does not grant teachers a flexibility they did not already possess. In other words, you don't need this act. You already have this flexibility to supplant the present science curriculum with the presentation of theories besides evolution about the origin of life. You already have that right, he says. Teaching a variety of scientific theories about origins, and as we've documented, there's only two. But you can do that. It might be validly done with the clear secular intent of enhancing the effectiveness of science education. Now, you can't do it to promote belief in the Bible or a particular religion. But as science, you can validly teach a variety of origins, as we looked at the arrowhead as opposed to the natural rock. We look at varieties of explanations of origins, and yes, it is legal. In fact, when this act was overturned, many in the press said, well, they've outlawed creation science. They said that. They were lying, but they said it. Stephen Gould was interviewed about that time and asked this question. He's one of the more famous evolutionists of our time. And he said, no statute exists in any state to bar instruction in creation science. It could be taught before, it can be taught now, which is certainly the case. And most of the people in our country believe that we should look at all the scientific evidence, all the scientific alternatives. In Texas, just a few years ago, Zogby took a poll testing this concept. Under the proposition, teach only Darwin's theory of evolution, 16% agreed. And I don't believe it's that different across the country. Regarding the proposition also, teach Darwin's theory, also teach the scientific evidence against it, 75% agreed. But the 16% dominate, and you can't do it in the classroom, or at least they don't do it. It's not in the textbooks. A more recent poll here by CBS Broadcasting was reported with the headlines, Creationism Trumps Evolution. Now, to be fair, it should be Creationism Trumps Evolutionism. They kind of prejudiced it with their wording. But testing the idea, or at least here leading the thought, Americans do not believe that humans evolved. The proposition was God created humans in present form. All Americans, 55% agreed. humans evolved. God did not guide the process. 13% agreed. But the 13% prevail, and that's all that's taught in the classroom. In spite of this propaganda in the classroom, a great deal of progress is being made, and a number of prominent scientists with tremendous opposition and with great danger to their careers have taken a courageous stand. And this was in 2001 in New Republic, with the headlines, 100 scientists take a courageous stand. And these were scientists in major scientific institutions across the country, like the Smithsonian, the American Museum of Natural History, some of the leading universities. And they say, we dissent from Darwinism. We don't believe Darwinism can explain what we see in this world. And 100 of them signed the proposition and put their name and their position there. And since then, the momentum has grown, and now over 700 have signed that proposition, all with doctorates in the natural sciences, including scientists from the U.S. National Academy of Sciences, from the Russian, Polish, and Czech National Academies, from universities such as Yale and Princeton and Harvard and Stanford and MIT and Columbia and Purdue and Berkeley and UCLA and Duke and Cambridge and Oxford. Professors at these major institutions have said, we don't agree that Darwinism explains origins. And if you're wondering about Texas institutions, yes, 25 from A&M, 16 from University of Texas, 5 from Texas Tech are signatories to this particular proposition. And from my experience in speaking on those campuses, there are a whole lot more that believe that. They come up to me after I speak and say, I agree with you, Dr. Patton, I can't let it be known, but keep up the good work. These are brave men, and I could tell all kinds of stories that would just give you shivers about some of the things they endured because of the stand. But in spite of this, leading scientists taking a stand against Darwinism, we have men like Ernst Mayr saying, no educated person any longer questions the validity of the so-called theory of evolution, which we know to be a simple fact. And we know him to be a simple liar. He knows better. I know he knows better. But he says this anyway, in spite of the fact that there are many educated people, as we've demonstrated. Carl Sagan certainly knew better and acknowledged in his book, The Demon-Haunted World, only 9% of Americans accept that human beings, other species, have slowly evolved by natural processes. 13 to 9% is what the polls reflect, depending on who asked and how it's asked. But that's what dominates in the classroom, and I think that's a crying shame. And why is it that way? I get asked that all the time. And there's a simple answer to that. It's because you and I have allowed it to happen. And we need to think about that. We are making progress in spite of the great disadvantages that we have in the classroom. Debates across the country have been held, and while they have slowed down and virtually stopped, we are enjoying well, the evolutionists have given up because they're losing, and they've quit. I had a debate scheduled several months ago at LSU with the head of the geology department. It had been scheduled for about 6 months. I showed up, as did enough students to fill the auditorium, over 400 students, but the professor didn't show. And so I won. We spoke for about an hour, had another hour of Q&A. Some of them stayed till midnight. The organization that put it on did a survey when they first came in the door, gave out cards, and then collected them. 54% believed in creation when they arrived. That means, I think, creationists have a disproportionate number that want to know about the evidence and are interested in the facts. They did a follow-up 2 weeks later, and 91% of those then believed in creation. It didn't help him not show up. Niles Eldridge talks about these debates, and he has debated a number of times. I debated him in Orlando, Florida. He is curator of the American Museum of Natural History, professor at Columbia. And he says, creationists today, at least the majority of their spokesmen, are highly educated, intelligent people. Skilled debaters, they have always done their homework, and they nearly always seem better informed than their opponents, who are reduced too often to a bewildered state of incoherence. I'm sorry, that's the way it is. He says creationists travel all over the United States, visiting college campuses, staging debates with biologists and geologists and anthropologists. The creationists nearly always win. And he's right. He was a pushover. He had so much in print that he was just in serious trouble when he started. When the press interviews evolutionists, they always have to interview Eugenia Scott, who is president of the National Center for Science Education. Sounds like a very prestigious organization. It's just it's a watchdog group that hates the creationists. It's one she formed by herself. And she says scientists should refuse formal debates because they do more harm than good. And they're doing that now. That's the standard procedure. And they do more harm than good for the evolutionist. I was recently up in New York. Some of you know Keith Sharp, and we were lecturing there near Syracuse University, and he was trying to get a debate going, and he challenged 100 geologists within a 100-mile area in my name to debate, and they all refused. And so with his advertisements on the back, he put, "Here are the geologists who refused to debate Dr. Patton." And it's not just me. I mean, they have refused to debate creationists around the world. However, she goes on to say, but scientists still need to counter the creation. In other words, let's talk about this, but make sure you do it when they're not there. Now, is that good science? I think it's just nonsense, and I think we ought to ridicule it and make fun of it. It's certainly very different from Darwin's view, who had a much more reasonable perspective in Origin of the Species. He says a fair result can be obtained only by fully stating and balancing the facts in arguments on both sides of each question. Does that make sense? That's what I believe. Of course, when you do that, the creationists nearly always win, as even the evolutionists acknowledge. And so they've stopped. We're concentrating this evening on what is creation science. We talked in general about what it is and some of the controversies and the misrepresentations and why we're having difficulty in the classroom in the first session. But in order to clearly understand what we're talking about with creation science, we have to define our terms, and this is seldom done and results in a great deal of misunderstanding. And I'll allow the evolutionist to define terms, and I'd like to emphasize a distinction that's made by G.A. Kirkut in his book Implications of Evolution. He was chosen to write this book, one of a series of international monographs on evolution. And he says there's a theory which states that many living animals can be observed over the course of time to undergo changes so that new species are formed. And in the context here, he's talking about variation, what I'd call horizontal variation. A cow gets a longer horns or shorter horns, maybe becomes spotted or not, but still a cow. And sometimes those variations are called new species. That's a very nebulous term. If I'm resistant to penicillin and Ricky is not resistant to penicillin, we're not different species. But if bacteria becomes resistant to penicillin, or is, we'll talk more about that in a moment, and another one is not, they're different species, and it's just a very arbitrary term. But Yes, there are things, changes, variations that we can see that are called new species. This can be called the special theory of evolution and can be demonstrated in certain cases by experiments. I would agree with that and illustrate it with the variation that we see in dogs that can be bred within a few tens of years from a single source, all interbreed, not different species, but variation within the kind, as we would put it. That's what he calls the special theory. But he makes a distinction here between that and another concept. On the other hand, he says there is a theory that all the living forms in the world have arisen from a single source. Now that is a different idea, and which itself came from an inorganic form. This can be called the general theory of evolution. This is the issue, not the special theory, which we can see and is not really an issue. But the idea that all came from a single source and it from an inorganic form, illustrated here in this tree of life in the typical textbook. This is the general theory, and that's the issue. And if we don't distinguish those concepts, we got a lot of misunderstanding. What we're talking about then, in terms of what we disagree with, is a change from one kind to another kind, not variation within the kind. We have all kinds of communication problems when we don't make that distinction. One fellow says, I see evolution in the lab every day, and the other fellow says evolution's not observable. And they're both right, but they're talking about different things. One says, I see these changes, a little extra bump that bacteria gets and then changes back under certain circumstances. The other one is talking about the change from the ape to man. Well, that's not observable. You can't repeat that in the classroom. One's speaking of special evolution, one's speaking of general evolution, and many times in argumentation you see the change in definition from the beginning of the argument to the end, which leads to any kind of conclusion you want. I've been in the classroom where a professor would say, well, Mr. Patton, evolution has just changed. Don't you believe in change? And I say, sure, I believe in change. I've got some in my pocket. But I think we need to define our terms if we're going to have a good conversation. I've sent kids to college, as many of you have, and we could understand the person saying it's a real nuisance to have to pay all that money to send the kid to college. But then you look on the legal textbooks and public nuisance is a crime. And you can send people to jail for it. And so if you switch those definitions in the process, you can say it's a nuisance and it's a crime to send a kid to college. We see the fallacy of that. People begin to argue with these small variations and reach conclusions with regard to the general theory that says all came from a common source. And the fact that you see small variations doesn't prove all came from a single source or that they all came from an inorganic source. But that kind of switching of terms underlies just a ridiculous conversation sometimes. I think that's what's the explanation for Richard Dawkins' statement. It's absolutely safe to say that if you meet someone who claims not to believe in evolution, that person is ignorant, stupid, or insane, or wicked. Now, he's seeing some variations, and you can see that. Well, yes. Therefore, you have to believe all came from an inorganic source. Well, no, that doesn't follow. Well, but I can see this variation, yes. But you see how the switch confuses. Stephen Gould made a very reasonable statement when he says, no myth deserves a more emphatic death than the idea that science is an inherently impartial and objective enterprise. That's a myth. Yet it continues to thrive among working scientists because it serves us so well. That's no more true with scientists than it is with preachers or any other group where you see ambition and careers at stake and people wanting to feed their kids, and they come up with conclusions that serve their purposes, and that's true in every field and certainly in science. Maxwell Planet, who is a Nobel laureate, says scientific truth does not triumph by convincing its opponents and making them see the light. Now, we're told that, and we maybe think that. Well, here's a fellow who knows, Nobel laureate. No, that's not how you get people to change their minds, he says, but rather because opponents eventually die and a new generation grows up that's familiar with it. You've got to have some funerals to have progress in science. That's a rather negative statement and maybe overstated, but it's not completely untrue. How should science work? When we say things are proved scientifically, we've got to have some way to determine whether it is or isn't. It's not just who hollers the loudest, or shouldn't be. When we're talking about absolute proof, scientific proof, we're talking about at least 4 criteria. First, that it is an observable phenomenon. If we can't observe it, then there's no way to prove it scientifically. It's got to be repeatable so that you see it and somebody else can see the same thing. It should be experimental so that you can perform tests to see if it's verified or falsified, and it must be at least potentially falsifiable. There must be some kind of a test so that if this happens, it's not so, and if you can't come up with a test like that, it's not testable or falsifiable. Well, how do these apply then to the creation-evolution controversy? Is evolution, in the general sense, not the special sense, in the general sense observable? Can we see this in the living world? And we've asked this question, and it's interesting to see the variation in answers. G. Leonard Stebbins of Harvard, one of the leading evolutionists in the country, says the reason the major steps of evolution, and he's talking here about the general theory, you see, have never been observed is that they require millions of years. And, of course, that's the concept, but still you don't observe them. It's historical, you see, and so he acknowledges that. Again, Jeffrey Schwartz, professor of anthropology at the University of Pittsburgh, the famous evolutionist, says, it was and still is the case that with the exception of Dobzhansky's claim about a new species of fruit fly, one that got an extra bump and then lost it and back, but anyway, he says this fruit fly is the exception, but the formation of a new species by any mechanism has never been observed. Some would make the statement even stronger than that. We don't see it in the living world. But, of course, you look at the fossil record and you record what has happened over the millions of years. You should be able to see it. So maybe not in the living world because it takes too long, but what about the fossil record? Again, Stephen Gould, one of the leading authorities writing in natural history, says the extreme rarity of the transitional forms. And how would you see evolution in the fossil record? Well, you see the transitional forms, the only way you could see it. The extreme rarity in the fossil record persists as the trade secret of paleontologists. We view our data as so bad we never see the very process we profess to study. D.B. Kitts, University of Oklahoma, made a similar statement, maybe even stronger, when he says, despite the promise that paleontology, that's the study of fossils, provides a means of seeing evolution, it has presented some nasty difficulties. You don't see it in the fossil record or in the living world. It's not observable. Well, what about numbers 2 and 3? Repeatability, experimentation. Theodosius Dobzhansky of Columbia, perhaps the most representative authority in defining the present view of evolution, says these evolutionary happenings are unique, unrepeatable, and irreversible. And he's talking about things like the change from Australopithecus up to Homo sapien, the ape man to the modern man. You don't repeat that. It's irreversible. The applicability of the experimental method to the study of such unique historical processes is severely restricted before all else by the time intervals involved, which far exceed the lifetime of any human experimenter. And so it's not repeatable, and it's not subject to experimentation. Well, there goes 1, 2, and 3. What about number 4, falsifiability, the testability? Colin Patterson was curator of the largest fossil museum in the world, British Museum of Natural History, and he makes similar statements. He says he's talking about the general theory, unique and unrepeatable, like the history of England. This part of the theory, in parentheses, that evolution has occurred, is therefore a historical theory about unique events, and unique events are by definition not a part of science, for they are unrepeatable and not subject to test. But that's the essence of falsifiability. All four of these criteria are not met when you're looking at the general theory of evolution. It takes too long, you can't repeat it, it's not subject to experimentation, it's like a history, you can't test it. And so why say this is scientifically proved? Well, either you don't know what scientific proof is, or you're not telling the truth. Now, maybe there's a third alternative. I'll be glad to listen, but it looks to me like if somebody just jumps up and down and says, I know this is proved scientifically, one of those two is so. Not telling the truth, or he doesn't know what proof is. Now, the same objections can be made about creation. You can't observe that. You can't repeat it. It's not subject to experimentation. It'd be very difficult to falsify. And actually, on the point of falsifiability, both creation and evolution have some falsifiability connected with it, and we'll talk more about that. But generally, certainly when you're talking about the major arguments for evolution, like survival of the fittest. Okay, what is the fittest? Well, it's those that survive. You're talking about the survival of those that survive. How do you test that? It's not testable. But generally speaking, neither creation or evolution are subject to absolute scientific proof. It doesn't meet the criteria of this empirical proof. However, both of them can be investigated scientifically, as we illustrated in the beginning of the presentation this evening, not reaching a conclusion that says proof, it is absolutely certain, proved scientifically, but reaching a probabilistic conclusion. This is more likely. This is more scientific than the other. This is under the heading of model comparison. We look at the evidence that we can see, and we propose models. Here's an idea, here's another idea. Which one fits the facts best? And that's the proper approach with these two models, neither of which can be observed directly. We don't see the ape evolve into the man. We don't see the man created. But we can see a lot of evidence that tells us a lot about the possibilities, and we can compare that evidence to see which model works best. This is sometimes called the principle of Occam's razor, or the principle of parsimony. It simply says which view fits best, directly and simply. Now, you can make any model fit with enough secondary or tertiary or quaternary assumptions. This works except for this, but if you assume that, okay, and then it fits except over here, and then you make this assumption. And the more assumptions you have to make, the poorer the model is. The one that fits directly and simply with the fewest secondary assumptions is the best model. And that is a scientific approach and the way we will proceed. Let's think about, from that perspective then, which model, creation or evolution, is served best when we look at what Darwin saw. Let's just back up and see what convinced him that evolution was the best explanation of origins. He sailed around the world as the ship's naturalist on the Beetle, and he saw a lot of strange-looking animals, especially in the Galapagos Islands, different from the ones that he had seen in England. And he talked a good deal about the finches, not initially, but later on he developed this idea. And he saw different finches on different islands, the islands without trees. There you see the finches with the big heavy beaks, because they're making a living eating the seeds that they have to break with their beaks. But on the islands with trees, you have the finches with little pointy beaks that can reach in the bark and get the insects. And so they make a living better over here. And that was the argument. Look, it has evolved. Natural selection has selected this type here and selected this type here. Now, how did they originate? Were there the two types to start with, or did they develop? Well, you can't really tell but you do see a variety of finches. Beak shapes were different on different islands. Now, are we seeing proof that all came from a common origin and all came from inorganic form? No. At best, we're seeing evidence for special evolution. Now, what we've learned about it since Darwin was there is that all of these finches interbreed. Now, that's not in your textbook, but it is in the technical journals. They're one species according to that definition of species. This is really not a great illustration of horizontal variation or of special evolution, but that's all that it is. He saw no evidence for general evolution, but this is not the way it's presented. Let me give you an example of the way this kind of evidence is presented, and here this made the headlines just last year. Darwin's finches evolved before scientists' eyes. Now, Darwin saw the variations, but now then, here are people who are studying it in great detail, and they see what happens to these finches when there was a drought in the area for 2 years. And then, of course, it changed when the drought was over. But they saw the finches evolve right before your eyes. For the first time, scientists have observed in real time evolutionary changes in one species driven by competition for resources. This drought caused this competition, and they saw evolution. Sounds impressive, doesn't it? What actually happened? Well, this shrinkage of the beak that they observed during the drought first was less than 1 millimeter. That's not a whole lot. You've got to look real close. And this shrunken size was not something that developed that wasn't there before. It's not new. It was there before. There are just more of them now. Only the relative numbers changed. There was the big and small, 1 millimeter difference before and after. But during the drought, they could see that there were a few more with the smaller size. And then after the drought, it went right back. So nothing accumulated. But how do they report it? Finches evolved before scientists' eyes. Yeah, they ought to be ashamed. I mean, that's just disgusting when all they're seeing is a change in relative numbers, and you have to wonder even about that when you see the small amount that they're talking about. And why do they present this kind of evidence? Because they don't have any better. It's like the old argument, why does the stork stand on one leg? If he lifted it up, he'd fall down. If you don't have another one, you're in trouble. But this is the best they can do, and this is the kind of argument that's touted as proof, and then you look and see what all the facts are, it's just nonsense. Variation less than 1 millimeter in the numbers, not in the size. The size changes were there all along. Different finches, like different cows. I think we should think about what Darwin did not observe. We see variation. That doesn't really surprise us. We see it in a litter of cats. We see it, I mean, we expect that. But when we think about what birds would look like if evolution were true, maybe we would see a cowbird or a bird dog, an elephant bird. These are strange birds. That'd be a baboon bird. And why do we laugh at this? We know this is nonsense, right? I mean, there's no question. This is crazy. Darwin didn't see anything like this, and he's not going to see anything like this. What he did see, we expect. It's not funny. But the kind of thing that would be evidence of evolution would just shock the daylights out of everybody. And what is seen is at best horizontal variation, and in this case not a very good example of that since they're all one species. We see it in the dogs to a greater extent than we see in the finches, and we know they interbreed, and we know it's the same species. One of the arguments that was made in Darwin's time, or shortly after he wrote the book, was regarded the pepper moths, and this is in every biology textbook in the country. Here's proof of evolution. Now, here's what Darwin saw. Let's compare the models and see which one fits best. This is the way it looked before the Industrial Revolution. The light-colored trees hadn't been stained by the soot, and the lighter-colored pepper moths were somewhat camouflaged. The dark ones stood out. And so we're told that the birds flying around had black ones for lunch more often than light ones, and so the numbers changed. But when the Industrial Revolution took place and stained the trees dark, then the dark ones were camouflaged and the light ones stuck out, and now then there's more light ones. Now, you've got light and dark before, and you've got light and dark after. Again, all the change that they're pointing to is a change in the relative numbers. But here is what's in the textbook as proof of evolution. And even that has been grossly misrepresented. But notice the statement by Matthews, who was honored as one of the greatest biologists in Europe, chosen to write the introduction to the centennial edition of Origin of the Species. He's an evolutionist and chosen by his peers to have this honor. And in that introduction, he said the peppered moth, Bistion bachellara, which is the species, experiments beautifully demonstrate natural selection, which has since come to be questioned, as we'll see, or survival of the fittest in action. But they do not show evolution in progress, for however the population may alter, all the moths remain from beginning to end. It's the same species. Bistion bachellara is still Bistion bachellara. You've got light ones and dark ones before and after. But you look in the textbooks, and boy, this is the proof. In fact, in International Wildlife Encyclopedia, we see the statement, this is the most striking evolutionary change ever witnessed by man. I think they're right. I think that's the best you got. But this is not general evolution by any means, not even close. And since then, it has been thoroughly discredited, though not in the textbooks. In Nature, one of the more respected, perhaps the most respected scientific journal, back in 1998, this is not really new stuff. It's had plenty of time to get into the textbooks. Majerus notes that the most serious problem in that Bistion bachellara probably does not rest on tree trunks. Well, it's the only place I've ever seen them, in the textbook. Exactly 2 moths have been seen in such a position in more than 40 years of intensive research. The natural resting spots are in fact a mystery. This alone invalidates Kidwell's release recapture experiments, as the moths were released by placing them directly onto the tree trunks where they are highly visible to bird predators. And by placing, he means glued. So you could take the picture, which he goes on to note. Finally, the results of Kidwell's behavioral experiments were not replicated, which you're supposed to do to have good science. In later studies, the moths have no tendency to choose matching backgrounds, which is what's told in the textbook. This illustrates at best horizontal variation, and is not a real good illustration of that. It's been doctored and glued and misrepresented. Why do they present this in the textbooks? Just remember, that's the best they've got. That's why. We do have an additional argument that's been added fairly recently that's not what Darwin saw, but we'll treat it here because it's a similar type argument. It's the little bitty changes that he imagines will add up to the big ones. And we've all heard, well, you don't want to take too many antibiotics. This will evolve this resistant form, and here's proof of evolution, and that's in the textbooks now, alongside the pepper moths. Just recently, last week, Hillary Rodham Clinton was quoted in the New York Times saying, "I believe in evolution. Antibiotic-resistant bacteria is evidence evolution is going on as we speak." And she can see that in the textbook. Now, what are we dealing with? Do we see evolving bacteria? They become resistant. Now, again, if I'm resistant, you're not, that doesn't mean we're different species or we've evolved, but with bacteria it does. But that's not really what's going on, and it's really hindering what we need to be doing in science in helping us deal with the problem. we can see that demonstrated very graphically in several instances. One most obvious is in an expedition in 1845 that went awry up in the Arctic. They were frozen. Frozen in Time is the book that describes it. Here, reported in the Medical Tribune back in '88, again, not new evidence. It may be time to rethink our thoughts about the mechanisms for antibiotic resistance patterns. Bacteria from the bowels of 3 members of an 1845 Arctic expedition have survived 140 years. Now, the bacteria is still there, 140 years, but now no antibiotics back then, but we've got the bacteria. And they are showing resistance patterns to modern antibiotics. It wasn't exposure to antibiotics that produced this. They were there already. Current theory suggests that antibiotic resistance is linked to long-term exposure to antibiotics. Needless to say, antibiotics were not developed until long after these 19th century bacteria and their hosts were buried in the Arctic permafrost. It's not exposure to antibiotics that causes this. They're there already. They're the recessive form, but you kill off the normal form, and what's left? They take over. And so you're actually losing information. Reported in Nature in '99, more recently, our results show that resistance to antibiotics is widespread, at least in some wild populations, the resistant forms, in wild populations, even though they have never, to our knowledge, been exposed to antibiotics. And so what we're looking at here is the normal bacteria that dominates. There are resistant forms, but they're recessive. But then here comes the antibiotics, and it kills the normal form. They disappear, and then what happens? Well, the resistant form takes over. And what has evolved? Has the information content gone up or down? I mean, we've lost the major form. It's gone, and a small portion of the information now is taken over, if you approach it from the standpoint of information. But we've not evolved anything new. Now, this is a problem that we need to understand. Now, in both views, we need to be careful about how we use antibiotics, but if we don't understand what's going on, we're not going to be doing a very good job of dealing with it. And it's just propaganda for the textbooks in many instances. One way to evaluate models is to look at benefits. Here's a scientific theory. Has it produced any help, any benefit from it? And many people will say, well, our evolutionary concepts have caused science to go forward, and you can't have science without it. I'll notice the comments by Jerry Coyle, who is professor of evolutionary biology at the University of Chicago. And, I mean, this is a fellow, if there's benefits there, he should know about it. He's professor of evolutionary biology, a devout evolutionist. Truth be told, evolution hasn't yielded many practical or commercial benefits. Yes, bacteria evolved drug resistance. Isn't that interesting? I'm trying to find a benefit here, and it's this antibiotic resistance, which is not true, that he refers to as an example. But that's the best he can do. But hasn't evolution, he continues, helped guide animal plant breeding? Not very much. Most improvements in crop plants and animals occurred long before we knew anything about evolution and came about by people following the genetic principle of like begets like. All this plant breeding, we learned all we know about it basically from the creationists before we knew about evolution. Where's the benefit? He doesn't know of any. The one he points to is not a benefit at all. Crick, Nobel laureate, co-discoverer of the structure of DNA, says it might be thought, therefore, that evolutionary arguments would play a large part in guiding biological research. This is far from the case. It's difficult enough to study what's happening now. To figure out exactly what happened in evolution is even more difficult. So it doesn't help us in our research. Where's the benefit? Well, I'll tell you the lack of benefits. It's butchered generations of people as we cut out adenoids and we cut out tonsils and we cut out appendix because we're told this is an evolutionary vestigial organ, not knowing that these did produce antibodies and helped us fight infection. In fact, there was a law in Wisconsin on the books for 40 years that any time the abdomen was open, you had to remove the appendix. Why? Because of this evolutionary propaganda. This is useless. And now we know better, and we just look back and we see butchered people that are having problems with allergies and all kinds of difficulties in overcoming infections. And a lot of it's because they've been butchered by evolutionary theory. I think there are benefits to creation, which has produced the plant breeding concepts, as he pointed out. Darwin observed, and let's summarize this way, small changes. And we can see some small changes, not as many as we're pointed to often. But these small changes, we're told, will, with great faith, add up to the big changes. We don't see it, but we believe it. And we exaggerate what we do see and often misrepresent it, but it's going to add up to the big one. Now, how do we know? Well, we have assumed that. It's not proved. It's simply assumed. Well, I think the assumption has been tested. Well, no, you can't test it because it takes millions of years. Well, not always. I think it has been tested and falsified by experiments with organisms that reproduce very, very rapidly so that you can observe literally, in some cases, billions of generations in a lifetime. The fruit fly can reproduce every 20 minutes. A new generation. You start multiplying every 20 minutes, you get a lot of generations. Bacteria, sometimes every 20 minutes, a new generation. And so, well, the ape to man, you can calculate how many generations ought to have been involved there, and you have many, many, many more times generations that you can observe with bacteria and with the fruit flies than is even theorized between ape and man. And they haven't changed. They've done some terrible things, these little fruit flies. I wonder that PETA hadn't gotten after all the scientific experiments where they torture these poor little things with mutagenic chemicals and radiation, and they have the highest mutation rate of virtually any organism, and you can make them look pretty weird with big bulging eyes and different colored eyes and curly wings and straight wings and no wings. But they're still fruit flies. It doesn't accumulate or add up to anything. Michael DeSole, University of Lyons, writing the Encyclopedia of Life Sciences, says, if mutation were a variation of value to the species, then the evolution of Drosophila should have proceeded with extreme rapidity, as it mutates more than anything and reproduces every 2 weeks. Yet the facts entirely contradict the validity of this theoretical deduction, for we've seen the Drosophila type has been known since the beginning of the Tertiary period, that is about 50 million years. You know, I don't buy the years, but let's play the game their way and see how it comes out. If this is true, they've got a very serious problem, or even just in the period of observation. It has not been modified in any way, they say, for 50 million years, and certainly not in the 100 years we've been watching them tortured in the college classrooms. It ought to add up. We see the change, these mutations, all kinds of them, but they don't. We can test it. Likewise with bacteria. Warner Braun, one of the leading experts, probably the leading expert in bacterial genetics in the U.S., in his book Bacterial Genetics, says the rapid rate of propagation, in other words, they reproduce every 20 minutes, the enormous size of attainable populations changes with an initially homogeneous bacterial populations apparently do not progress beyond certain boundaries. Yes, we see variation, but we see boundaries. You hear the textbooks talking about variations, you hear the textbook talking about boundaries? No way. It's there, it's just as obvious, and especially with bacteria. It was just really emphasized in this article from Science News just a few years ago as they compared fossil bacteria with live bacteria, virtually identical, except the fossil bacteria is a little bigger. What intrigues William Schropp, paleobiologist, University of California, LA, most is a lack of change. 1 billion-year-old fossil blue-green bacteria. Billion years, every 20 minutes in a well close. They surprisingly looked exactly like modern species. Well, you see, you can't observe the changes because it takes millions of years. Well, here's millions of years of something that reproduces up to every 20 minutes. And there's nothing. Not only like modern kinds, as we'd call it, which I think is broader, but exactly like modern species. When we look at the finches, when we look at the fruit flies and the bacteria, perhaps even more definitively, we see variation, what I would call horizontal variation, not the kind of variation, by the way, that the evolutionist expects to see. All of them are harmful or neutral in the normal environment. There are few that are considered useful in limited environments. You press the biologist to give you an example of a beneficial mutation, and he'll say, well, here's sickle cell anemia. You don't get malaria with it. Of course, you die. If you have the two people mate that both have the form, it's going to produce death, and we're spending millions of dollars to try to eradicate it. And the hemoglobin in the blood doesn't absorb oxygen well, and there's all kinds of problems with it. But you have a little bit of resistance to bacteria, I mean to malaria. But that's a beneficial mutation. All of them degrade complexity. Some are cyclic. The environment changes, and then it changes back. And it doesn't accumulate. None are unlimited in cumulative effect. None are able to lead to new organs. Just a mistake in replication doesn't produce a new organ. And they understand. So the variation is not the kind the evolution is looking for, but that's not all we see. In addition, we see boundaries to that variation, and we can give just dozens of examples of it. I mean, you see little horses that are bred up to big horses, but then they don't get continuing, 20 feet tall, do they? You can go down and you get to a certain level, and then they don't get as small as rats. They hit a boundary, and we can see that dramatically and quickly. This was reported and examined and acknowledged in a very important meeting in Chicago several years ago, reported in Science. A historic conference is the way the report began. And again, this is 1980. This is information that should be in the textbooks. The central question of the Chicago conference was whether or not the mechanisms underlying microevolution, there's a little bitty changes, can be extrapolated or extended forward to explain the phenomenon of macroevolution, the big changes. Do the little ones add up to the big ones? That's the question. That's what's in every textbook, biology textbook in the country. But here's the central question of the conference. The answer can be given as a clear no. And then they refer to Francisco Ayala, major figure in propounding the modern synthesis. That's the modern theory of evolution, synthesizing Darwinian survival of the fittest with Mendelian genetics. The modern theory of evolution, he's the one that came up with it, or one of the major figures. Small changes do not accumulate. We can demonstrate that in the lab and in the fossil record. S.M. Stanley of Johns Hopkins makes a very reasonable conclusion from that. He's one of the leading authorities in this field. He says natural selection, of course, that's what's supposed to work on these small changes that add up to the big ones, and that's why they add up, but they don't add up. And so what's natural selection got to do with it? He says, this has long been viewed as the process guiding evolutionary change, but it cannot play a significant role in determining the overall course of evolution. Microevolution is decoupled from macroevolution. And if the little ones don't add up, what's natural selection got to do with it? Stephen Gould of Harvard says, I have been watching it slowly unravel, and he's talking about this theory that the little ones add up to the big ones, the mutations are selected by natural selection. I've been watching it slowly unravel as a universal description of evolution. I've been reluctant to admit it since beguiling is often forever, but that theory as a general proposition is effectively dead despite its persistence as textbook orthodoxy. It's still in the textbooks. That's how they explain evolution. The little changes, mutations add up to the big ones acted on by natural selection. That's dead, according to the leading authorities. We know better, both from what we see in the laboratory and what we see in the fossil record. Now, there are really, as we pointed out in the beginning, only two horses in this race, and one of them just dropped dead. Who do you think is going to win? When we look at the two models, creation, evolution, we see the creation model, just from the standpoint of what we've just looked at, explains both variation and boundaries. We would predict the Creator would put within each biotype the capacity to vary, to adapt to different circumstances. And these brown rabbits in Texas are not going to fare too well up in the Arctic, and sometimes they're white ones, and they get to where they do pretty well up there. And so you've got white ones, and if you bring them down here, it's going to change. You see some variations that's going to help them stay rabbits and succeed. And we would predict boundaries. We explain both. The evolution model explains half, and the variations that we do see are not the kind of variations they expect to see that would accumulate or give benefit or increase information. And the idea of them adding up is dead, because we know better. Can you tell which model works best? I mean, is that a hard question? This is the proper scientific approach. Let's compare what we see and see which model explains the facts best with the fewest secondary assumptions. Now, you can make all kinds of extra assumptions and make this look a little better over here on the evolution side, but it fits directly and simply and obviously best on the creation side. And therefore, I think that's the best scientific explanation of origins. This evening about the laws of science. And I think there's some clear implications relating to the creation-evolution controversy just from the fact that there are laws that govern the universe. There are laws that we experiment, we see, we experience here in Texas, and they operate the same way in China, and as far as we can tell, throughout the universe. And in what I would consider the golden age of science, when Sir Isaac Newton and Kepler and men like this studied and taught science, made incredible discoveries and progress from their day, they considered the laws of science emanating from God, that they were thinking God's thoughts after him. That bothers a lot of people today. Of course, there's still a lot of scientists who think exactly that way. But men like James Shea have difficulty with that concept. He's editor of the Journal of Geological Education, and he says the concept is anachronistic. This concept of laws of science, this is old-fashioned. It's belonging to a past era, in that it originated at a time when the Almighty was thought to have established the laws of nature and to have decreed that nature must obey them. And then this fellow who's a scientist says it is a great pity for the philosophy of science that the word law was ever introduced. And that just absolutely amazes me, that someone considers himself a scientist, thinks that way. The truth of the matter is, science was born from the concept of believing that there were laws that we could discover. There were laws that had been laid down by a creator that we could repeat and experiment with and come to know from repeated use. Prior to that time, it was all magic and demons and mystery, and you couldn't repeat things, you couldn't explain things. But once they understood that there were laws that governed the universe that we could study and discover and repeat, then we can have science. That's where science came from. But now then he's recoiling from that because of the implications. If there is that kind of law of science, maybe there's a lawgiver, and that doesn't fit his philosophy. Albert Einstein would certainly be considered one of the great men of science, and he certainly believed that there were laws, that it wasn't a pity that we thought about it in terms of laws. And he's speaking here about thermodynamics, and we'll talk some about that this evening. Don't let the word scare you. This is a concept that I assure you you understand, though you may not use that terminology. And he says, this is the only physical theory of universal content concerning which I am convinced that within the framework of the applicability of its concepts, it will never be overthrown. Here are laws that we can depend on. Now, we talked about what it took last night to become a law and to be proved scientifically. This fits all of those criteria perfectly. There are a number of laws of thermodynamics. The first one we'll look at basically says you can't create something from nothing. You didn't know that, did you? Just out of nothing, you don't get anything, do you? It's sometimes called the law of conservation. Matter, energy can be interchanged, but neither can be created or ultimately destroyed. You burn something up, but it just changes its form to vapor and smoke and so forth. Isaac Asimov is an atheist, recently deceased. Someone said he's probably written more books than he's read. I think that's an overstatement. Over 600 books, science fiction as well as mainline science, but one of the leaders in the field, and he's speaking about this concept and says the law is considered the most powerful, most fundamental generalization about the universe that scientists have ever been able to make. This is the one that we have more confidence in. He says this law is one that no one knows why. And it is a mystery, and it's interesting to talk to scientists when they begin to speculate about why energy is conserved, and they can't break this law. But he says no one knows why it's conserved. All that anyone can say is that in over a century and a quarter of careful measurement, scientists have never been able to point to a definite violation of energy conservation. Now that's, again, what it takes to become a law. This is true either in the familiar everyday surroundings about us, or in the heavens above, or in the atoms within. Now that's a very broad scope, and sometimes people will say, well, yes, but it doesn't apply to atoms, or it doesn't apply to the heavens, and even the atheist acknowledges that it certainly does. You can't get something out of nothing. Well, how did we get something? The present concepts of naturalism say that all things came into existence out of present laws, but this most powerful generalization about the universe says you can't get anything out of nothing, and we know from the second law that it's not eternal, it all degenerates. This is the principle of uniformity. We explain everything in terms of what we see now, and yet how can you do that? That, of course, is a theory. We don't know that from a fact. And Asimov is wrestling with this conflict. How do you explain what we have, which we know can't be eternal, when you can't get something from nothing if you don't have the supernatural? Natural law says that won't work. Well, he's wrestling with that when he says, perhaps in an infinite sea of nothingness, if you can imagine that. It sounds like there's something, doesn't it? Globs of positive and negative energy in equal-sized pairs are constantly forming. I think he's already gotten off track from his nothingness there. After passing through evolutionary changes, combining once more and vanishing. And we are in one of these blobs in the period of time between nothing and wondering about it. And this is supposed to be science, when the most fundamental generalization about the universe is that you cannot do that. And so here we have this principle of uniformity, which he's trying to sustain, that says everything came into existence as a result of present laws, and then that fundamental generalization that says you can't do it, the principle of conservation. The second law is just as much, actually more confrontational to the concepts of natural origins. And the second law basically says things go downhill. You didn't know that either, did you? We all understand that very well. It's called the principle of entropy increase, and scientists like to say things just to make you work at it a little bit. Entropy is the measure of disorder, and so it says basically the system runs down or wears out and tends toward disorganization, which we all understand. Entropy is the measure of that disorder, and so the disorder increases. That's it's a backwards way to look at it, but that's the concept. Asimov, again, is describing this when he says another way of stating the second law, then, is the universe is constantly getting more disorderly. Viewed that way, we can see the second law all about us. We have to work hard to straighten a room. Left to itself, it becomes a mess, again, very quickly, very easily. Even if we never enter it, it becomes dusty and musty. And how difficult to maintain our houses and machinery and our own bodies in working order, and how easy to let them deteriorate. Is this news to anybody? No. We don't call it the second law, usually, of thermodynamics, but what we do when we think of it in that context and we measure it precisely is prove that there are no exceptions to this, that this is always the way it works. He continues describing it, saying, in fact, all we have to do is nothing, and everything deteriorates, collapses, breaks down, wears out all by itself, and this is what the second law is all about. We buy a new house, and over the years it gets brighter and shinier and adds new rooms and gets more ordered. No, it goes the other way, doesn't it? And sometimes winds up looking like this. This is what we observe if we watch long enough, isn't it? But the concept of natural origin says it's going the other way. It's defined, evolution, by Dobzhansky as a directional process that gives rise to increase. Precisely the opposite. In the book Cosmic Evolution, notice the subtitle, The Rise of Complexity in Nature. This is the naturalist description of what's going on. Eric Chison of Harvard is quoted here on the book cover. Along an era of time starting at the Big Bang, Chison depicts cosmic evolution in a wide range of systems: particulate, galactic, stellar, planetary, chemical, biological, cultural. Over time, all these systems, be they manifest in worms, human brains, or microchips, become both more complex and more ordered. Everything in the universe is going uphill. But the second law that we observe and have tested and have proven says it goes the other way. And so we have the theory which says it goes uphill, and we have the law that says it goes downhill, and they're very much in conflict with each other, and which one ought to prevail? I think that's a fairly easy question unless you have philosophy dominating your science. Well, when we present this, there's an obvious problem that people see, but there's an answer that we inevitably get on the college campuses that is supposed to answer this dilemma. And that is that the earth is open to the energy of the sun. And we have all of this energy bathing the earth, and with that extra energy, you can overpower this tendency to degeneration. And of course, you can make things go uphill. You can make water run uphill with a pump, engineer energy. You can have the acorn that grows up to the oak tree. Of course, it eventually dies and deteriorates, but it is bathed in the energy of the sun, and you can see that overpowering the tendency to degeneration. And so the idea is that as long as you have energy, then you just forget the law. Actually, there's some that think that and have taught that. It's nonsense. John Ross of Harvard in Chemical Engineering News addressed that point directly when he says, ordinarily the second law is stated for isolated systems, That's the way it's defined. That's the way you have to make the equations balance. You have to deal with it in terms of the closed system. Something else is going to mess up the equation. But the second law applies equally well to open systems. I mean, the fact you've got the sun shining on you doesn't mean you're not going to get old and deteriorate, does it? Or is that, we know that's not the case with buildings. Arnold Sommerfeld, who wrote the book Thermodynamics and Statistical Mechanics, says the quantity of entropy generated locally cannot be negative, irrespective of whether the system is isolated or not. Entropy, the measure of disorder, has to be positive. Disorder increases. Again, that backwards approach. George Gaylord Simpson of Harvard makes, I think, a very common sense statement in his introduction to biology when he says, the simple expenditure of energy is not sufficient to develop and maintain order. Now, if you're going to develop and maintain order, make something go uphill, yes, you have to have energy. But that's a necessary requirement, not a sufficient requirement, though. You have to have more than that. He says a bull in a china shop performs work, but he neither creates nor maintains organization. Does that make sense? The work needed is particular work. It must follow specifications. It requires information on how to proceed. And so not only do you need energy in order to overpower this deterioration, you need information. You need particular energy specifying how things proceed. And that's very obvious when you look at the simple cell. That's what we're talking about in terms of origins here. Carl Sagan, certainly not a friend of the creationists, acknowledges that the information content of the simple cell has been estimated at around 10 to the 12th bits. How much is that? Comparable to about 100 million pages of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Now that's a lot of information. Where did it come from? It didn't come from the energy of the sun shining down on the earth. That doesn't produce 100 million pages of information. Information itself, like physical systems, deteriorate and go downhill. And every exchange that we know anything about is going downhill with extra information that you add to the system. Together with energy, you can make it go up, but you can't make it go up if you don't have both energy and information. We can illustrate that, for example, with mutations, which ironically is supposed to be the raw material for the upward process of evolution. But actually it's a degeneration of the information. As the cell replicates, something gets messed up, and all of this 100 million pages worth of information in the simple cell, something in there is not replicated perfectly and something goes wrong. One illustration of that is the Texas blind salamander. Now, it doesn't hurt it that bad, since it can't see anyway, down in the cave, to have lost its eyes. But this mutation is not really an upward process. It's downhill. It's losing information. I was testifying before the textbook committee in Austin a couple of years ago, along with Dr. Bishop, who was head of the biology department at the University of Texas. And the two of us were speaking to the school board, and one of the school board members asked Dr. Bishop, is there an example of evolution that we can see in the world today? You say this is proved, it's a fact, we ought to be able to see it. And he said, well, yes, the blind salamander in Texas. Said, Dr. Patton, what do you have to say about that? I said, well, yes, it's changed, but it's lost its eyes. There's tremendous amount of genetic information in an eye, and he lost it. This is downhill, not uphill. Now, if he comes up with headlights down there, then he's evolving. And so one of the school board members said, well, Dr. Bishop, can you think of a better example than that salamander that went blind? And he got mad and got up and left. But all of the changes that they point to are like this. Degenerative. And they say, well, look, he adapted. Well, yeah, but it's a downhill process. Mutations decrease information. Richard Dawkins was presented with this dilemma recently, and he was asked, can you think of any kind of a change that is not a decrease in information? Illustration of this second law. And it was focused on information. Would you like to know what he said? Give me an example of an increase, any kind of a mutation or evolutionary change that increases information. Well, I'd like for you, instead of me just telling you what he said, let me let you listen, and we'll listen to the interviewer asking him the question.
Professor Dawkins, can you give an example of a genetic mutation or an evolutionary process which can be seen to increase the information in the genome?
There's a popular misunderstanding of evolution which says that fish turned into reptiles and reptiles turned into mammals, and so somehow we ought to be able to look around the world today and look at our ancestors. We ought to be able to see the intermediates between fish and reptiles, or between reptiles and mammals. We ought to be able to see fish kind of on the way to becoming reptiles. But of course that's not the way it is at all. Fish are modern animals. They're just as modern as we are. They're descended from ancestors, which we're descended from. Way back 300 million years ago, there would have been an ancestor, which was the ancestor of modern fish and the ancestor of modern humans. And that ancestor, if you could have been there then, you could have seen the first steps towards a fish, say, coming out onto the land and becoming something like an amphibian. But that was a long time ago. You wouldn't expect to see that today.
Isn't that brilliant? I mean, you really got a good example of something that increases information. I'll guarantee you he wishes he had a better answer, but that's the best he can do. He's, of course, had a lot to do with, along with Carl Sagan, the SETI program here in the United States, which I think very well illustrates the problem. Billions of dollars being spent looking up into the sky for what? Some kind of information. Some kind of a dot, dot, dash, dash that would indicate there's intelligence out there. And if we saw this information, that would indicate intelligence in outer space. We haven't found it. Still trying. But why don't instead we just look down the microscope, as many have, and recognize what's there? As he tells us, Sagan tells us, there's 100 million pages of the Encyclopedia Britannica. That's a whole lot more than just a few dots and dashes. If you walk along the beach, as we pointed out, and you see John loves Mary, that's enough information to say this is from intelligence, but they see 100 million pages of information, and no, that just happened. That's not intelligence. But if we saw a few dots and dashes, that'd prove intelligent life in outer space. Does that make sense to you? It just shows the power of the prejudice against something besides natural origins. So, when we talk about this degenerative law, the second law of thermodynamics that pervades the universe, the simple explanation, well, it's open to energy of the sun, provides a necessary requirement to overcome the degenerative process, but it's not sufficient. You also need information. And in that simplest cell, you need an explanation for 100 million pages worth of information in the simplest cell we know anything about. Okay, you got part of the answer, the energy. Where is the other part of the answer? Where did the information come from? And I've asked that question on college campuses all over the country over and over again. And you know what they say? You just heard the answer. They don't have one. Oh, we got energy from the sun, yes, but that's not really the answer, is it? That won't do the trick. Not only do we see this in the world around us, I think we see evidence of this degenerative process everywhere we look. One place the evolutionists wouldn't expect to see it is in the life of the past, and we'll talk more about that when we speak of the fossil record Friday evening. But it is a degenerative process, and while we have all of these little books that show upward increase of the animals and the little horse charts and the graduated man charts, that's not what you see in the fossil record. Even Stephen Gould acknowledges this when he says the sweep of anatomical diversity, all the different forms of anatomy, how many, well, you've got a maximum right after the initial diversification of multicellular animals. In other words, when it starts, that's the way it is. It's more diverse than it is now. The later history of life preceded by elimination, not expansion. It's going downhill. And it was larger in the past, and we have degenerated. Now, you've read that in your textbook, right? Don't think so. But this textbook acknowledges in this geology text that mammalian life was richer in kinds of larger sizes and had a more abundant expression in the Pliocene than in later times, and you can find expressions like that in all of the periods. Let's just look at a few examples that would help demonstrate this point, beginning with Louis Leakey, who's supposed to be one of the icons of evolution. If you saw Gorillas in the Mist, he's the hero of evolution, who really wasn't, and we'll talk more about that later. But Time magazine, a number of years ago, says he was scouring the gorge since 1931. Over the years, he's unearthed the bones of an ancient pig as big as a rhino. Y'all have all seen pigs like that? A 6-foot-tall sheep, flat-top skull of a wrecked nutcracker man. I think that was a big ape. Pig as big as a rhino. Or you could make a killing in the bacon business, couldn't you? This is a picture of one of those pigs from the Dakota School of Mines. The one on the right is the fossil pig. And if pigs were this big, how big were the rhinos? Here's one from India, 20 feet tall. Back to Louis Leakey's finds, illustrated here in Time magazine, we see the fossil ram that was found there in Africa compared with a modern ram in the background. You can see what's happening here. It's going downhill, isn't it? But of course, man has gotten larger over the years, and we know in the last 50 years that there has been a pretty dramatic increase. Most biologists would say this is because of our knowledge of nutrition and vitamins. We have more to eat and better food to eat. It's not the kind of change that they're looking for to explain evolution. If there's been about a 6-inch increase on average in the past, less than 100 years, actually. But if you increase 6 inches in 100 years, in 200 years, a foot, and in 400 years, 2 feet, and a couple of thousand years ago, we were below zero. This is much too fast and not the kind of thing they're looking for. Plus, when we look at the fossil record, we see evidence of large people, which they don't always tell you about. This is Turkana Boy, found by Lewis's son, Richard. He was 5'6", but the interesting thing is he was 9 years old. They can tell from the teeth. We probably have some 9-year-olds here, but I strongly suspect they're not 5'6". We have, Cro-Magnon man averaged 6'6" in height. Two fossils in Italy found a couple of years ago over 8 feet. They were big in the past. Not all, but many of them were. We excavated this donkey from near Lubbock, Texas, several years ago, 9 feet tall at the shoulder. That kind of messes up the little horse charts, doesn't it? That's not going to work too well, but so they leave him out. In the same area, we excavated a bison with a 12-foot horn span that stood about 11 feet tall at the hump. Y'all have all seen bisons that tall? No. But that's the way it was in the fossil record. And we see the little armadillos running around. You can see the normal size one in the foreground here in this page from a geology textbook. But notice the the writing at the bottom. This was 9 times larger than present-day armadillos. Now, when you see these little graduated horse charts and you see the graduated man chart, that is supposed to give the illusion everything's getting bigger. Let me tell you something. You're being lied to, because every paleontologist knows the very opposite is true. Just a few years ago at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, which I'll be at next week down in Houston, by the way, their annual meeting, they were talking about an armadillo that they found. It was the size of an elephant. That's the way it was described. In fact, in 2004, this news release came from the BBC. Here's a Stone Age elephant twice. Now, elephants are big today. But here were elephants twice as big as the largest modern African elephant. Bones of other large animals, rhinoceros, all of them were bigger. And here we see at the inset the huge tusk for these elephants that were twice as large as modern-day elephants. We're looking here at a fossil turtle that looks for all the world like modern turtles, except this one was 14 feet from one side to the other. You see many 14-foot turtles running around. Here, compared with a 7-foot basketball player, he is dwarfed. From down Big Bend, and it's not because it's from Texas, but there is a big crocodile compared with a modern crocodile here, 50 to 20 feet. National Geographic had a special that dealt with the large crocodiles that were seen in the fossil record just a couple of years ago. And this is typical when you look at the fossil record. We're looking here in the center at a 14-foot shark jaw. That's a good-sized shark, but wow, look at that thing from the fossil record. Jaws is dwarfed by such. We see the great white illustrated. That's a pretty good-sized shark, but nothing like the fossil sharks. We have one of the teeth from the large fossil shark back in our artifact room. Most of us are familiar with our little beavers. They can be pretty aggravating as they go around chewing on branches, but think how aggravating it would be if they were 10 feet long, as is the case in the fossil record. Again, a page from a geology textbook. Here we see a picture from the Field Museum of Natural History in Chicago of the 10-foot beaver. Science reported just a few years ago a real mighty mouse, 8 million years ago. The buffalo-sized rodents roamed in Venezuela. In fact, Science News reported him as Ratzilla. Glad they're not around. This from 2005 in Syria, a camel foot that indicated a camel, according to the BBC, double the size. Do you get the point? I mean, this just goes on and on and on. This is the way it was. One of my favorites, here described in Wikipedia, is the demon duck of doom. 8 feet tall, 500 pounds, carnivorous. Don't want one of those things after you. Kind of reminiscent of a movie scene.
Fairly alarmed here.
That would alarm us, I think. From Australia, killer kangaroos once roamed Australia. Science News says they had teeth that crunched through bones, sliced off flesh. They were enormous. Why haven't you been told this in your textbooks? Because it doesn't look like evolution, does it? It looks like devolution, devolving. And so they don't tell you about it. The ground sloths we have today, 5 or 6 feet long, but 20 feet long, and this is what the textbook says. I've seen them twice that size. This one is from the Price Museum of Natural History in Utah. I measured the hand portion. It was 18 inches. They just found one down in Argentina. The hand was twice that size, which would indicate someone twice as big as this one. One of the more common fossils, especially with dinosaurs, are the cattails. We see those in Texas quite often. How tall are cattails? You might see them in Texas, pretty good size, 8, maybe 10 feet. 120 feet tall is not unusual in the fossil record. You can see the little man for scale here. You don't see that today, but it's typical in the fossil record. We're looking here at a modern cycad, a type of fern here in the Dakota School of Mines. I put the quarter up here for scale. This is their sign. But we look in the fossil record, and here from the book Fossil Cycads, true cycads were apparently quite large. One fossil from Japan is a stem over 4 feet in diameter. Today it's like a little, maximum 18-inch fern. Bugs were big. All the bugs were big. Most of them are found in the Pennsylvanian. I think that's because it's not a time era. It is a swamp area where you find a lot of bugs. But notice, not a few of them, not some of them, all of them. This is a beautiful fossil of a dragonfly, 27 inches in wingspan. Do you get the point? Just on and on and on. I excavated a cockroach from near Oblong, Illinois, several years ago, 1.5 feet long. The wife wouldn't let me bring it in the house. It's a rock. No, it's a cockroach. When we look back in the fossil record, obviously we see big things when we look at dinosaurs, and these were enormous. Here's Seismosaurus, maybe 150 feet long. There is one representative of the beakneck family that's still around that remains from this group of animals. Maybe killed off by people that understood what we see when we look at Jurassic Park. We'd rather not have those things around. The only representative today is the tuatara from New Zealand. Same family. He's about 8 inches long. Hadn't evolved a whole lot. What we see in this whole world around us is not an upward process, but a downhill process everywhere, even in the fossil record. Now, animals going downhill, is that because of the second law of thermodynamics? I'm not sure I can prove that, but it sure smells like it. Everything else is going downhill, and we certainly see that indicated in the fossil record. At least it gives me a chance to combat the picture, the lie that's presented with these little graduated horse charts, leaving out my 9-foot donkey, and the graduated man chart, leaving out the Turkana boy, and all of the fossils that are inevitably bigger in the past. It's all going downhill. I think it fits a consistent picture. As we're thinking about laws, we want to concentrate and have on the ones that are unquestionably laws, unlike those things that can't be observed or repeated, that are claimed to be laws and aren't. And the point we've tried to make is you see it everywhere. Certainly in the world around us, we have this from our own experience, and we see it even in the fossil record, or certainly we see a downhill process. I think we see it very obviously in the earth itself. As we look around us rather dramatically, we see erosion taking place. Is this going uphill or downhill? It's much more downhill than we realize. In fact, we spend a good bit of time measuring how much sediment is being transported by the rivers to the oceans. And you put the little measuring devices in the mouths of the rivers and multiply times the flow, and you get an idea of how much sediment is being delivered. 27.5 billion tons is being delivered to the ocean by the rivers every year. Now that number doesn't mean a whole lot, but let's put it this way. That's enough to fill a freight train that would reach all the way to the moon and halfway back. Every year, dumped in the ocean. Now that's not an uphill process, is it? It's dumping the continents in the ocean. Now, there's a lot of mass in the continents, and you can do some pretty quick, simple calculations to see how long this could go on, and we wouldn't have continents, and it's not very long. The Earth's been here supposedly 4.5 billion years, and you couldn't do it at this rate more than about 14 million. But, of course, we've still got big continents. But it couldn't have been going on anything like the age of the Earth. Well, of course, if you move it over here, we're told about the principle of isosity, and you push down here, and it pumps up over here. But you can do those calculations and check those simple explanations, and they don't work. Sometimes they try to explain it in terms of seafloor spreading, and it accounts for about 1/8 of the total problem. It's going downhill. It's just like everything else. When we look in the heavens, I think we see one of the most dramatic examples of this process. While the evolutionist says everything in the world is going uphill, everything in the world and the universe around us is doing just the opposite. You see astronomers that talk about stellar evolution and galactic evolution, and everything they talk about is going uphill, when the fact is it's opposite. You go out on an average night, a good observer can observe about 100 of these little shooting stars, we call them. Little bits of matter that are burning themselves up as they crash into the atmosphere. Here is probably something that's come apart in the universe and now is coming into the atmosphere and burning itself up. This is dramatically downhill. Some of them are very dramatic, as we see the meteor showers. This is a linoid meteor shower. This is one that approached the sun several years ago and came back around this way, coming apart and then crashing often into a heavenly body. Here, like the moon, on our side, on the backside, unprotected from the earth, its atmosphere, it's just been beat to a pulp. Again, this is not an uphill process. Something's come apart, something's crashed in, it no longer is in existence, and we see this on Mercury, and we see it on Mars. We see huge craters, and this is evidence of downhill everywhere we look. We look up into the sky and we see the beautiful comets, and here's one, the Hale-Bopp comet, that is coming apart, which is what we see comets do. This is the Ikeya-Sika comet from a number of years ago, similar to the Saho 6, one of the sun grazers. Notice NASA's description: a family of comets created by successive breakups from a single large parent comet which passed very near the sun in the 12th century. This comet, known as Saho 6, did not survive. Doesn't sound uphill to me. Fred Whipple of the Smithsonian Astrophysical Observatory, one of the leading experts on comets in the world, in his book, Mystery of Comets, says comets tend to split in pieces, particularly when they're near the sun or Jupiter, but also when they're quite undisturbed in space. Some comets seem to tire out and die. Isn't that a surprise? Here's a picture of one that tired out, died, split into many pieces. This is the Shoemaker-Levy comet of '94. NASA provided us a dramatization of what happened. It crashed into Jupiter, each piece with the force of many megatons of an atomic bomb, just boom, with huge force, crashing in. Again, the thing that came apart went downhill and then crashed into the surface. Here on Jupiter's moon Ganymede, we can see this string of craters which indicate something came apart and then boom, 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 the parts crashed one after the other, 13 fragments. We see this on the moon. Here is the streak here that indicates this string. Why are the craters lined up? Because something has come apart and then the parts crashed. And it fits the picture that we see everywhere we look in the heavens. The thing that we see most obviously when we look at the sky is the sun. We're told that it's dissipating 4.5 million tons per minute in thermonuclear reactions. We do know it's, quote, figuratively, burning up, dissipating energy out through space. not only through the normal stellar processes, but through the prominences and flares that you see blasting out on the side. Here's a huge one blasted out compared in mass to the Earth. Huge. 4.5 million tons per minute, and then boom, other things like this. In addition to that, the solar wind dissipates another 1 million tons per minute. And so we've got at least 5.5 million tons per minute. That's not helping it a whole lot. Now, there's a lot of mass there, and it's not going to go out tomorrow. But it's a downhill process, and pretty dramatically downhill. Now then, multiply that times what you see when you look out in the sky. Most of what you're seeing out there is stars, billions and billions of stars that are dissipating millions of tons per minute. What's going on in the universe? It's dramatically going downhill. And that's with just the normal stellar processes. When we look at things like the planetary nebula, beautiful fireworks in the sky. Here's a star that just blew up, 10 to 30% of its mass, blasted into an outer shell from a dying sun-like star producing the planetary nebula known as the helix. Here's another beautiful planetary nebula, boom, like God's fireworks. But it's not an uphill process when something blows up and leaves this spray of sparks. Is that uphill or downhill? Some of them are just spectacular and even symmetrical as they blast themselves out of existence. This dying star throws off shells of glowing gas. Here the radiation floods out in the surrounding gas, causing it to fluoresce. And when we see these glowing gases, sometimes we're told, well, look, it's heating up and condensing. Now, what's happening? It's blasted out, and the shock of the blast excites the particles like we see in the fluorescent lights here and causes them to fluoresce. It's an indication of an explosion. And here NASA says this radiation floods out into the surrounding gas, causing it to fluoresce. Over the next several thousand years, the nebula will gradually disperse into space and the star will cool and fade away. That's what we see. But the planetary nebula are just kind of pitiful compared to the novas and the supernovas, which not just blasting 30% of the mass, but completely blast themselves out of existence. This is one of the last ones that we saw, 1987. And we see in the inset the way the star looked one night, and then beside it the way it looked the next night. Tens of thousands of times brighter overnight. Now the normal star is like the sun, 5 million tons per minute, and then 10,000 times more than that as it blasts itself out of existence. We see the remnants of some of those explosions here, or one of them in the Crab Nebula. As NASA said, this is the mess that's left when a star explodes. It's beautiful. This one happened to be observed. A number of cultures observed and recorded this explosion that took place in 1054. And we know of the Chinese and the Arabs, the Native Americans, possibly two others, but these recorded it and saw it. So we know what's going on here. Now we got glowing gases. Maybe it's coming together? No. It's blowing up. Number of these supernova remnants are seen. This is a spectacular one, blinding flash, which the concentrated power equals that of 10 quadrillion suns. I mean, the sun is degenerative. 10 quadrillion suns. How do you get an uphill process when everything you see is just not only degenerative, but dramatically degenerative? Here's the description of NASA. This is N49's cosmic blast. Scattered debris from a cosmic supernova, an explosion, lights up the sky just like fireworks. We can get some predictions and maybe some ideas about how long this has been going on from the fact that these supernova remnants appear about once every 25 years in our galaxy. And we're not sure why, but it's pretty regular. And over the past 100 years, we've seen this happen. Actually, further back than that, of course, 1054 gives us a pretty good range of observation. This is the conclusion, and I don't know of anyone that argues with it. That's what is indicated. Well, if it's 1 per 25 years, we can see immediately how many we ought to be able to observe if it's this old or if it's that old. We can make some predictions, which is the way science tests models. If we're looking at 1,000,000 years, then we ought to be able to see 40,000 of these things at 1 every 25 years. Pretty simple. Well, no, because some of them are behind gas clouds, and some of them are near novas that get dissipated when it blows up. So we grant every possible exception and even exaggerated a little bit. And they'll say, well, you still, maybe not 40,000. You ought to be able to see over 7,000. Okay. But what if we're looking at only 7,000 years? Well, that's a very different picture. We would predict 1 every 25 years, 280, maybe some of them we couldn't find behind gas clouds, something like 270. Very different predictions. 7,000, less than 300. Which one fits the facts best? What do we actually observe, which is what science is about? So far, we've been able to find 260. Isn't that interesting? But we see when we look at the news and we look at the propaganda that we're inundated with, articles like this. This is from USA Today. Hubble telescope captures the birth of a star. Boom, here came a star. Well, you read the article and say, well, it actually takes us well over 100,000 years for this to happen. And, okay, well, nobody saw it last night, which is the impression you get when you look at the headline. And we're not seeing it happen. We're seeing things that they say infer that it's happening, or at least that's the impression they like to leave you. The experts will tell a different story. Here from Science Magazine, 1990, we have yet to directly observe the process of stellar formation. Nobody has seen that, in spite of these misleading headlines. But we're pointed here in Discover Magazine to the stellar nurseries. Like every night we can see new stars popping out, and of course we should. You calculate how many are out there, you ought to be able to see them forming because they're just a mind-boggling amount. We're pointed to the Orion Nebula. Spectacular. Glowing gases. Shocked from an explosion. But here's a nursery. Here's where they're just popping into existence, or should be. We hadn't observed it, but this is where it's happening. Just trust us. Here's what NASA calls a star factory. Why? Well, we've got glowing gases. Oh, well, here we've got glowing gases. Yeah, but now we saw this explode in 1054. We know what this is. And so when we see this, that can't be... We got to explain it somehow. And all we can see is glowing gases, and when we know how the glowing gases got there, we know it's not star formation, it's blowing up of a star. J.C. Brandett addresses the problem in his book, Sun and Stars. He says, contemporary opinion on star formation holds that objects called protostars are formed as condensations from stellar gases. Okay, you turn loose gas from an aerosol can in this room, and the gas just comes together in a little ball up here, doesn't it? Or does it? What happens? It doesn't condense, it spreads out. I mean, we know that. You see the smoke from the campfire come up, and it doesn't gather together in a little ball. It spreads out and dissipates. But here they're imagining that it condenses. Well, the second law says things are going to get more disordered. It's not going to get more ordered. He goes on to say this condensation process is very difficult theoretically. In other words, we can't make it work on paper. No essential theoretical understanding can be claimed. In fact, some theoretical evidence argues strongly against the possibility of star formation, and of course it's not theoretical, it's the second law of thermodynamics that says that ain't going to happen. Oh, but you've got gravity that attracts, yes, and that you start compressing gases, and what happens? It heats up and it pushes back, doesn't it? You've got expansive forces as well as the attractive forces, and you can measure both of them. The expansive forces are 60 times greater. And so it's going to come together. Not when the expansive forces are 60 times greater. Yeah, well, I know gravity works and there's an attraction, but measure the two and see which one's going to win. Very powerful evidence argues against this. And while it'll tell you in your earth science textbooks, we know exactly how this happens, the authorities know better. Here, Abraham Loeb for the Harvard Center of Astrophysics. The truth is, we don't understand star formation at a fundamental level. Now, if you're an earth science teacher in high school, you can tell folks we know. But if you're head of the Harvard Center for Astrophysics, you have to admit, no, we don't have a clue. And I think we know which one is more dependable. Here's another reference from Science 2002. Stars are among the most fundamental building blocks in the universe, and yet the processes by which they're formed are not understood. So don't let the teachers fool you. They don't have. How do you get gas which spreads out to come together? And they don't know. Godfrey Burnbridge, a more frank, very leading authority in our nation on astronomy, says, he's director of the Kitt Peak National Observatory, if stars did not exist, it'd be very easy to prove this is what we expect. But they're burning up. They're burning up in quotes. They're dissipating energy. It's all going downhill. And it's been going on billions of years. There ought not to be any. How do you get them together? Well, you can't in terms of what we know today. All of the authorities that I'm quoting are atheists. They're naturalists. I want to make an exception and refer you to the statement by Dr. George Mulfinger, who has his PhD, he recently deceased, but had a PhD in astronomy from Syracuse, but was a creationist. Now, I want to make that distinction. And of course, he referred to the fact that one of the problems is that it's unscriptural. Genesis 2:1 says all the hosts were finished. All the stars and the host of them were finished when God created. So he says, really, there are only three problems, he says, regarding star formation. The first is it's unscriptural. And the second is it's never been observed. And the third is it's theoretically impossible. But aside from those three problems, he says it's a real winner. Which I think is a pretty good analysis. But even those who are atheists say very similar things. We've been talking about stars. Let's multiply the problems in forming stars by hundreds of billions of times, and we see the problem we have explaining galaxies, which not only have the problem of forming the stars in them, but forming the organization, the collectivity of stars. How did they get together when the second law says everything goes the other way? Martin Rees, astrophysicist, writing in the Dallas Morning News a few years ago, says the most basic questions about galaxies are still not understood. If galaxies didn't exist, we'd have no problem explaining that fact. That sound familiar? And like a refrain. It's not supposed to be coming together, not naturally. And we see beautiful formations up here, these pinwheel spirals like M51. This forms when the center part turns faster than the outer part, like the ice skater pulls in their arms and spins faster and slows down when the arms of these galaxies act like that. The spiral-shaped wave patterns from the galaxy's center whirl around the core 3 times as often as those 6,000 light years out, says the team. All but guarantees the galaxy's bright inner pinwheel is destined to wind itself up. Now, it doesn't take many turns to just completely wind itself up into this amorphous disk, not like the spiral arm disk. Well, how fast is it winding itself up? Well, it's pretty fast, just a few 100,000 years, not the 20 billion or 15 or 13 billion that they proposed for the age of the universe. it looks like it hadn't turned more than once or twice. Just a few 100,000 years is the most you can get for this. And what really gets difficult is when you look at what's called the barred spiral. And here's this straight bar right across the middle, and it hasn't twisted at all. Just half a turn, and that'd be messed up. And that would take just thousands of years, and there it is. And why in the world do we have bars in the middle of these spirals like this? I think it may be that the Lord's just looking down and saying, nah, 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 nah. You can't explain this. Because just in a short period of time, it would be destroyed. It wouldn't be like that. When we have seen more through the Hubble telescope, it's been anticipated. Now we're going to explain natural origins, but the further we look, the more difficult it's gotten. Here reported in the Dallas Morning News, astronomers, the Space Telescope Science Institute released the deepest ever view of the universe Tuesday. Long duration exposure reached out to a point just a few million years from the Big Bang. Look way out to just right. We can almost see the beginning out there. And what do we see? A wide range of galaxies. We don't see baby galaxies. We don't see forming galaxies. We see completely mature sizes, shapes, and colors, everything that you see everywhere else. Looking back to the beginning, you should see it gradually forming. Not at all what we see. This was reported by Gemini Observatory, showing how this should have developed theoretically from the little baby galaxies, the little seeds, finally to the more mature galaxies that we see with the spiral arms, and pointed out that, well, here's the headlines. The faintest spectra ever raised glaring questions. Why do galaxies in the universe appear so mature? It's massive and mature right back to what they call the beginning. Richard Cowan, University of California at Davis, comments on this. He says galaxy formation theory is in peril. Over the past 18 months, several teams have found so many massive galaxies from this early epoch that the theory is being stretched to the breaking point, several astronomers say. In other words, we can't explain this. It just flies in the face of what we predict. Notice the comments of James Trefil, who's professor of physics at George Mason University, one of the more famous astronomers in the country. He says, it seems the more we learn about the basic laws of nature, and he's not talking here about Sunday school literature. It's the basic laws of nature, what we're talking about tonight. The more those laws seem to tell us the visible matter, the stuff we see, shouldn't be arranged the way it is. That is, if it's old. That is, if you're trying to do it naturally. You can't do it that way. It doesn't work. The stuff we can see shouldn't be arranged the way it is. There shouldn't be galaxies out there at all. And shouldn't be stars out there in the galaxy. On top of that, if there are galaxies, they shouldn't be grouped. Stars are a problem. Groups of stars and galaxies are a problem. Now we got groups of galaxies. Just multiply the multiplication. Galaxy clusters, the Hercules cluster of galaxies, organized. It just multiplies beyond our imagination. The problem of trying to explain it naturally. We hear a lot about this solar system, and especially in the earth science textbooks, they say this all condensed from the nebular cloud. This here's the dust, and it spun around, and it is condensed into these planets with the sun in the middle. Not a very good fairy tale, which is about the best you can say about it. All kinds of problems. First, the sun has 99% of the mass, where the planets have 99% of the angular momentum. Now, if you're a physicist, you understand. This is all condensing out of the same cloud, and here's the mass, and it's not moving very fast, but these things out here that have virtually none of the mass are just going up a storm relative to the sun. How did they get going so fast when the great mass is just plodding along? You know, that's not going to work. This has a slow spin. The planets have rapid orbital motion, which is not going to condense naturally out of a cloud. Sir Jeffreys of Cambridge says, I think all the suggested accounts of the origin of the solar system are subject to serious objections. The conclusion in the present state of the subject would be the system cannot exist. That is, naturally, if it's been there for a long time. And again, there's another refrain. More recently, 2007, just a couple of months ago, this fairly up to date, and they're talking about planet formation theories. And what they find when they put this on the computers is, okay, you get some boulders and some rocks here, they're supposed to come together to form a planet, and what happens? The boulder goes right to the sun. This planet formation theory has been a stumbling block for 30 years, which of course you've read about in your earth science textbook. No. The reason is that boulders tend to fall into the star in a celestial blink of an eye. There are enough uncertainties that planet formation is not going to be an open and shut case anytime soon. He said, we don't know how that collapse into a planet actually occurs. In spite of the fact your earth science textbook tells you just that happened, it just condensed out of the cloud. No, we don't know, and when we try to explain it, we fall flat on our face. Same thing is true with the moon, and we could spend a whole evening talking about the problems there, but here from nature, many models have been proposed for the formation of the moon. No one has succeeded in showing how the formation had formed successfully. Jack Lissiter with the NASA space program says, all in all, developing a theory of lunar origins that makes sense of the data proved very difficult. The best explanation was observational error. The moon did not exist. One of the ways to test a model is to see how the predictions take place. If stars didn't exist, that's what we'd expect. There shouldn't be galaxies. They shouldn't be grouped together. The solar system shouldn't exist. The best explanation is the moon didn't exist. But you read the textbook and it's like, we can explain it all. What can they explain? It all flies in the face of their naturalistic explanation. The basic laws of nature say it will not work. And so when we back off and look at the two models, and we see the obvious prediction of degeneration and decay by the creationist as defined by what we read in Genesis, degeneration, decay, imposed as a consequence of sin. All right, let's test that against what we see and see what fits. That's what we see. The evolution model says things are going to go uphill, and they have great faith, and everything from microchips to brains, it's all going uphill. But what do we see in the world we live in? Your own experience with your houses and your cars and the bodies. And is it going uphill or downhill? Well, we know that. When we look at the life of the past, we see dramatically things were bigger and now then they have gone downhill, which they don't like to admit, but it's just as obvious as it can be. When we look at the universe around us, when we look at the sky, we see everything from stars to the face of the planets to the comets to the planetary nebula, the just stars blowing themselves out of existence, galaxies, everything is going downhill. That's not what they predict. Now, just be honest. Which model explains what we see best? Now, I don't think it's a hard question if a person's honest. Let's think before we conclude about some implications of this and allow Isaac Asimov to acknowledge what he sees as a real problem. He says, as far as we know, all changes are in the direction of increasing entropy, increasing disorder, or increasing running down, randomness. Yet the universe was once in a position from which it could run down. Now the natural processes, everything we see, say it goes downhill. How did it get up? It had to be up from which it could run down, but natural processes say you don't go that way, it goes this way. How did it get into that position? You see, the second law of thermodynamics says there had to have been something besides the natural processes we see to explain what we're looking at. And there's no way around that. H.J. Lipscomb is an atheist writing in Physics Bulletin, but faces the issue squarely. He says, I think, however, we should go further than this and admit the only accepted explanation is creation. I know this is anathema to physicists, as it is to me, but we must not reject a theory we do not like if the experimental evidence supports it. And it's not, again, the Sunday school lesson that's telling, this is the law, the laws of science that govern this universe, and it says you can't do it naturally. It doesn't work. You can't explain anything that you see in the universe around us, and it certainly doesn't fit the picture that we see on this earth. The experimental evidence says, obviously, the creation model works better. I want to conclude with a statement by two very brave men. They are creationists, but they're the authors of the textbook that's used in virtually every undergraduate thermodynamics in the country. Every university in the state of Texas that I know, I've been able to check, and that's most of them, use their textbook. Now, people will say, maybe, all right, you're a hard rock geologist, archaeologist, what do you know about thermodynamics? Well, I may not know a whole lot, but these fellows do. They wrote the book. We see the second law of thermodynamics as a description of the prior and continuing work of a creator. Naturally, you cannot get it here where it can then be seen to be going down as we do now. You can't. And so that second law that says everything goes down says natural law is not going to account for this. You've got to have something beyond the natural in order to see what we're seeing and see things go downhill. It also holds the answer to our future destiny and that of the universe. It's going down to destruction. And that's clearly implied from the laws of nature, from these fellows who really know what they're talking about. I think that is a powerful bit of evidence and should be obvious to people who are willing to look. I'm convinced that the subject of the age of the earth is one of the most critical issues in the creation-evolution controversy. I'm a little disturbed with some of my brethren who say it doesn't make any difference. I think that's rather naive. I think we can show both from Scripture and from science that the best and most reasonable explanation is that the earth is young, in spite of the propaganda that we hear continually from the media. I believe science indicates that the earth is not old. But of course there are a great many scientists who believe that the earth is billions of years old, certainly not all scientists by any means, and there are a significant number who believe the scientific evidence is against this conclusion. But to get an idea of the role that this issue plays in the minds of the naturalist, notice the statement by Lawrence Badash, professor of history of science, University of California, Santa Barbara. And he refers to the general conclusion of many, 4.5 billion years ago. The primal earth emerged from a spinning turbulent cloud of gas, dust, planetoids that surrounded the new star. On these figures for the age of the earth rest all of geology and evolution. This is the foundation. Well, I think it's a pretty shaky foundation, and perhaps before we're finished this evening you can see why I believe that. But it's absolutely critical, obviously, to the evolutionists that the earth be billions of years old. If it isn't, then we can all go home. There's no time for evolution. But it's more than just necessary for evolution. It is necessary to solve all of his problems, and this is basically the way he looks at time. It's the solution to any and every problem that comes up. Consider the statement by George Wall, who is a Nobel laureate from Harvard. He's talking about the origin of life, and as he sees the complexity that we've learned about, it just boggles his mind and says, we can't imagine how this could happen naturally. And that's a necessary conclusion, and one that many naturalists will agree with. He says one only has to contemplate the magnitude of this task, that is, getting the cell to start all by itself, to concede that the spontaneous generation of a living organism is impossible. Well, how does he solve that problem? Yet, here we are as a result, I believe, of spontaneous generation. Now, it's impossible, but he believes it because he's got time. However improbable we regard this event or any of the steps which it involves, given enough time, it will almost certainly happen at least once. Now, as we looked last night at the implications of time, things tend to go uphill or downhill. Time doesn't help in trying to get things organized and more complex. Time does the opposite in our experience. But the faith of the evolutionist says it'll solve all the problems. Time is, in fact, the hero of the plot. Given so much time, the impossible becomes possible. The possible probable, the probable virtually certain. One has only to wait, and time itself performs the miracles. So here's the Holy Spirit of the evolutionist. You just wave the magic wand, and all the problems disappear because of time, in spite of what we learned last night about time causing things to go downhill. We're reminded of the fairy tale of the princess that kisses the frog and then turns into a prince, and of course that's a fairy tale, we understand, unless you add the magic kiss of time, and then it's science. Over billions of years, this is exactly what happens. And that's what our universities are spending billions of dollars to teach, that yes, the frog turns into the prince. The only difference between it and the fairy tale is time. And I don't think time has that property, that power, that miracle working capability. I think one of the best ways to approach issues in science is to ask why questions, and I think that's especially appropriate here. People are just absolutely inundated with affirmation after affirmation, like a mantra, that the Earth's billions of years old. Well, why do you believe that? I think is a good question. And of course, it is a matter of faith. Nobody was there at the beginning. They believe that the Earth's old, and my question is why? Well, usually the first response that we get to that question involves radiometric dating, because they've dated the rock. The rock is 1 million, it's 1 billion or 2 billion, 4 billion years old. They don't date them that old, but 3 billion sometimes. And obviously the Earth has to be at least that old. And of course we all understand exactly how this radiometric system works, so that we can evaluate the validity. No, we don't have a clue how it works, do we? And most of the scientists don't, believe it or not. We just have faith because they tell us it works. We announced the subject of radioactive dating not too long ago for some teenagers, and I think they got the wrong impression. Generally, radioactive material is material that emits particles from the nucleus of the atom. It's not stable, and through the loss of alpha and beta particles decays into different elements and finally winds up as a stable element. And this decay process is supposed to allow us to tell time, something like an hourglass. You begin with an hour's worth of material at the top. It decays down in an hour's time to what's at the bottom. And so this is the way you can tell time. Now, as you look at uranium, it loses some of its 238 particles, becoming other minerals, coming finally to be lead, which is stable. There's natural lead and radiogenic lead, but this is what's produced as a result of the decay process, and then you use the equation that you see here to reach the conclusion about the number of years. What could go wrong with this kind of a process? Well, let's look at the hourglass and just say how much time has transpired here. ignoring the uranium and lead for a second, if we're looking at a regular hourglass, how much time? Well, we can look at that and we can say maybe 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. And if we could count the grains of sand, we could come up with a very accurate conclusion about how much time had transpired, assuming that the rate is constant. But what would go wrong? What could possibly be wrong with that conclusion? Suppose just before you looked at the hourglass, somebody raised the top and dumped in a lot of extra sand, and virtually all of the hour's worth of sand had already run to the bottom. Now it looks like it hasn't. And it's been going for 58 minutes, but now it looks like that's not the case. Or suppose someone lowered the lid and let out most of what had already run down. Or suppose it were basically like this, laying on its side, and it'd been going 2 seconds when somebody set it up and now say, look at it. You have to know the beginning conditions, and you have to know that it's a closed system, that nothing leaked in or leaked out, or you're not really telling time. And these are the basic problems by analogy. Now, it's a rather crude analogy, but gives us an idea of what we're talking about. Notice Henry Fall's statement, one of the leading authorities in this field. He says 2 important assumptions are implicit in this equation, the one we looked at just a moment ago. First, that we're dealing with a closed system. Nothing leaked in, nothing leaked out. Second, that no atoms of the daughter, that's what's produced at the bottom, were present in the system when it formed. And non-radiogenic lead occurs throughout nature. These assumptions furnish the most serious limitations on the accumulation clock. Now, this is not the creationist, this is the evolutionist saying this is a serious problem. He continues saying rigorously closed systems probably do not exist in nature, but surprisingly many rocks and minerals satisfy the requirements well enough to be useful for nuclear age determination. The problem is one of judicious geologic selection. And so this is not an objective process. You date the rock and you get an age. You know most rocks really don't fit the purpose, and you just judiciously select the one that's going to work for you. J.D. McDougall is writing in Scientific American saying that this process involves rocks where you have minerals leaking in constantly. Groundwater percolation can leach away the proportion of uranium present in the rock crystals. And the mobility of the uranium is such that as one part of the rock is being impoverished, another part can become abnormally enriched at relatively low temperatures. And when this is going on, you're adding sand to the hourglass, or you're taking away sand from the hourglass, and what does that do to the time-telling mechanism? It's just really messing it up, isn't it? You can't tell time that way. We see things that become fossilized, that become petrified. How does this happen? Well, water percolates down through the rocks and it leaches out some material, it replaces it with other material, and this is not that unusual. And that's going on in rocks all the time, especially if you're looking at billions or millions or thousands of years. Miger of East Carolina University really gets down to how it works, writing in Contributions to Geology, when he says, in general, dates in the correct ballpark are assumed to be correct and are published, if it comes out, quote, right. And by the way, if you send in a sample to a lab, they're not going to date it unless you tell them where it came from, how old it's supposed to be. They don't take the test unless you give them the answer. And that's not the way I used to take tests. All you got to do is log on the websites, look at the form where you submit the samples, and see this is what you have to tell them. And I'll guarantee you they don't do it. There may be one or two, but they're not the reputable labs. Continuing, he says, those in disagreement, if they're in agreement, they're published. If they're in disagreement with the other data, they're seldom published, nor are the discrepancies fully explained. They don't even try. They just chuck it. Now that sounds rather cynical, and surely scientific people can't do it that way. Well, let's allow the evolutionist himself to describe exactly what's happened. One of the more famous examples of dating involves the 1470 skull by Richard Leakey. And Roger Lewin is editor of Research News and Science, one of, if not the most prestigious science journal in the United States. He is a good friend of Richard Leakey's. They've written a couple of books together. And he's describing how the dating of this took place. And really there's a couple of chapters in his book, Bones of Contention, which is a pretty interesting book. You know, he, of course, believes in the billions of years and is a devout evolutionist, but historically, you've got a pretty good record of what happened in the search for fossil man. The calculated age was quickly refined to be 2.61 plus or minus 0.26 million years. Okay, 1470 skull. 2.61 plus or minus 0.26 million years, which to the anthropologist unfamiliar with the procedures of radiometric dating has a ring of comforting precision about it. Well, even the anthropologists, I mean, you don't feel bad. They don't really understand how it works either. And this sounds very comforting. But let's look at the rest of the story. There were 41 separate age determinations, which varied between 223 million and less than 1 million. Now that's a huge range. 41 different tests, and it's all over the place. And they never, after the first determination, never again obtained 2.61 from their experience. They got it 1 out of 41, and chucked the 40 and kept the 1. Now, that's not my description. This is Leakey's best friend, editor of Research News and Science. This is the way it works. You just keep chucking until you get what you want. Now, how scientific is that? This is a game that's played to verify what you already believe. If it doesn't, you chuck it and you keep playing. Let me give you some more illustrations. This is a cross-section of the Grand Canyon, and we've done some research here. I say we, myself, with several others, mainly others in this area, but we work together. As we look at this cross-section of the canyon, we can determine that some rocks ought to be older. Certainly, if the evolutionary picture is correct, the ones down at the bottom ought to be older than the ones up at the top, right? The Uinkaret basalt has come out of what appear to be modern volcanoes. Some have suggested the American Indians saw these eruptions take place. They flowed over the edge of the canyon down into and damming up some of the lowest parts of the canyon. This would be the youngest rock there. Interestingly, the same type of rock is found down in the intergorge, underneath the sedimentary layers, down in the igneous rock in the inner part of the gorge, but it's the same kind of rock, cardenous basalt. Which ought to be older? Well, it's obvious which should be older. Okay, let's send these rocks to the lab and see how this works out. Well, which method will we use? There are about 20 different radiometric methods, but some of them would be more appropriate for this type of rock. Here we use several different methods to date the Uinkaret basalt. 6 potassium-argon model ages were run, and the range was from 0.01 all the way to 17 million, which is a pretty good range in itself from this one lab. The rubidium-strontium came out 1270 to 1390. The lead-lead isochron, supposed to be the most accurate, came out better than 2.5 billion, which is a whole lot more than the 17 million, which was the oldest potassium-argon age. Now this is the same rock. Different methods on the same rock. Now you're told over and over again that we test and the same, the different ages come out and they are concordant and they verify one another, and this is the way we check and we know it's right because they all agree. If you chuck 40 and pick the one and then you're able to do that with the others, Maybe you can come out with something that looked concordant, but this is the real experience that we had. With the Cardenas basalts, let's see how that came out. Similar methods used, and again, that's all over the place, from 853 million to a billion. Huge range. Again, all from the same rock, just using different methods. But we compare the oldest rock from the Uinkaret Plateau that flowed over the edge and dammed up the lowest part of the canyon, and it's 2.5 billion, whereas the oldest age for the oldest rock is just barely a billion. It's less than half as old as what flowed over the top of the canyon. Now, how is it that you got the lower younger? It ought to be much. There sometimes when you can test and know, at least relatively speaking, what ought to be, and when you do, I'm sorry, it doesn't work unless you do a lot of checking, which is done, as we have demonstrated from the evolutionist himself. We decided to do some work at Mount St. Helens. This is a picture of the caldera. The center portion is of known age. This is from 1986. The eruption was 1980, but 6 years later is where most of this was extruded. We took 5 samples from the caldera, different parts of it, and sent it to the lab. Here's the rock, you date it. Tell me the age. Well, the answer came back looking like this, in millions of years. And the rock was actually 11 years old. And people will say, well, okay, it was not dating when the rock formed, but rock that was already mixed together as lava, and that's, of course, exactly right. The assumption of the potassium-argon dating, which was being used here, is that when it flows as lava, all of the argon escapes, and when it then congeals into rock, that's when the clock starts. And you're dating the time when it became hard as rock. Sorry, it doesn't all escape. There's still plenty of argon there. It doesn't work and gives absolutely absurd results. This is not unusual. And if you're checking 40 out of 41, then I think you get the picture. Radiocarbon dating is the one that we hear a good deal about. It's not nearly as significant for evolution because it covers a much shorter period of time and works somewhat differently. It covers a period of less than 100,000 years, probably more like 60 to 70,000, which I think is significant when we're talking about the age of the earth from the biblical perspective, but not the billions necessary for evolution. Robert Lee is commenting on, I think, rather objectively, the problems that have become obvious in recent years. He said, the troubles of the radiocarbon dating method are undeniably deep and serious. Despite 35 years of technological refinement and better understanding, the underlying assumptions have been strongly challenged. Now, this is not just something leaks in or leaks out. This is not just contamination. The underlying assumptions have been challenged. It forms in the upper atmosphere. The assumption is that there is the same amount relative to carbon-12 that there has been for thousands of years for the time that it's being tested. We have found that's not the case. That is, the carbon-14 is increasing. It's not staying the same. Libby, in his original work, said it would only take 30,000 years to reach this state of equilibrium, and it's not there, which is interesting. But he continues saying, it should be no surprise then that fully half of the dates are rejected. That's, I think, overstating his case. He is, of course, a believer in this and uses it. I have a friend who runs the carbon dating lab at Ball State University. He's a brother. We differ on the age of the earth. And we were discussing this, I think, in a brotherly way. And I was visiting him there at the lab, and he was dating a peat bog with the carbon-14 lab that he had, and he had chucked the first 19. He was on the 20th date. He knew it was 20,000 years old. Most of them had come out 4,000 and 5,000. Therefore, it proved that it was contaminated with recent material, so he's going to get a good one yet. But he's chucked everything he's gotten so far, 19 out of 19. And so when he says half the dates are rejected, I think he's understating the situation. He continues to say there are gross discrepancies, the chronology is uneven and relative, and the accepted dates are actually selected dates. Now, I submit to you this is not science. This is a game that's being played in order to make people look like they know what they're doing, to verify prior conclusions. Even W.D. Stanfield, who is a vicious anti-creationist, writing in his book Science of Evolution, it is obvious, and this is after we had presented some of this material, that the radiometric technique may not be the absolute dating methods they claim to be. And I think that's for obvious reasons. I think one of the best ways to approach this is to look at what might be called the proof of the pudding type arguments. Let's look at situations where we should be able to tell, at least relatively. The Grand Canyon would fit into that category. This is from the Glen Rose limestone, not too far from here. This is supposed to be 110 million, Middle Cretaceous. Well, a friend of mine, an associate, sent this to the UCLA carbon dating lab without being completely straightforward about where it came from. It came back dated at 890 years old from 110 million year old limestone. About 50 yards away, there was a carbonized stick in the same layer, and so he sent some of this to the same lab. It came back dated 12,800, which is considerably more than 800 years old, but all considerably less than the 110 million. Now, if you kept sending, you might get one that they would accept, because the response would be, well, you're crazy. You don't send material for radiocarbon dating from 110 million year old limestone. It's all gone within 50, 60,000 years. Now, it should be, but guess what? It's not. We have dated over 100 dinosaur bones now with radiocarbon dating. This is the ilium bone there from Glen Rose, supposed to be 110 million years old. It came back dated 19,000. It's a long ways from 110 million. And in 65 million years, since the dinosaur is supposed to have been extinct, all of the carbon-14 will be gone, like in 50 or 60,000 years. And so you're crazy for even trying to date dinosaur bones. If you think it's 110 million years, yes. But I don't. And we've dated over 100. Every single one of them, 100 out of 100, had significant radiocarbon in it. Therefore, I think they're playing games, and it's not 110 million years old. There are some obvious assumptions that you're not always told about. They dated it, this is how old it is. First, you have to know you're dealing with a closed system, and there virtually is no such thing. Things leak in and leak out. You have to know the beginning conditions. It's simply a matter of guessing how much lead is radiogenic and how much lead is produced naturally or is there naturally. There are some reasons for some of the assumptions, but it's a guess. And then you have to assume that the rate is constant, and there are some very serious challenges to that, and that may be even more productive than the ones we've looked at this evening. But when you see these assumptions that you don't know and can't know, and then you see that known relationships contradict, like with Mount St. Helens and the Grand Canyon, then you see why Stanfield says that there may not be good radiological clocks. He goes on to explain his statements, and age estimates on a given geological stratum by different radiometric methods are often quite different, sometimes by hundreds of millions of years, as we've shown. And so he says there is no absolutely reliable long-term radiological clock. Now, he still uses them, and believes the earth's billions of years old, but I think he's right, and I think that for, good reasons. Now, why do you think the earth's old? Radiometric dating is really not a very good reason when you learn the facts. The second answer that we get typically involves geologic phenomenon. Everybody knows it takes a long time to fossilize things and to petrify things and to have all of these layers that we see in the Grand Canyon. Takes millions and millions of years, and look at all the sedimentary rock, and it takes millions of years to form that. And we look in the textbooks of stratigraphy, tell us about the sedimentation rates. This is by Schuster. It's still in all the textbooks. And this is the standard conclusion about how long it takes to form 1 foot of Paleozoic limestone, 2,700 years. That's the majority of it. It's different rates for different portions, we're told, according to Schuster. Now, some would have it much, much older. This is actually a very conservative estimate. In 96, this book was published making the statement a rate of 1 centimeter per 1,000 years is typical. Now, that's over 30,000 years per foot. Most would say that's rather extreme, though these people from Yale and Dartmouth are very representative authorities. 30,000 years, or even 3,000 years a foot, is how this sediment accumulates and how the rocks form. It kind of reminds me of the Family Circus cartoon. The little boy says, "How big does a stone have to grow before it becomes a rock?" It's growing real slow. Do rocks grow? You know, have you seen? Or do they deteriorate? If they grew even at the slow rate, you know, you just wait long enough and you got a rock house, you could have an extra bedroom and a new den. And, no, rocks don't do that. They deteriorate, and we should understand that. But that's not the propaganda that's put out. Notice the picture here of the beautiful fossil spider, wolf spider, the fluorescent fossil beds. And there's a sign there at this national monument that says, remember, 2 inches equals 1 million years. Now, that's slower than Officer and Page, but still on the order of what you typically hear. This is what we're paying for with our tax dollars. Now, just think about this for a minute. This is the width of a human hair. How long is it going to take to cover that hair at 2 inches per million years? At Schuster's rate, that's the one that's faster than the others. 2,500 years would be required to cover one hair. And what's going to happen to the spider as it's being covered at that rate? Is it still going to be there? You're going to sit there and hold still for 2,500 years while the rock grows around it. That's the kind of thing you see in the textbooks. That doesn't even make good nonsense. If you just think, I mean, it doesn't hurt. Just think about it. There's no way that that's going to happen. Dunbar and Rogers, in their Principles of Stratigraphy, talked about this problem as a dilemma. When you look at the rocks and you see the fossils and try to imagine how this could happen slowly, you've got a problem. He says to some thoughtful stratigraphers, this amazing discovery, billions of years, presented a dilemma. For if the known stratified rocks have been accumulating throughout this vast span of time, the average rate of deposition must have been extremely slow. 3,000 years to form a foot, the faster rate instead of 30,000. Yet there is very good evidence that individual beds accumulated rapidly. Very good evidence. Now, where's the evidence, good or otherwise, that it happened slowly? No, the evidence is the opposite. What's he talking about? Well, we look at this shrimp, which is really not accurate. This is not a shrimp. This is a rock. And my question is, how long did it take that rock to form? Now just think about that. You know the shrimp is going to lay out there on the beach after it dies for years, days. How long? You ladies know you can put the shrimp in the refrigerator and it'll just stay there for years and years and years. How long is this shrimp going to look like this before it's solidified into rock? Well, if that rock is not formed within days, this picture you can't see. I mean, it just doesn't happen. These are some fish from Ennis County, not too far from where I live. Big, fat, juicy, plump fish that you lay out there in your backyard and it'll stay that way for years and years and years. How long are these fish going to stay this way? They became rock while they're still looking like this. How long did it take that rock to form? We're looking here at a picture of a fish eating his supper, a heron and a perch, which are very similar to modern ones, supposed to be 135 million years old. The big one here is about 3 feet long. I enjoy eating with my brethren from time to time, and some of them we kid about being kind of slow in their eating processes. But thousands of years is kind of not. I mean, how long did it take this fish to become a rock? He got caught eating his supper. He got caught in the concrete, if you please, fast forming concrete. We're looking here at a fern, but this fern has not had time to wilt, and it became a rock. This one is bent over, as is the live fern that we see below it. Obviously, before it wilted, how long does it take a fern to wilt? You ladies know something about that. Just a few minutes sometimes. But this one looks beautiful, and it's a rock. Now, if we just think, we ought to know that this 30,000 years afoot, 2,500 years to cover a hair, propaganda in the textbooks and in our national monuments is just not even good hogwash. We're looking here at about a 43-foot fossil tree trunk. The bottom portion of it is protruding into a coal seam, and the top of it is protruding into a coal seam. And in between you have hundreds of layers of sandstone. The coal seam obviously took hundreds of thousands of years to form. I mean, we all heard that. What's going to happen to the top of the tree while that's happening? Obviously, this is one event. This is not hundreds of thousands of years. What would it take to do something like this? Something like a flood, I think. Dunbar and Rogers, again, comment. 1,000 years, more or less, would have been required to bury a shell 5 inches in diameter. This is at the rapid Schuster rate. With very local exceptions, fossil shells show no evidence of such long exposure. Now, as he said, there's very good evidence that they formed rapidly. I want to know where the evidence is that it happened slowly. You look at the seashells. This is one from Dallas, a beautiful ammonite that's still iridescent. Some of the live shells that are iridescent, you can lay out in the sunshine and it's gone in an afternoon. This is supposed to have been there for 35 million years. I think it was fossilized very quickly. Some of you will recognize the jellyfish. That little girl defining this for us the other night. Well, she said it's just a bunch of snot. A pretty good description of it's not much, you know, it's not very stable. Lays out on the beach for how long after it dies? Long enough to be fossilized. Here are fossils of jellyfish, together with the ripple marks, which likewise don't last very long. A close-up shows even the mouth parts preserved of the jellyfish. Now you think, is it possible to do that slowly? This is an ichthyosaur that looks like a fish. It isn't. It's a reptile. It's about 28 feet long. Frozen in the limestone, Solenhofen limestone in Bavaria. Even some of the soft parts are beautifully preserved. We see the adipose tissue up here on the head, fatty tissue. And then we look closely at the interior and we see this is a Mrs. Ichthyosaur. The embryo is seen. And a number of these obviously were caught in very catastrophic circumstances and buried, and it really upset the Mrs. Ichthyosaurs because numbers of them are involved in premature birth in this one area. They got caught in a big storm and got buried by the sediment, and it really upset them, and here they are giving live birth. And I can sympathize with some of the ladies that think, well, this is going to take 100,000 years to get over. But it really doesn't. Nor did it with Mrs. Ichthyosaur. There is no way to do that. So when you look at the rocks, the geologic phenomenon, it says rapid everywhere you look. We talked about evidence for the young Earth. Well, also the evidence why they believe that it's old. Radiometric dating, well, that's not too good. The geologic phenomenon is what I really like to talk about. And from that, I think we can see good evidence, as even many of the paleontologists today, perhaps most, would acknowledge. The individual rocks happened rapidly. Dunbar and Rogers, as we saw a moment ago, says there's very good evidence that the individual beds accumulated rapidly. And he's not saying that because it's fun to say for him, but because of the kind of evidence that we were looking at. But you ain't seen nothing yet. Let's look at Willow. This is an amazingly preserved dinosaur, North Carolina State University, with heart intact. Now, we see some of these programs where they're trying to transplant the heart, and they get in the helicopter and they put the thing on dry ice and they run across the roof of the hospital and dash into. Because why? It deteriorates quickly. But this became a rock before the heart deteriorated. Here in the museum sign, what are the odds of finding a fossilized dinosaur heart? The seemingly impossible has occurred within the 66-million-year-old skeleton, which they have no doubt about, of course. Here we see the picture of the thorax, the chest, with the heart intact. And they've done CAT scans and all kinds of examination. This shows the clavicle, the collarbone, the neck bone here, but right here in the center is the heart. And there's the right ventricle and the left ventricle of the dinosaur heart. And in the center, the interventricular septum, all beautifully preserved. Now, how long did it take this? Now, this is not a heart. This is a rock. And how long did it take to form? At the rate of 2,500 years, it would cover a hair. I mean, this is idiocy. You just don't have words strong enough to describe the nonsense here. From National Geographic a few years ago, here's a mummified duck-billed dinosaur, 90% covered in soft tissue, stomach contents so well preserved, researchers can tell what he had for his last supper. But, of course, he was covered at the rate of 2,500 years to cover a hair, 30,000 years a foot. But it gets worse. We're looking here at dinosaur blood cells from a T-Rex. Blood cells, of course, last millions of years. Had to be 65 million. And this was what was written in Science Research News back in '93. Round, tiny, nucleated, they were threaded through the bone like red blood cells and blood vessels, but blood cells in a dinosaur should have disappeared eons ago. It was exactly like looking at a slice of modern bone. The bones are, after all, 65 million years old. How could blood cells survive that long? And of course, the author is just asking the question, but there was a furor, and the lady that wrote this lost her job, got in serious trouble. But she decided to do more work, and she persevered and got her doctorate. She is now Dr. Mary Switzer at North Carolina State University, and has continued this investigation and has found some amazing things published just fairly recently. Now, her colleagues will say this is impossible, but she says here it is. This is the squishy, gushy, soft tissue from a T-Rex. Now, I was writing her about this particular specimen, and she acknowledged our current theories do not account for soft tissue and cellular preservation. Never in my wildest dreams would I have predicted what we found. It's certainly not anything like what you see in the textbooks or according to the theories. It was reported in Discover in April of '06, and she was interviewed. She said, I had one reviewer tell me that he didn't care what the data said. He knew that what I was finding wasn't possible. And it's not. If it's 65 million years old, he's absolutely right. I wrote back and said, well, what data would convince you? And he said, none. Very scientific. And he's telling the truth, believe me. The evidence doesn't matter. Since then, she's just found a wealth of material in the Tyrannosaurus rex bones, the gushy, stretchy, soft tissue, blood cells, blood vessels, and it is not possible for it to be 65 million years old. The conclusion is these dinosaur fossils cannot be old. It's impossible. And of course, the evolutionist knows that. Now, let's think about that for a moment. I mean, it won't hurt. Let's try it. Okay. If the fossils in the layers are formed rapidly, and from the things we've looked at, the jellyfish, the little stretchy, gushy blood vessels, if the fossils in the layers are formed rapidly, wouldn't it necessarily follow that the layers that the fossils are in followed rapidly? I think you have to reach that conclusion. And so when we're looking at all of these layers, all of which have the kinds of fossils we're talking about in them, then we're talking about something that did not take millions of years. Well, then where is the time? And even the geologists today are saying, well, yes, we know the individual layers formed rapidly. Okay, if you know that, where's all this time? And they have an answer today. They say it's in between the layers. And I say, you mean where there is no evidence? And that kind of slows them down a little. But it's worse than that because there's evidence in between, as we'll see. But let's let them say this for us. Here's, at the time, president of the British Geological Association, in his book, New Catastrophism, president of the British Geological Association says, we cannot escape the conclusion that sedimentation was at times very rapid. You look at the trees, he referred specifically to the polystrate trees. But at other times, he says, there were long breaks in the sedimentation. Now, what's the evidence for the long breaks? Well, that's where there is none, but he's confident that it's there, admitting it looks uniform and continuous, but we know. I mean, after all, we know dinosaurs were 65 million years ago, and so there have to be breaks. It doesn't look like it, but we know there had to be. And when you look at the rocks, yes, it looks uniform and continuous. And you can tell when it's not. You have what we call bioturbidation. If a surface is exposed for any period of time, for less than a year, you've got clams burrowing, you've got worms burrowing, you've got plants sending down roots, and they just plow up the surface, and they don't leave these smooth, straight lines. They're eroded and they're plowed under or over or within. But what we're looking at here is straight and level and smooth with the interfaces perfect in many instances. But he's sure it's there somewhere. He says the geological record is constantly lying to us. You don't listen to it. It pretends to tell us the whole truth when it's only telling us a very small part of it. Nowhere in the world is the record or even part of it complete. He imagines something much more than is there. It may seem paradoxical to me, but the gaps probably cover most of Earth history. And so he's basing his conclusions mostly on what's not there. I think you ought to base your conclusions on what is there. Is that better science? It was during the breaks that most of the events probably occurred. He has faith in that. It's not because of the evidence, but it's the lack that he depends on. It's the gaps that really matter. Now that just boggles my mind that a scientist could say it's not the evidence that matters, it's where there's not evidence. That's what matters. And that's where I'm going to tell my story, and that's where most of it took place. The individual rocks, yes, they happened rapidly. Well, we've got to get time in there somewhere. It's in the gaps. That's where most of it happened. Well, let's look at some of the gaps. Here's the Coconino Sandstone and the Hermit Shale down toward the base of the Grand Canyon. And here's the interface. Now, this is it looks uniform and continuous, but according to their dating of these rocks, there's at least 110 million years in between these two layers. That's what the geologic column says. Well, there was erosion for 110 million years, which left a straight, perfectly conforming line. Flat, smooth surface, not bioturbidated, not eroded. That takes a lot of faith, doesn't it? That's certainly not what it looks like. And when we look at the canyon, that's the way it looks from one end to the other. It looks smooth and straight at the contact lines, not like there was bioturbidation, not like there was erosion. It looks like one continuous deposition. A year-long series of catastrophes, I think, would do an excellent job of explaining this. Consider the contact lines. Where there is no evidence? Well, no, there is evidence at the contact lines. Here's one of them, and we're looking at little bird tracks. And the little bird walks along in the mud, and that's going to stay there for 110 million years before the next cover comes over. Even if you did form it rapidly, and you've got the track in the rock, like in the concrete, then what's going to happen in the tens of years if this is exposed? You've got to have it covered quickly. The next one has to come quick. This is not merely a lack of evidence, but there is evidence at the interface. The most common feature in between the layers are the ripple marks. And it's been said that if you follow any bedding plane far enough, you'll find ripple marks. They're that common. Schrock, in his rock book, as we called it, Schrock's rock book, because they were one of the commonest, most widespread of original sedimentary features, ripple marks are preserved in conglomerates, sandstones, siltstones, clastic limestones, dolestones. There are no rocks that don't have ripple marks. Many examples have been described from rocks of all ages, I would say environments rather than ages, but all kinds of rocks all over the world have got ripple marks. This is from down at Glen Rose with the dinosaur tracks, which, by the way, are not going to stay there for millions of years. Any tracks are going to be eroded quickly, usually with the next rain, but ripple marks here are beautifully preserved. Now, the host layer that forms these ripple marks had to be formed rapidly in order to preserve them. These little ripple marks move from minute to minute as the water runs over the sediment at the bottom of the stream. But this is frozen in the rock. Then, once it's frozen in the rock, if it's not covered, it'll be eroded within tens of years if that surface is left exposed. And so the next layer had to be rapid to prevent erosion. And so the host rock has to be quick, and the one on top of it had to be quick, and the one on top has ripple marks on top of it, and so it had to be quick, and the one on top of it had to be quick to preserve it, and so on we go up the column. virtually all layers have ripple marks at the bedding plane, which says virtually all of these layers have to be rapid, one after the other, to form and to preserve what's at the interface, where there is good evidence. It's not just a lack of evidence, which is bad enough. There is evidence, and it's very negative when you look at the interface. But let me show you something that's a real killer. Now, you got to think a little bit. But this refutes, I think, conclusively, the picture that we're typically presented in the geologic column. Here's the Red Wall Mississippian, the most dramatic layer that you see when you go to the canyon. Mississippian is almost halfway up the geologic column. The lowest layer in the column is the Cambrian, and the Muav limestone here is Cambrian. So here's the lowest layer, Cambrian. You skip the Ordovician, the Silurian, the Devonian, and get up to the Mississippian. There's almost 200 million years that are missing between the Red Wall and the Muav. Now, how do you skip 200 million years? Well, if you've got deposition in one place, you've got to have erosion somewhere else, and so there was erosion here during that period, which left these straight level lines that you can trace for 300 miles up the canyon. But that's not the only challenge, just the fact that it's missing with a straight line in between. As you look above the Muav, you see this thin piece of red wall, but then above the red wall, you see more Muav. Now, you skip forward 200 million years, and then you come back 200 million years in order to get some more Muav, and then you go forward, and then you go backward, and then you go forward, and then you back and forth, skipping 200 million years, backwards and forwards 8 times. Ain't no way. It's interbedded, and the fundamental rules of stratigraphy indicate if it's interbedded, it must be contemporaneous, even though the geologic column says it's 200 million years apart. It can't be. It is absolutely impossible. It looks continuous without the bioturbidation. It is continuous. It cannot possibly be millions. These two cannot possibly be 200 million years apart. They are interbedded. And so geology fails. When you study the rocks, you know this story is a tale that does not fit the facts. But how do you, can you really envision forming all of these layers quickly? Well, let's look at it happening. Mount St. Helens is a demonstration of what happened. 1980, it blew its top, and the pyroclastic cloud went across the countryside at almost 200 miles an hour and laid down sediment here, forming Spirit Lake, the trees across the top. And then when Spirit Lake broke through the temporary dam, it eroded down through the newly laid sediment, leaving this huge canyon up to 600 feet thick, that is deep. Here's another picture, 600-foot cliff over here. And this is rock now. And this little trickle down at the bottom is what cut this big canyon. You think? I don't think so. It was a whole lot more water that eroded that canyon. And that reminds us of another story that's being told. But we look at the walls of this canyon, and you see these finely graduated, laminated layers that happened one afternoon at almost 200 miles an hour. We were told in class, you count these little layers, it's at least a year per layer. Probably more, but at least. And so you had the job of going out and counting the layers and seeing how many thousands of years were represented here. 600 feet of this happened in less than 3 months, most of it in one afternoon. And then with the erosion through that, you have a canyon that looks for all the world like the Grand Canyon. A 40th scale Grand Canyon, the same side slumping canyons, the same geomorphology. It reminds me of the cartoon that a friend of mine drew. This million-year-old canyon was formed by Mount St. Helens in 1980. Yeah, that's the story. But it's also the demonstration of what I believe happened. And we can see that. Did you see it forming slowly? No. You saw it forming rapidly. Which is better science? We've all seen the speleotherms in the caves, the stalactites and the stalagmites, and heard the spiel. These are hundreds of thousands of years old. I was taught in my textbook there at Indiana University it takes at least 100,000 years to form 1 cubic inch. And at that rate, it would take a long time to form these tall speleotherms. This one from North Alabama. The previous one from near Bedford, Indiana, which is not too far from where this picture was taken. This is the George Rogers Clark Memorial near Vincennes, Indiana, on the banks of the Wabash River, a clay bank here. And the limestone here was quarried from within just about 3 miles of where that slide before last was taken. Same limestone, water percolates down through the cracks in the rocks, and in the basement we have speleotherms, just like we do in the caves. The building, when these pictures were taken, was 40 years old. It's a very interesting story how these pictures were taken, because they would not allow anyone in, even the National Speleological Society. We had to threaten to cut their funding off through the legislature, which they then responded to. I think I could have had one of those columns when I finally showed up, but I did get in, and there were 5 of these columns, and they just didn't want people to know what was going on. In New Zealand, a friend of mine sent me this picture of the zinc mine. Notice the people over here in the lower right-hand corner. This was a 30-year-old tunnel with a concrete bunker there across the middle. Obviously takes hundreds of thousands of years. I have an associate who is referred to here in Arizona Highways, Jerry Trout, and a good friend who works with Jerry Trout down in South Texas, Sonora Caverns. And here they report, while some believe beautiful icicle-looking stalactites take years to form, Jerry Trout, cave specialist with the Forest Service, says that through photo monitoring he's watched a stalactite grow several inches in a matter of days. And his associate told me of being there when they set up the camera on time-lapse photography, and the thing grew past the lens and out of the frame in a month, and so they had to back up and do it quicker. It's just not so that it takes millions of years. Here's a scene from Carlsbad Cavern. Of course, there are a lot of bats flying around there, and one of them got trapped in a stalactite. Real slow bat. We're looking here at a boot. We're familiar with that here in Texas. This is from out in West Texas. Inside of it is a petrified cowboy leg with flesh, including bones, that are fossilized. Some bad things happened to him. The bottom of his foot is crushed. We found the boot. Actually, this is part of his femur down there, slammed into the boot. This is all we know about him. But when we look closely at these bones, in fact, we've taken them to a hospital here in Dallas to be CAT scanned. They tell us this is actually a part of the festered part of the wound that is now rock, that's preserved in the cowboy boot, which was made out of T-Rex skin. You think? It was actually made by the J. Letty Boot Company, and was made in the 50s. We have identified it from the stitch pattern. When the CAT scan came back, they had to have a name on it. It said, "Unfortunate Cowboy." We prefer to call him the Limestone Cowboy. One of my favorite fossils was from New Zealand. This is not a hat. This is a rock now. But obviously it doesn't take a long time. Some of you have seen the teddy bear that's petrified in the artifact room. When you look at the rapid and continuous nature of the fossil record, from the polystrate, that is through many layers, and the very detailed fossil, like the shrimp and the jellyfish and the ferns and the tall trees, you know these things don't happen slowly. You see the continuous and sequential layers clearly indicated by what's at the interface, the ripple marks, the little ephemeral bird tracks, and then Mount St. Helens demonstrating this very phenomenon. We see coal having to form rapidly with the tree extending through two coal seams with many layers in between. Oil, by the way, we can make in 6 hours. Cave formations don't take a long time. Petrification doesn't. What is there about the geologic phenomenon that takes a long time? I love to talk about it. I want to talk about fossils and rocks in terms of the age of the earth. That's my briar patch. That's where I want to go. Love to talk about it. It's all rapid. Now then, why do you think the earth's old? It's not radiometric dating. That's not too good. It's certainly not the geologic phenomenon. That says the opposite. And all we've been talking about so far is the evidence for the old age of the earth, and it really turns out to be the opposite. Let's think for just a minute about some of the young earth evidence, which we haven't really dealt with, as described by anti-creationist W.D. Stanfield. Now, he hates the creationist, written several books of it, but he says, okay, there are some indicators of a young earth, which you haven't heard about probably in the textbooks. He refers to water from volcanoes and lava from volcanoes. And when we learn how much is coming out and how many volcanoes we have, there's some very interesting information there. We've got about 600 active volcanoes in the world today, about 10,000 inactive, which I think is primarily from the time of the flood, but 600 that are now active. If we take Paracotin, which is probably the most studied volcano in the world from down in Mexico, we know how it formed and how much gas is, and most of the gas coming out is the H and the O, the H2O forming water for the first time, juvenile water. Most of it is water coming out, and then of course the lava. But there's enough water coming out that would fill the oceans. 70 of the volcanoes like this would fill the oceans in 1 billion years. It's supposed to have been 4.5 billion. In 600 of them would fill the ocean 8 times. And that's what we have active today, not counting the 10,000 inactive. What are you going to do with all the extra water? And of course, nobody thinks all the water came from volcanoes. 4 of them, with the output of lava that we see at Paracotin, would account for the entire crust of the earth in 1 billion years. And of course, a very small portion of the crust of the earth is from volcanoes. This says it's not that old, which Stanfield acknowledges. When you look at the pressure in oil reserves, we dig down and drill down and we tap some of these gas wells and it'll blow the rig way up into the sky. You've seen probably movies of that. How does this rock maintain the pressure as long as they say it's been there? You can measure the porosity of the rock, which you have to know in order to discover oil, know if the rock can hold the oil. And it's fairly simple calculation when you know the porosity to see how long the pressures could be maintained. There's no way these pressures could last more than just a few tens of thousands of years, but they're supposed to have been there for 4.5 billion or at least billions of years. We can measure very accurately the uranium accumulation in the ocean. Geiger counters, we can really, and we know how much is being delivered to the ocean each year and how much is there. Well, not just a minuscule fraction of what ought to be there if it's been going on very long. Same thing with radiocarbon in the atmosphere that we mentioned a moment ago. It would reach equilibrium in 30,000 years, according to Libby, who got the Nobel Prize for the radiocarbon system. It's not. It's about 20% short of equilibrium. Hasn't accumulated to that point and slows down as it approaches. According to Stanfield, the helium in the atmosphere ought to be at least 50,000 times greater than what it is. Now, since he wrote this, there have been some mechanisms proposed that could possibly explain that, but that's at least questionable. But that's his argument. He says there's the meteoric dust in the strata would likewise indicate a young Earth, and there are no meteorites in the strata. Some craters, maybe, obviously in some places on the surface. But here is this geologic column which records 500 million years of time. Where are the meteorites? It ought to collect them all the time, shouldn't it? But if it's a year-long series of catastrophes and just happen quickly, then we can understand there being very few. And we possibly have found a few, but they're virtually none. He says none. Population dynamics certainly argues for a young Earth. When you look at two people at the present population growth rate, from the time of the flood, time of the creation to the flood, you've got 6 billion people, at actually less than the present population growth rate. 2,500 years. What happens in 25,000 years? It fits our view, it does not fit their view. And these are the arguments of the anti-creationists. He says this is good evidence, and it is, in each instance. And those, there's quite a few of them. When you look at the evidence for the young Earth, there's a lot of good evidence, even according to the anti-creationist. When you look at the evidence for the old Earth, they're okay. Your radiometric dating and your geologic phenomena, that's not really very good evidence when you look at it carefully. We have more and better on one side of the scales. We have fewer and not so good evidence on the other side of the scales. Now, which is the better model? I think very obviously the best scientific conclusion is that the Earth is young. That's what the scientific evidence, if you just go by the science without the philosophy and the religion, or just go by the science, it fits better. We have more and we have better evidence. It fits the facts best. We're speaking this evening about the record of the rocks. As someone told me, for a fellow who has rocks in his head, this is a very appropriate subject. I plead guilty to that. I enjoy talking about the rocks. They do provide a challenge, at least in terms of the way they're typically presented. If you watch the education channels, public TV, you look in the earth science textbooks, you'll see evidence from the rocks representing that which flatly contradicts what we read in the Bible. When we look at the rocks, we're talking about not just all rocks, but the record that we have reference to involves the sedimentary rocks. That's rocks laid down by water. And if you have studied earth science, know just a little bit about geology, you understand that there is an average of about 1.5 miles of sedimentary rock that covers the continents. That's rocks laid down by water. Now, in those rocks, there are billions and billions of dead things that are fossils. Now, when you have billions and billions of dead things and rocks laid down by water all over the world, I think you've got a pretty strong argument for catastrophic judgment. But of course, the evolutionist tells us this was accomplished by a slow, gradual buildup over millions of years. And as we saw last night, I think it's accomplished by a rapid year-long series of catastrophes, that it could not be slow, and the evidence for slow is not there. But the evolutionary representation of this record of the rocks looks like this. This is in all the biology textbooks, all the earth science textbooks. And we're told that as you go further down in the rocks, you find these simple animals, and as you come up near the top, they get more complex, and then the modern animals near the top, which shows an evolutionary progression. And the record of the rocks has recorded, like a tape recorder, the evolution of life through time. That's their interpretation of what we're seeing. The biggest problem with this representation is rather obvious, and that is that you can't go out and look in the rocks and find it anywhere. It exists in the textbooks, but it does not exist anywhere on the face of the earth. That is, in the complete form that you see in the textbooks. Now, if that sounds like a rather brash statement, notice the quote from Leet and Judson, one of the typical textbooks used as a geology text in our universities. Because we cannot find sedimentary rock representing all of Earth time neatly in one convenient area, we must piece together the rock sequence from locality to locality. This process of tying one rock sequence in one place to another in some other place is known as correlation. And so instead of digging down and finding it in any one place, you find some over here and find some over there, and you tie it together and correlate it, correlate the layers, not based on what you see in any one place. As the Encyclopedia Britannica says, the end product of correlation is a mental abstraction called the geologic column. Now, you don't get that impression in the undergraduate earth science textbooks. That's a shame. But this is not concrete, if you please. It is a mental abstraction that is built together. Well, how do you build it? How do you know when you correlate whether this rock goes down or up? Well, if you're an evolutionist and you have rocks with simple animals, where do they go? They go on the bottom. I'm somewhat oversimplifying, but that's a general picture of what's happening. R.H. Rastell in the Encyclopedia Britannica puts it this way: it cannot be denied that geologists are here arguing in a circle. The succession of organisms has been determined by a study of their remains embedded in the rocks, and the relative ages of the rocks are determined by the organisms they contain. Now, let me illustrate and simplify, somewhat oversimplifying, but still not misrepresenting. A person says, we have a primitive fossil here. Okay, how do you know? And of course, that would go on the bottom of the column. But how do you know that's a primitive fossil? Well, it's found in an old rock. All right, that would make sense. If you've got an old rock, it'd be a primitive fossil. But now, how do you know that this is an old rock? Well, it's got a primitive fossil in it. And this is obviously not proving anything. But that is how this column in its complete form is built. You don't determine the kind of rock it is by the kind of rock it is, but by the critters that you find in it, the dead things in the rock, and how primitive you think they are. There are a number of other problems with it as well. For one thing, as we look at this column, we see mostly animals with backbones, or the vertebrates. Relatively speaking, they just virtually don't exist in the fossil record. It's mainly clams and more clams, at least proportionately. It's skewed, obviously, to the more impressive, larger animals, whereas at least 95% of the entire fossil record is composed of marine invertebrates. But you virtually see none of those in the geologic column. Of the 5% that's left, 4.5% are plants and algae. We hadn't gotten to the vertebrates yet, which are mostly what you see represented in the column. The vertebrates are about 1/100th of 1%. Not 1%, 1/100th of a percent. That's just virtually not there. Most of it's, well, why don't you then represent it with marine invertebrates? Somebody might get the impression this is a marine deposit, or maybe a flood deposit, which was the impression of the founders of the discipline of geology. They all thought that, because I think that's what it clearly indicates for reasons we'll be looking at. The father of modern stratigraphy, Nicholas Steno, is touted as a hero today in all the geology textbooks. Patton's Evolution of the Earth says, besides correctly interpreting fossils, the result was the formulation of the most basic principles for analysis of Earth history. Steno showed great insight, and he's the one that started it, and his rules are the ones you have to memorize in order to pass stratigraphy today. Steno's axioms provide the ultimate basis of practically all interpretation of Earth history, so their importance can hardly be overemphasized. I had one geology professor interrupt a presentation I was making down at Lamar University. We know all about Nicholas Steno. We have to memorize his 12 axioms, and she had to rattle them off right in the middle of the presentation. Well, I'm glad that you know about him and understand Nicholas Steno. But do you know how he thought this record came to be? Well, yes, he was an evolutionist. Well, that's just not the case. His book was on display in Cambridge, where I was doing work there at Trinity College, and this is a picture of that book, and it's in the fly piece stating it's dedicated to the proof of the Noachian deluge. This is where he was coming from. In fact, it was revealed, and it's just pretty much a revelation, last year in geology, that Steno believed in a universal flood throughout his life. This is how he explained it, and he understood it well enough to write the rules that you still have to memorize if you're going to pass stratigraphy. Now, people will say, well, this flood geology is a bunch of foolishness. It won't really explain what we see in geology. Is that so? Nicholas Steno refutes that. This was his concept, and he was a pioneer who was a genius. And if you don't understand what he understands, you can't do geology today. Building on his work, men like Whitcomb and Morris wrote the Genesis flood, compiling the evidence from geology together with what we know in Genesis, and showing that this is the best explanation for what we see in the rock record. Interestingly, John C. McCampbell agreed to write the foreword to this book. He's an evolutionist, professor and head of the Department of Geology at the University of Southeastern Louisiana. And he says in that foreword that the facts of geology do fit this explanation, and that the authors make a very strong case for this explanation and present a serious challenge to the evolutionary interpretation. Now, he didn't say their view fits, our view doesn't, but he came pretty close. Even though he's an evolutionist, it does fit. And so when people say, well, it's just no way that a flood can explain what we see in geology, well, they just don't know what they're talking about. But if you had a flood, wouldn't it just mix everything up? Not necessarily. You have floods that bury things basically where they are, transporting sometimes, but the general rule is things get buried where they live, and not everything lives at the same place. Things that live at the bottom of the ocean would be buried in different places from things that live up here in Texas. And you see gradations even in the ocean. The Cambrian, the bottom lowest layer as defined by the evolutionist, is ocean bottom. Critters that lived on the bottom of the ocean, some of them very complex, as we'll see. And the Ordovician lived a little higher. The Devonian still higher, with some amphibians. And the worldwide flood would bury organisms where they lived, and I think we see that, at least in a general way, and I underscore that because there's going to be some mixing, but in a general way, that would be reflected. And as we see and imagine the water rising, we would see different environments being buried. Now, they're not all together in one place, and you may have 2 or 3 of these in one place, but seldom more than that. But here, putting them together, it would leave a picture like this, and then when buried, we can see that it would leave a deposit that would have some kind of an order. Here we see the kind of deposit that would segregate and separate the groups of animals, and they would be buried separately, not because they're separated by millions of years, but because they live in different places, and that's where they'd be buried. Now, you don't have this kind of an ordered sequence. This is an arranged, skewed misrepresentation of what's actually there. It's a conceptual correlation that is useless as proof of evolution because it's based on the circular logic. But you do see a general order, I think, that reflects the ecology that we can observe today. I do think this representation, however, is useful as a model, as a representation of what ought to be if evolution is true. Now, we don't assume the thing to be true, build an illustration of it and say, see, it's proved. That's the circular logic. It's not proof. But it's a good model. It's an illustration of what ought to be if evolution is true. We have an alternative model, and then we compare that with the real world, with the facts, and that's how we test. We don't just holler and see who can say it's proved loudest. We look at the evidence and we see which fits the facts best. How do you test this model against the facts? I think Stephen Stanley does a good job of describing how that test should proceed from Johns Hopkins University. He's a very famous geologist, and he says topsy-turvy fossils would test it. We'll look at a fuller description of that before we conclude tonight, but this idea of things that are supposed to be at the bottom on top or things supposed to be on the top on bottom, topsy-turvy fossils, would disprove evolution. Any topsy-turvy sequence of fossils would force us to rethink our theory. And so if you're finding things that are supposed to be on the bottom up at the top, then you've got a problem. Well, you should have. The problem for the evolutionist is we find that kind of thing all the time. That's really not that unusual. They're called living fossils. Niles Eldredge wrote a book about that. He's the curator of the American Museum of Natural History and professor at Columbia. He says there seems to have been almost no change in any part we can compare, that is, of these ancient fossils supposed to be down at the bottom that are found alive today. We've not completely solved the riddle of living fossils. That would be a topsy-turvy fossil, but there's so many and it's so common they really just don't pay a whole lot of attention to it. They really want the other kind of contradiction, as we'll see. But to give an illustration of what he's talking about with living fossils, maybe the most famous one is the coelacanth. Beautiful fossil here of a rather strange-looking fish, but one that we find rather commonly in the fossil record. Described here by Keith Thompson, who's president of the Academy of Natural Sciences, as a living fossil. He says in his book, a fish thought to be extinct for 70 million years, which is about the time the dinosaurs have been extinct. The fish was a coelacanth, an animal that thrived concurrently with the dinosaurs, but from the point where they're supposed to have gone extinct, all the way up the column, you find no coelacanths and virtually no dinosaurs. They look quite like the what? The modern forms. Yes, we have found them. Now, he says we have no fossil coelacanths younger than the late Cretaceous. That's where the dinosaurs are supposed to have gone extinct. And so we've got plenty of them up to that point. From that point forward, nothing. But so far, we've caught about 600 of them out in the ocean since 1937 when we found the first one. But they were extinct at the same time, well, because we don't have them in the column. If they stop in the column and you don't have them above, I think that just means they didn't live at these places. They lived at these places. And the fact you don't find them up here doesn't mean that they're not still around somewhere. That's the topsy fossils, the thing supposed to be at the bottom that you find at the top. Alan Turner refers to that, and especially the implications regarding extinction, in September of this year. Paleontologists really don't know the answer to that. You think some of these quotations are maybe from 5 or 6 years ago, and you're like, well, surely they've learned something since then. Well, this is pretty much up to date, I think, September 6, 2007. We don't know the answer to that. Why some animals survive extinction, others don't, is one of the most difficult questions in paleontology, and why you see this thing that's obviously extinct according to the column, but swimming around, they don't know. it does falsify the idea that because you don't find it above a certain point, it's extinct. And you have literally hundreds of examples of that. But the thing that really is a test in the mind of the evolutionist is the other kind of contradiction. What's supposed to be up found down, or what we'll call the turvy fossils. Because if the mammals had not got there yet and you find them down here at the bottom, then obviously you got a real challenge. Richard Dawkins describes the implications. We've spoken about him several times this week. We should be very surprised, for example, to find humans appearing in the record before mammals are supposed to have evolved. If a single well-verified mammal skull were to turn up in 500 million-year-old rocks, our whole modern theory of evolution would be utterly destroyed. So he's got his chin out pretty far here. You can't find this. And he's rather confident, because if you do find it, then he's got answers for that too. For example, we have found that kind of thing rather commonly. One very obvious and dramatic example is near LaSalle, Utah, where perfectly modern human skeletons replaced with malachite are found in a layer that's also found at Dinosaur National Monument, one that is known for its dinosaurs, in the Dakota sandstone. So the key phrase in his statement is, if a well-verified mammal skull were to show up, and when you find it, it's not going to be verified. It must have fallen down a crack, they crawled back in a cave, this is a mine collapse, or any kind of explanation. Don't have to have evidence for it. You know dinosaurs didn't live with humans. They were 100 million years apart, most of them. And so if you find them together, something bad happened. Something got messed up. Well, we went back to the site to see if we could, well, verify. And it's a part of an open pit copper mine, just about 20 miles south of Moab. And where you see the backhoe here is where the skeletons were found. Here's one of them still in the rock. This is 50 feet down in the Dakota sandstone. And you see in the lower right-hand corner the pelvis, the knee up near the top, the foot over in the lower left. This one is articulated, or together as in life. Most of them are just bones piled together, as is the case here. Some of these look like they go together. They really don't. They're just piled together. This is one that had been out of the rock for about 5 minutes when we washed it off there with a canteen and held it up for the picture. It's replaced with malachite, which obviously shows it's not a recent burial. It contains no collagen. That typically takes about 1,000 years to dissipate. And so this is an excellent turvy fossil. I think there's as much verification as you could ever find. We talked to the fellow who actually uncovered it with the bulldozer. Ironically, his father drove the bulldozer at this spot numbers of years ago. This is Dave Fuller, and he's pointing to the spot where this was found, says there were no broken layers, there were no caves, no mine. Looking at a side view, we see the mining operation of the 30s where his father drove the bulldozer, and they hit rocks so hard that they were tearing up the bulldozers. And so it stopped and went out of business and didn't start again until the 70s. And then they went on down to this level where the skeletons were found. Again, a diagram here shows the mining operation of the 30s and then the 70s. Here the road cut was done in 1930, and prior to the road cut, this was completely continuous. The skeletons were found here, again 50 feet down in the Dakota sandstone. There is zero evidence for the intrusional burial of these skeletons. In fact, just overwhelming evidence against it. If they're before 1930, this is the way it looked. And remember then what Dawkins says, if you can well verify it, his conclusion is evolution would be utterly destroyed. I think that's exactly what's happened. But anytime you find bones, they're going to be intrusionally buried. That's just the assumption. But he goes on in this discussion of what would test and falsify evolution, saying, ironically, it's also the reason why creationists are so keen on the fake human footprints which were carved during the Depression to fool tourists in the dinosaur beds of Texas. So he's heard about our work down at Glen Rose all the way from Oxford. He refuses to come look, but he's sure that they're fake, but understands that if they were real, this would falsify and utterly destroy. And of course, one of the main reasons for the interest is that you can't intrusionally bury footprints, can you? They are where they are. You can't erode them and redeposit, and they don't fall down cracks. And so this is really better evidence than the bones, which he understands. Several of you here have traveled with us down to Dinosaur Valley State Park and seen the footprints there. This is where the Paluxy River runs through the park, and there are just all kinds of dinosaur tracks all over the place down there. They were made famous back in the 40s by Roland T. Byrd, who published a number of articles, and we can see the big sauropod-like elephant tracks almost, and then the three-toed theropods. Here's one of those three-toed tracks, which is rather unusual. It's raised, which caused us to do some head scratching here. How is it? The tracks should be depressed, shouldn't they? Well, yes, but what happened here, the dinosaur stepped, sunk down, left the depressed track. Other material washed over, filled it in, and what filled it in became harder when it became rock, so that when it's later uncovered and erosion now affects it, the center, the infill, is resistant, more resistant to erosion than what's around it, and so it winds up being raised. This is the raised infill. That's significant for some points we'll make again in a moment. But in addition to tracks like this, we also have tracks that look like this. Wonder what that could be. Well, it couldn't be a human track. They were 100 million years apart from the dinosaurs, according to the evolutionist. If they're together, it would utterly destroy, and so this one has to be carved, and this is Dawkins' conclusion. We'll come back to that in a moment. I was somewhat intimidated by the objection because it was just almost too good to be true, and so we looked around for some that weren't quite so good and found some as well. Here's one in the lower right-hand corner that was identified by the Dallas Crime Lab as a human footprint. By the same criteria, they identify footprints at a crime scene, along with dinosaur tracks that had just been excavated. And some of the tracks that we found were very, very human-like. But the explanation was either that this is erosion or they were carved. It has to be one or the other. So we got a new set of objections. Instead of falling down a crack or intrusionally buried, now then it's erosion or carved. Well, Stan Taylor decided to test some of these ideas back in the early 70s, taking a bulldozer, a backhoe, and following a trail of two tracks that were seen there in the river that came out of the riverbank. Well, they're alternating layers of clay and limestone and clay and limestone, about 6 feet of them there. And if he removes that and these tracks continue back up under the bank, what would that say about the idea they'd been carved? That'd pretty well rip it, wouldn't it? He did, and yes, found 9 more tracks, for a total of 11, in a right-left pattern, some of them very clear and obvious with the mud push-up around it that you can see here, again arguing against the erosion factor. That doesn't leave a ring around the shape. And so a lot of people got excited about this. It looked like very good evidence, and then Glenn Kuban came up with an explanation, and he got Humanist of the Year for this explanation. He says, are these kind of duck-looking tracks, and there are several of those in the area, erode to look like the one on the right, but the elongate tracks, like you see here at B, erode over a period of time to finally wind up looking like the one down at the lower right-hand corner, and that's kind of human-like, and so these are just eroded dinosaur tracks. And now then we don't have to worry about that anymore. However, when you go back and look at these tracks, here are some of the dinosaur tracks with that infill that was harder. And what happens with erosion here? It gets sharper and clearer because the infill is harder. And when you look at a side view, the three-dimensional aspect of this shows the center being raised, and that's not going to erode to look like a human track, is it? It looks more like a dinosaur track with more erosion. And some of the casts that were made by Stan Taylor were so detailed. Does this look like an eroded dinosaur track? I mean, they're just too much detail for that to be a credible thought. You put a human foot in it and it fits perfectly. The one that really persuaded me, and I was trying to play the devil's advocate, is there some way that this could be explained, was this track. And you have to, and this, we extended that 11 track series to 14. This was one in the extension. You have to look at this a minute to really see it. As we highlight this area, you can see the dinosaur portion of it. It's about 25 inches long, but look what is in the middle of it, with all 5 toes and instep and heel. But this one is perfect. Several were saying, well, maybe it's erosion. Others were saying maybe it's carved. And when you get both, you know it's right in the middle and is exactly as good as it can get. We made a presentation of this at a national science meeting up in Tennessee. Glenn Kuban was there, who won Humanist of the Year for explaining these away. He was on the plane the next morning and in the river that afternoon with a long iron pole. And we got several calls saying he's out there with an iron pole, and got out there, and by the time we got there, it looked like this. It had just been beaten to pieces. Of course, we had excellent cast and stereo photographs and hundreds of photographic documentations, but he was evidently pretty impressed with the footprint. As you go further up the trail, this is several tracks ahead, you see another. Now, there are 134 dinosaur tracks on this platform and 14 human tracks going through the middle. And sometimes they're beside and across and just outside, sometimes within. Here again, within. Notice the 3-toed dinosaur track up in the anterior or forward portion of the track, but in the back portion, it looks like that depressed area is where somebody stepped on it. Again, from a side view of that same track, you see the 3 toes to the right, almost flush, and perhaps will be raised with further erosion, but the depressed portion fits the human foot just perfectly. When you put your foot in it, it's like a glove. Now, this one is a right. What should we have ahead of it? We should have a left. Here's the next one. And it's right, left for 14. Looking at a side view of this track, you can see that the dinosaur track is beside it. And, of course, the sandbags in the back, it's in the bottom of the river. It's a lot of work to get to do that. It's consistently 11.5 inches. And this is an overview of the entire 14-track trail. Now, when you get 14 in a right-left pattern, consistent in length, you're not looking at erosion. And, of course, it was excavated, most of it, from under the overburden, which eliminates the carving. Now, you can see some strange things in the rocks that look like, wow, that maybe it looks like an Indian head when you go to the cave, and look at the cave. You look up in the clouds and you see, wow, that looks like a bird, and maybe some of these tracks just happen to look like a human foot. This was a sign I saw up in Oklahoma not long ago. You look at that and you say, well, maybe that's a funny looking cloud, but when you see the rest of it, you you think somebody's messing with the clouds here. Because you got more than one, and that's not going to happen. You look at the old man in the mountain. That's maybe erosion, right? But how do you know that this is not erosion? Well, if you see 4 old men in the mountain, you've got a pretty good idea, don't you? Well, here you've got 14 in a right-left pattern that says, hey, this is not erosion, and it's not carved. This becomes the perfect Turvey fossil. We did the measurements and the analysis. All of them look at least like a general human footprint, consistent in length, more so than the dinosaur tracks, some of which are still being revealed. 7 of them have toes. Of course, we've shown you the most dramatic ones. That's very unusual with fossil footprints. Mary Leakey's tracks over in Africa, several spreads in National Geographic, none of them have toe. Well, you can see the great toe in some, but none individual toes. You can distinguish right from left in 12 of the 14. 2 of them are just kind of oblong, and when Glenn Kuban lectures on this subject, guess which 2 he shows you? We did a double-blind test at Kansas State University with the psych department, showing pictures. First, what are these? And 97% said they're human footprints. Then we got real rough on the college students. Tell us if they're rights or lefts. And 87% got exactly what we predicted. 12 out of 14, that's just about precisely what we expected. And none of them were consistently different, so that you can say it is consistently rights and lefts where they ought to be. Now, this is the way you do science. Dawkins sits behind his desk at Oxford and says, no way, it's impossible. And we get out and do the work. And I think you can see the difference. This, I think, is the perfect turvy fossil. You can't fall down a crack, intrusionally bury them. They can't be carved. They were excavated from under the overburden. It's not erosion. You got 14 in a right-left pattern. And I just really enjoy presenting this on the college campus and then sitting back and saying, okay, now, what's your explanation? I was at a university up in Tennessee several years ago speaking to a group of about 50 senior geology students, and they turned around after I finished to the head of the department. Okay, what do you have to say? And he said, of course, we don't know that there weren't dinosaurs back there with human feet. And I thought a minute. I said, well, I guess that's right. It could have been. I also don't know that there weren't humans back there with dinosaur feet. Wouldn't that make about as much sense? I said, wouldn't it be more reasonable to think these things look like dinosaur feet were made by dinosaurs, these things look like human feet were made by humans? No, he wouldn't agree. And I said, well, if they were made by humans, would they look any different? And he just got up and left. And about half of that, well, a significant portion of that group became creationists. But dinosaurs with human feet is their explanation. Dr. Chuck Finsley, who was curator of the Dallas Museum of Natural History for some 30 years, recently retired, came down to Glen Rose and looked at it. He wanted to display some of the dinosaurs we'd excavated. And we made him look at the tracks. And he got a little upset and left. And came back about a month later and got upset and left. Third time down, he said, Dr. Patton, I think I've got an explanation for you. I can tell you what made these human-looking footprints. He says, I think they were made by aliens. Very serious. And I kind of snickered, and he got aggravated. And I said, well, Chuck, if they're made by aliens, I guess they came from a galaxy far, far away. They'd be more advanced than we are. What are they doing running around barefooted? He left. But this is the best they can do. I think you just ought to take the evidence for what it is instead of desperately trying to explain it away. It kind of reminds me of the Far Side cartoon by Gary Larson. Here's Professor Farrington and his controversial theory that dinosaurs were actually the discarded chicken bones of giant alien picnickers. That sounds pretty far out to me. If you want to draw a cartoon, I think the reality would be more like this. In the throes of a catastrophic flood, as they were trying to escape, they were running, and these were the ones that missed the boat. When we exposed this material, and I think solved the riddle of several of the questions that had been asked, found extra tracks, documented the right-left pattern, the length and consistency of the trail. Many were pressed with coming up with an answer. What do you say? Well, the typical thing they say, just predict it. Well, you need more evidence. You can always say that. You need more evidence, and they do. And so in 2000, with the drought in this area, we noticed that this trail that's coming across what's called the Patton, the trail that's going across it here, we could see more of it because the water had gone down. And so we decided to pump the river dry. And so we got quite a few pumps and 30 or 40 people down there pretty regularly for over a 3-month period. And with a lot of work, a lot of shovels, a lot of movement of dirt and watering a lot of farmers' fields on either side of the river, we pumped it dry and followed that trail and exposed the longest consecutive dinosaur trail on the American continent. 154 dinosaur tracks over 500 feet long, and they're not only the longest trail, but they may be the clearest and most spectacular trail. The sharp detail is just awesome. Now, it really infuriated the fella at the state park who had gotten his PhD studying these tracks that a creationist made such a find right under his nose. But we know what dinosaur tracks look like and excavated the longest trail on the American continent. Only one other in the world longer, in Turkmenistan. There's nothing here that looks like dinosaur tracks at all, but when you go up ahead, it crosses this trail of human tracks that are very consistent in length, right-left pattern, all 5 toes, instep and heel. Then we presented that, and guess what they said then? Well, you need more evidence. And, okay, let's try the platform up ahead this time, and we moved ahead. And this platform, we had to go down 3 or 4 layers till we got to the print layer, and sure enough, there's about 100 dinosaur tracks on this platform with 15 human tracks going right through the middle of it. Different individual. This one was consistently about 10 inches, but the right-left pattern is obvious. And we look at a close-up here of the center, and we see 2 tracks that are slightly raised, like the dinosaur footprints, but you can see that they match on either side. But the one on the right looks like something stepped in the back of it, doesn't it? And it's depressed. It's not raised. It came along after the infill had filled in the other tracks. Looking at a close-up of the one on the right, we'll see there is that duck-shaped dinosaur track that matches the one next to it perfectly, but again, the depressed track within it is just perfect. And if we had enough dark, you could actually count the knuckles and the toes here. And that's in a sequence of 15 in a right-left pattern. Okay, you want some more evidence? It just keeps piling up, and they keep evading. I think we have just very exciting evidence to confront the evolutionary theories here. We went back to the Burdick track. This one was one that had to be carved. It was too good to be true because, it looked awfully good. So I said, is there some way we can tell if this is carved or not? Well, when you section across it, sometimes, as indicated in the question a moment ago, you can see disturbed material underneath the surface. And so we sectioned, as you can see, several places. Here is a section at the heel, and in the center you can see the displaced, disturbed material. Is this a carved track? Now, this is original impression. Carving would cut across rather than corresponding with the disturbed material. We presented this at a science meeting in Dallas, and it got rather quiet. And then finally one person said, well, this is obviously a real track, but it must be a dinosaur track that somebody carved toes on. And I'm glad he did that, because then we proceeded to section across the toes, as you can see here. And this is a real reach, because sometimes you section a dinosaur track and you see nothing. But we were lucky with the fine-grained limestone preserved a lot of detail. Here is a section across the toes, and especially there at the great toe, you can see the following contours rather than cutting across them. Looking at a close-up here, and actually there are structures under each of the toes, but very dramatic at the great toe. And so we verify even at the toes that this is not a carved track. Then we get a new set of objections. They say, well, but it's too broad at the front, it's too narrow at the heel, and look at the center, it's raised. Tracks are not supposed to be raised in the middle. And of course, they had no idea what tracks are supposed to look like, and we didn't either. And so we went out and did some science. We got some junior high kids to make some tracks in the concrete. And we found out that standing tracks and walking tracks and running tracks are pretty easy to distinguish. They all look different. And what we're looking at here is a running track. Here is a little 12-year-old girl that made these tracks, running both toward and away from us, looking at two here going in opposite directions. We can see the broad front here and the toes that are spread out, the narrow heel, and look at the raised center. When you're running, you push off with your toes, and so you have a broader front, and you rock over the center and leave the... We didn't know that, but what we learned indicated that if it were different, it would be wrong. The Burdick track is a very good running track. Difficult even to make one that good today, but the same general configuration. Also in the area, we had a large cat track. There were 7 of these. Dawkins said a large mammal skull. I think a large mammal foot would fit the bill as well. This one is large. We talked about large animals the other evening. This one's 9 inches across. Big cat. And that would utterly destroy, according to Dawkins' criteria. We sectioned here across this, which they'd have to say was carved. And again, you see the following contours across the pad of the cat track, showing that this is not carved either. This is a turvy fossil. All of this, of course, around Glen Rose. Let's go down to Sonora, Texas. Here is a sequence of 3 tracks. One of them, you can see very clearly, is not just erosion in the rock, but very much like a human track. There are 9 of them in a right-left pattern that can be followed there at Sonora. Up in the Panhandle at Stinnett, Texas, there's been on display for about 30 years a rock slab there in the center of the courthouse that obviously looks like a human foot in the Permian rock. This is supposedly 100 million years older than the ones at Glen Rose. Well, this has to be carved. It's just too clear, the little small foot and then the big one. But look at the thin layer that's revealed here by the broken section, and compare it with the depth of the track looking sideways, and you can see that the depth is considerably deeper than that little thin layer, and if it were carved, what would happen to that little thin layer? It would penetrate, wouldn't it? And it didn't. So we can see good indication this is not a carved track. We have found out where this came from, the area. We've done a lot of research. We're doing an excavation beginning in 2 weeks there at Stinnett, and hope to find some more in place. But we don't find them just at Glen Rose by any means. This one is in New Mexico, again in the Permian, even worse for the evolutionists than the situation at Glen Rose. The photograph is a little bit deceitful in that you wouldn't see that picture if you walked up on it. It's an extremely shallow track, and you have to have it wet and the sun angle just right in order to get the pretty picture like this. But when you do, you can see this very obviously is a clear track, but it's one that is like the kind of footprints you'd leave when you're walking with a wet foot on a tile floor. You're not sinking down that much. You get the hourglass shape with the little dots at the end, but we recognize that shape, don't we? And that's obviously a turvy fossil. In Turkmenistan that we mentioned earlier, there are a lot of dinosaur tracks. This is from Pravda, under the headline, Human Footprints Found on Dinosaurs Plateau. Turkmenian Plateau contains more than 3,000 footprints, but among the most mysterious fact is that among the footprints of dinosaurs, footprints of bare human feet are found. We've contacted a number of Russian scientists. They don't like to talk about it, not all of them. Some of them actually do and have gotten in trouble as a result of it. We had this fellow who had published Science in the USSR, agreed to carry us there. He was head of the geology department at the University of Turkmenistan. I got the visa, wasn't cheap. ready to go, and they fired him, and he had to leave the country. When we applied for the permits, they found out we were coming. They don't like that to be known. But in this journal, he says, if we speak about the human footprint, and notice he's still just a little bit equivocating here, it was made by a human-like animal. He's not really sticking his neck out there, but obviously so. Incredibly, the footprint is on the same plateau where there are dinosaur tracks. And he's led 3 expeditions there to investigate. He has offered to carry us sneaking across the border from Kazakhstan, where he is now. It's about 6 miles from Afghanistan, and we decided that we're going to wait a little while. This amazing fossil is from the Glen Rose area. This is my daughter's finger underneath. We recognize what that looks like. But there are lots of rocks that just happen to look like things accidentally. And so we wanted to see if there's any interior structure. Sometimes you find that in fossils, sometimes you don't. And so we sectioned here at a severe angle to get more information to see if there's any interior structure there. And sure enough, right at the intersection, right where it's supposed to be, we see the bone material in the center of this fossil finger. This is Dr. Dale Peterson of Oklahoma City. The last time I heard him lecture on this, it was an hour-and-a-half lecture, and you don't want to know all about that. But he did the CAT scans and traced ligaments from one end to the other, and he has absolutely no doubt, as a professional anatomist, that this is a human finger. A little further south, 100 miles south of Glen Rose, we go near London, Texas, down toward Junction, Fredericksburg, in that vicinity. And in this picturesque spot, a number of years ago, a gentleman was fishing and looked at a rock and saw something sticking out of it and picked it up and hit it, and lo and behold, it's got a hammer in it. And the rock from this area, you look on all the geologic maps, this is Lower Cretaceous, the same formation at Glen Rose, but lower down in the formation, supposed to be 140 million. But this is steel with an iron hammer. It's not hammer steel, it's a different type. No hammer is sold today made of this. The wooden handle is partially colified with quartz and calcite crystals in it, encased in the Cretaceous sandstone. I don't think the dinosaurs made that, but it's found in the rocks with the dinosaurs. Up in Oklahoma, we found this iron pot, which was in the coal that's supposedly 300 million years old. Man, according to the evolutionists, it's been around maybe 1 million, 2 million, depending on how you define him. But 295 million, you've got an iron pot. And this is the affidavit of the fellow who was working in the utility department there, stoking the big furnace, and he took a sledgehammer and broke the coal open, and out fell the pot with the cast and the mold on either side. Not supposed to be there. Similar situation here with this bell that was found in North Carolina a number of years ago, encased in coal, again with the cast and mold on either side. A close-up shows that this is not like things that we know about today, but it was encased in the coal. We have not only an affidavit from him, but he passed a lie detector test with flying colors that his story was true. And so the evidence just accumulates. Travel with me to Utah. This is near the Four Corners area, near Blanding, Utah, under the arches at Natural Bridges National Monument. And here, Dr. Swift down there, who was working with me, is pointing up where the arrow is to a protected area where the Anasazi Indians did their petroglyphs about 1,000 years ago, according to the park rangers. And you climb up there on that little ledge and look at that, and you see a number of the petroglyphs. It's covered with heavy desert varnish so that it's difficult to photograph. But right over my head, you see the Anasazi warrior and then the snakes. But then right beside me, if we highlight the significant area, you can see the dinosaur. which even the secular archaeologists have acknowledged sure looks like a dinosaur, and covered with the varnish so that the antiquity is really not questioned. We go not too far from there, but over into Colorado, we see the three-horned dinosaur with the frill on its back. Looks more like a triceratops than the people. Look like people. This is done by the Fremont Indians, who were contemporary with the Anasazi. And then we go to the Grand Canyon. We see what appears to be in the shape of maybe an Allosaurus. Someone shot him in the tail, which shows you what it looks like if you break through that heavy desert varnish, which indicates its antiquity. There was a write-up by a representative for the American Museum of Natural History in 1924 of this site describing Indians drawing dinosaurs, though they wouldn't do that today. Not because the evidence is not there, they just wouldn't do it. We travel down to Peru, and this is Dr. Javier Cabrera, who was 20 years head of the Department of Medicine at the University of Lima, retired to be cultural anthropologist in Inca, ancestor of the conquistadors, has a big 300-year-old castle there on the town square, and has a collection of Inca burial stones that begun to be made by his father back in the 30s. He's continued that collection. These are stones that are buried with in the tombs with the Incas, and they have scenes carved over them, most of them. He has a collection now of over 11,000 of these burial stones. About a third of them are the most disgusting pornography you've ever seen, but about a third of them have dinosaurs on them. Here is one in place in the tomb, but looking at a close-up of these stones, you can see the rather artistic rendition of the dinosaur. Interestingly, this one has the dermal frills on its back. When Mr. Sinclair did his sign with the dinosaur, he didn't know that it had frills on its back, but they did it right. This was written up in Geology magazine in 1992 for the first time, and we found them well preserved. But there are thousands of these stones. This is one of the larger ones. Again, rather artistically rendered. Looking at a close-up, you can see the dinosaur in the upper right-hand corner with the man foot in his mouth. All shapes and sizes and types of stones and styles of rendering, certainly not done by the same individual. Some of them are almost oriental looking, and some of them rather literal looking. Here's one with a number of different species on it, but thousands of them. We have a number of others who have collected as well. We have a collection at the Aeronautical Museum in Lima. There were hundreds here. There are 40 that are left. They've been raided, I think sold maybe illegally. But you can still see the stones, some of the ones that are not as elaborate and beautiful as in the Cabrera collection, but obviously recognizable. Still in the National Aeronautical Museum, there's also a display in the Naval Museum, and at least 2 other museums that I know of in Peru. Some of them are still being excavated. This was one that was excavated in 2006 that is in the artifact room. It has 2 dinosaurs on it. Slightly different type stone from Cabrera's, raised instead of incised, but still the same general picture. Also in the tombs you find burial cloths with the same kind of motif there. Obviously, the big claws and the teeth representing dinosaurs. You see it on their pottery. That's relatively easy to date. These are dated at about 2,500 years ago. These are the mochi pots, and the style is well known and documented and represented in the national museums. This one's in the National Museum in Lima. It says circa 2,500 years ago. Up in northern Peru, you have a good deal of gold in some of the ruins and tombs. This is a death mask, but look on either side of the face. Again, the dermal frills across the back, the tail curling up over, and the huge teeth. These people were seeing dinosaurs 2,000, 3,000 years ago. Now, we're told that we've known what dinosaurs look like for maybe, well, the first ones found in 1820, we didn't know what they looked like very well. The restorations were silly. After the turn of the century, early 1900s, we got a fair idea, and really not an excellent idea. And, well, 1992, we learned the brontosaurus type had frills on its back. These people didn't show a gradation in learning. They got it right from the start. Likewise in Mexico, we've made a number of trips there in central highlands near Acambaro in the state of Guanajuato. Dr. Swift and I have been down there a number of times investigating. It took that many times to get through all the bureaucracy. When we got there, they were being hidden in the back of the police department. But it was a collection made by Waldemar Julsrud back in the early 1900s of some 30,000 ceramic figurines, about 10% of which are of dinosaurs, but a wide range of animals and creatures. Some of the brontosaurus type were standing up. We didn't know that until recently. Bacher's book, Dinosaur Heresies, published in '86, was really the first one who suggested that. And then, of course, Spielberg convinced us all they stood up. But this is exactly the way they're rendered by the artist, and these date to well before the time of Christ from several sources. Again, there are thousands of them, and the styles indicate far more than one artist. One of the professors from the University of Texas at Arlington, who is an art professor, said there were at least 100 different artists represented in the collection, would be his estimate. This is my wife's favorite. Obviously, if you've got one that looks like a dinosaur, a man did it, but sewing them together is interesting. Man and dinosaur obviously live together. You pick up any of the dinosaur books today, and how does it start out? Millions and millions of years ago. And then the second paragraph says, no man ever saw a dinosaur. And that's just like you can't write a dinosaur book unless you start that way. It ain't so. Year before last, we traveled to Cambodia, following evidence that had been forwarded to us by one of the tour guides there who had seen our website. And we had done some research and confirmed a good bit of what he was telling us. In the upper part of Cambodia, we see the ancient Khmer Empire had built just spectacular temples, maybe the largest and most beautiful in the world. And one of the greatest monument builders was Jayavarman VII. He's almost idolized. This is a picture that I took there in Phnom Penh of the Buddha-like pose. He began to rule in 1181 and built Tapram and dedicated it in 1186. This was dedicated to his mother. It was a Buddhist monastery. And so we know who and when and all the specifics. Well, on the stone in this temple, a very beautiful, picturesque place, you see carvings, and they're stone carvings that cover just about every square inch of it. But just inside the front entrance, in the corner here that the arrow points to, you can see a series of animals from the jungle. And notice in the series there is a perfect stegosaurus in a temple from over 800 years ago. And we're supposed to have known what dinosaurs looked like for about 150, and then they've been gone 65 million. I believe there's something wrong with that story. I don't want any comments about two fossils here, or two dinosaurs. They're just one. But it is more proof of the co-occurrence of humans and dinosaurs. Let's think about some significance here of this, acknowledged by the evolutionists before we conclude. Louis Jacobs from SMU is president of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, one of the most representative, respected paleontologists in the country. And in his book, Quest for the African Dinosaur, he brings up the subject of the co-occurrence of men and dinosaurs. He said such an association would dispel an earth with vast antiquity. The entire history of creation, including the day of rest, could be accommodated in the 7 biblical days of the Genesis myth. This is, of course, his view of it. Evolution would be vanquished. Here's the implication, the significance, if you were to document this. And, of course, I think he's right. We go back to the statement by Stephen Stanley that we referred to earlier, the topsy-turvy fossil man, and look at a fuller context of his quote. He said, "There's an infinite variety of ways in which, since 1859, the general concept of evolution might have been demolished. Consider the fossil record, little-known resource in Darwin's day. The unequivocal discovery of a fossil population of horses in Precambrian rocks would disprove evolution. More generally, any topsy-turvy sequence of fossils would force us to rethink our theory, and yet not a single one has come to light. As Darwin recognized, a single geographic inconsistency would have nearly the same power of destruction." But these are his terms: destruction, destroy, disprove. That's the implication if you find humans and dinosaurs together, specifically. A single geographic inconsistency. It's interesting to listen to what the evolutionists themselves say about what this would mean. Stanley says it would disprove evolution. Dawkins, referring to another find, says evolution would be utterly destroyed, and then Jacob says evolution would be vanquished. Now, that's not my analysis. That's the leading evolutionists across the country. That's what they say such evidence means. If you got a single geographic inconsistency, well, I believe we've shown more than a single geographic inconsistency. The Malachite man with the 10 perfectly modern human skeletons, the same formation as Dinosaur National Monument, fossil footprints in Texas and New Mexico and Turkmenistan, 3 different places in Texas, the dinosaur petroglyphs, Peruvian Mexican dinosaur artifacts, the burial stones, the cat track and the hammer, and that's a whole lot more than a single geographic inconsistency, and I think the implication is just as they suggested: it demolishes. It is, the column itself is an abstraction that's put together based on the assumption of evolution, useful as a model that we can test against the real world, and when we do, we find it fails. It is contradicted. It's not proof. It is demonstration of what ought to be that isn't. And let's conclude with a statement by Nova, who came to Glen Rose, looked at the same pictures that you looked at. The people that photographed it and interviewed us were excited. They thought they had some earth-shaking news and went back, and their editor wouldn't allow them to publish it. They did publish a brief presentation called God, Darwin, and the Dinosaurs, and mentioned dinosaur footprints side by side with humans. Finding them would counter evidence, they said, that humans evolved long after the dinosaurs became extinct, which is, of course, what's taught in the textbooks. It would counter that and back up the claim that all species, including man, were created at one time. Nova knows what that means. And therefore, they said in this blurb, there's nothing at Glen Rose that looks anything like a footprint, a human footprint. Now, you can decide for yourself whether that's true. If there's something there that does look like, and we've shown that there are human footprints there and that that's the most reasonable conclusion, then this is what it means, according to the evolutionists themselves. Is intrigued by fossils. I've always enjoyed the fossil digs, carrying the young people with me and watching their eyes light up as they find something really significant. Watch them imagine these creatures as they lived not in the not too distant past, I believe. But the fossil record, many have been convinced, says evolution, and many Christians are intimidated by that. I think the actual record says exactly the opposite. I think when you look at billions and billions of dead things in rocks laid down by water all over the world, you're seeing a record of judgment rather than a record of evolution. This is the alternative view. But we want to look at the evidence from the fossil record today. If there is evidence of evolution, then this would be where you would find it, in the fossil record. and we're told over and over again that the fossil record actually proves evolution. It is the critical evidence. S.M. Stanley from Johns Hopkins University says it's doubtful whether in the absence of fossils, the idea of evolution would represent anything more than an outrageous hypothesis. He says the fossil record, and only the fossil record, provides direct evidence of major sequential changes in the Earth's biota. This is where it's at, if you please. If there is proof, it would have to be here. And I hope you remember that statement. We'll refer to it later when we begin to see that that evidence does not favor evolution, and that they are without the fossil evidence as far as support for evolution. Let's also remember a point that's made by John Horner. He's the paleontologist whose life was reflected in the Jurassic Park. He was the real-life character represented as digging up fossils in Montana. He says paleontology is a historical science, a science based on circumstantial evidence after the fact. We can never reach hard and fast conclusions. These days, it's easy to go through school for a good many years, sometimes through college, without ever hearing that some sciences are historical or are by nature inconclusive. Science involves what you can repeat. That is, when you reach scientific proof, conclusions in science, it's as a result of experimentation, observation, repeatability. You can't do that when you're evolving from an ape to a man, for example. That's not repeated in the laboratory. And so this is historical. The evidence, the only only conclusive evidence, is not going to provide conclusive proof. However, we do make predictions and we can learn a great deal, and it is a scientific investigation when we look at the evidence and compare the models. And one of the ways to compare models is to look at the predictions that are made by the two models. When we consider the fossil record, there are very obvious opposite predictions that are made by the two models. If you are an evolutionist, you would predict a simple beginning, a gradual progression upward, linked through things that are kin. This predicts the nature of the record in the beginning, and then the creation model would predict the opposite, the complex, abrupt beginning. They would be diverse from the start, and we should be able to look at the fossil record and tell the difference. It should be relatively simple. As we look at the continuing record, there would be predictions of similarities by the evolutionist, indicating kinship, but they would be branching similarities, as kinship would necessarily imply, and an allied continuum. While on the other hand, the creationist would expect that there would be similarities, but they would be similarities not branching, but of a mosaic pattern, where the artist would use a blue tile here and then a blue tile there where he needs it, similar but not connected, as a designer would do. Again, there would be similarities, but they would be separate and distinct, and stasis would be the order of the day rather than continuing change. Stasis, status quo, stays the same, fancy word used by evolutionists or by many scientists. Now, as we look at the two models, and as we see the different predictions, and I tell you what the fossil record is, you might say, well, you're prejudiced. I would tell you that it favors the predictions of the evolutionists. But we're going to allow the evolutionists to describe the evidence for us. The quotes that we'll be using will be from the antagonistic witness, and some people misunderstand this concept. They say, well, you're not being fair. You're using people that disagree with you. But that's the point. That provides even stronger, better evidence. For example, when you're in court and you have a friendly witness who testifies on your behalf, and he says the accused is honest and he has no reasonable motive to lie, that'll help. But if, on the other hand, you have an antagonistic witness who makes these points, then the evidence is much stronger when he says the accused is honest, there's no reasonable motive to lie. In other words, when you have friendly testimony, that helps, but if you have acknowledgments contrary to interest, you have much greater weight given to the testimony. And the evidence that we're going to be giving then would be those who are testifying contrary to their interest. They're quotes from antagonistic witnesses. We want you to understand they're from devout believers, but they're believers in evolution. They are men of great faith, but they're men of faith in evolution. We'll begin with Richard Dawkins, who would certainly qualify as an evolutionist, a creation hater, I think is a fair statement, and we'll see statements from him that justify that. He's from Cambridge. He wrote the book, The Blind Watchmaker. In it, he describes the beginning of the fossil record. He says, and we find many of them already in an advanced state of evolution the very first time they appear. It is as though they were just planted there without any evolutionary history. Needless to say, this appearance of sudden planting has delighted the creationist. Yes, well, I would plead guilty there. They begin, he has faith that it's an evolutionary appearance, but it's not because of an evolutionary record. That's not there. It appears without that record, without any evolutionary history. And that's, of course, exactly what we would predict. Notice the depiction by National Geographic in this page, Explosion of Life, describing the lowest, the beginning layer of the fossil record, that is where the fossils began in abundance, in the Cambrian, the bottom of the geologic column. This is an explosion of life, and that's a term that's typical in describing that. We'll see more about why that's justified in a moment. One of the more typical fossils found there would be the trilobite. Probably more trilobites than anything else there in the Cambrian. Way back in 1974, here we see a description of trilobite eyes. You typically don't see this in the textbooks, but here in Science News, they may have been superior to current living animals, that is, in their eyes. They had, in principle, perfect vision. They possessed the most sophisticated eyes ever produced by nature. They looked like they were designed by a physicist. Now, again, I didn't write this, but if I had written it, I couldn't have done better. This is the most typical fossil in the lowest part of the geologic column, the beginning of the fossil record, and we see as sophisticated a part of our anatomy as you can find, and it's superior. Notice the description by Stephen Gould of Harvard, one of the more famous evolutionists of our time, recently deceased. He says the Cambrian explosion occurred at a geological moment, and we have reasons to think that all major anatomical designs may have made their evolutionary appearance at that time. Now, it was an evolutionary appearance, but all of the anatomy, designs of anatomy, he would use that term, appeared right from the beginning. That's at the start. Not only the phylum Chordata itself, but all of its major divisions. Chordata, that's the division that we're in, the animals with backbones, and all of the major divisions. And where is that? That's at the beginning. Now, I couldn't have written the story better myself. Continuing, he says, since the so-called Cambrian explosion, no new phyla of animals have entered the fossil record. So you have them all right at the beginning, and no new ones since. Now, what does that sound like, honestly? As you look at the different predictions made by the creationist and the evolutionist, which one is served best by the evidence? Here's a summary of statements that the evolutionists make regarding the beginning of the fossil record. It's complex, it's sudden, right at the start, advanced, as if they were planted there, according to Dawkins. Land plants, we have 60 genera of land plants. Many books will say that in the Cambrian there's nothing but shallow seas everywhere. We have fossils of land plants. That's obviously not accurate. Vascular plants, 6 different groups of the woody type plants. And then all the major anatomical designs, the Chordata, all of its major divisions. We have vertebrates from a number of states across the country, and the article documenting that was published in '78. This is not new news. Vertebrates, animals with backbones from all of these places across the country. Since the Cambrian explosion, no new phyla. I'm sorry, I think it's obvious which model is served best, and this is not my description. This is the description of the evolutionist, the antagonistic witness about the most critical part of the fossil record, the beginning of that record. And furthermore, not only do we find complex animals right from the start, animals that would live at the bottom of the ocean. I think it's the beginning of a flood deposit. But we find that those animals are distinct and separate right from the start. Quoting here from Discover magazine, demonstrates that the large animal phyla of today were already present in the early Cambrian and that they were distinct from each other as they are today. Menagerie of clam cousins, sponges, segmented worms, other invertebrates that would be vaguely familiar to any scuba diver. If you go down to the bottom of the ocean, that's what you find in the Cambrian. But it's there today, and they're distinct and separate then as today. But in the textbooks, you see a very different representation. It's always illustrated with the simple things at the bottom. The complex things are not till you get to the top, and they're all graduated and connected in this branching pattern. That's not what the fossils say. And if you're interested in the implications of the fossil record, you can just X this out. This is not the record of the fossils. Stephen Gould says this very plainly. He says the evolutionary trees that adorn our textbooks have data only at the tips and nodes of their branches, not the evidence of the fossils. The rest is inference, he says, however reasonable. But it is not from the fossils that you find these textbook-type trees that show the graduated progression. In fact, if you turn the tree upside down, you have a closer representation. He says it starts broad and goes downhill. This sweep of anatomical diversity is reached a maximum right after the initial diversification of multicellular animals. A fancy way of saying we had more diverse anatomy from the start. He goes on to say the later history proceeded by elimination, not expansion. It's a downhill process from a more complex and broad and diverse beginning. If you look at what Gould calls the cone of diversity, you see what's predicted in the fossil record, gradually starting from a simple beginning and getting more diverse and complex as you proceed through time. The actual truth, and these are diagrams that you'll find in Gould's book, is like this. We had more in the past, it's gone downhill to the point where we are now. But compare that again with what we see in the textbook, this gradual upward progression, which is the very thing that he says is not in the fossil record. Well, if this is not in the fossil record, where did it come from? What's the source of this kind of a representation? Again, let's allow the evolutionist to describe that for us. Here in Patton's book, Evolution of the Earth, that I was taught from at two different major state universities, we have arranged the groups in a traditional way with the simplest forms first. How did they get that way? Well, we arranged them that way with the progressively more complex groups following. The particular arrangement is arbitrary and depends on what definition of complexity you wish to choose. Now, this may be somewhat oversimplifying, and we don't want to misrepresent. This is their statement, but they go on the same page to describe really the basis for this. It's not the fossil record. It's arbitrary. It's something that they arranged, but the arrangement does have logic to it. He says things are alike because they are related. The less they look alike, the further removed they are from the common ancestor. And so this similarity allows them to arrange this into the family tree. Well, it's not that simple because it's certain similarities excluding other similarities. And then, there's a lot of ignoring of evidence that goes on in that process. But this is the way it's represented. And I've been in class where I've been scolded. Don't you know that can cousins, brothers and sisters look alike? And well, yes, we understand that. We see that as a possible explanation. And when we look at apes and men, for example, can there be any denial that there is a very dramatic similarity here? This is obvious. We can see dissimilarities, but honestly, the similarities are much more dramatic. The question is why? Well, the evolutionist seldom asks that question. He just knows that it's because of common ancestors. But that's not necessarily the only explanation. In fact, I believe there's a better explanation when we look at all the similarities. You drive down the street and you see houses that appear similar because they're cousins. Right, well, no, that's not the case. They had a common designer. That's a much better explanation. And when we look at the record of anatomy, when we look at animals in the animal kingdom, we see similarities. We're often referred to the pendactyl form of the vertebrate hand. And yes, that's obvious. We see, but again, why? You can explain it in terms of common ancestry or in terms of common designer. Actually, common designer doesn't work, that is, works much better here. Common genetics doesn't work because if they were from common genetics, they would come from the same parts of the embryo. The embryo would develop this way as the beginnings of the hand would develop, and it would be the same in the rabbit as in the pigeon and in the frog, and we see the results being similar. But if it's from common genetics, it ought to be from common beginnings in the embryo, and that's not the case. In the newt, it's from segments 2 through 5. In the man, it's from segments 13 through 18. That is, that segment in the embryo produces the hand. It's a different segment in the embryo that produces the hand in the newt, and from the lizard it's 6 through 9. It doesn't appear to be from common genetics. Common designer seems to work better, and there are other reasons for that as well. The argument from similarity we want to spend some time in. We're talking about the fossil record, but the only way that fossils mean anything in terms of creation or evolution is if you infer something, and for the evolutionist, it's being inferred from similarity. And this principle of similarity is what is the ball game. That's what makes them say something besides dead things in rocks. Similarities, though, lead us astray in many instances. There were arguments made in the past, for example, from chromosomes. We look at the order that's indicated here. Humans have 46, Penicillium 2, the opossum 22. Okay, it looks like an evolutionary progression here. See, the similarity in the order shows a progression upward toward man until we look at the rest of the story, and now then this argument is, while it's still in a few textbooks, it's generally been dropped because we find, yes, human has 46, but the chimp has more, 46. The fern has 480. The turkey has 82. Well, that doesn't look quite like the evolutionist would predict, and so typically that's, when you look at the whole picture, it begins to look a little different. Sometimes we're told we need to look at the amount of DNA, and that would show an evolutionary progression. Compared with humans, we see the euglena has about the same amount of DNA as we do. The liverwort, a moss-like plant, has 18 times as much, and here's a salamander that has 26 times as much. Well, that didn't help a whole lot either in terms of supporting evolution. This argument from similarity has been used since the beginning, and back shortly after Darwin's time, Haeckel came up with this famous argument that's been in thousands of textbooks, and it touts the similarity of embryos in the beginning of their development. And we see up at the top of the chart that these embryos are drawn to look very, very similar, but they develop into very different organisms, the pig and the fish and the salamander and the man. And that's been shown in textbooks. And I've had people say, well, this development from embryo, they came from the same kind of embryo, shows an evolutionary progression. I don't think it's it necessarily follows, even if this were true, but it isn't. You've been lied to, unfortunately. This is the statement that we see emphasized here in the Times in London. The headlines just a few years ago, embryonic liar. It shows the embryos up at the top as drawn by Haeckel, very similar, back in Darwin's time. And in fact, Darwin referred to this argument and said he thought it was one of the best that he knew of. But compared with what's at the bottom, we see the actual pictures of these embryos that are supposed to be represented in the drawings, and they don't look similar at all. And so the Times just says the fellow's lying about this. We look in New Scientist, who reported the same kind of things. Here is fraud rediscovered. And we see the drawings down below and the actual embryos up at the top. This is fraud, and that's the only way to describe it. Notice the quotation from New Scientist. Although Haeckel confessed and was convicted of fraud. Now, this is not my assessment. This is what we read in New Scientist. He was convicted of fraud at the University of Jena. The drawings persist. That's the real mystery, Richardson said, and he's complaining about this in New Scientist, and certainly they do persist. Here is one of the more common biology textbooks that's used in our schools today, and sure enough, right there in with their bare face hanging out is this same drawings that Haeckel used 100 years ago to deceive. These similarities don't exist. Of course, there are similarities. Those don't. We're often referred to the similarity between apes and men with the DNA, and we're told the genome of ape and man is 99% similar, and this is supposed to prove that we came from a common ancestor. Well, this has been grossly exaggerated and corrected, though not in headlines. Here back in 2004 in Nature, they said they found 83% differences in the 231 genes that they compared between ape and men when they're looking at the amino acid sequence of the proteins, and then said 20% showed significant structural changes. Well, that's obviously considerably more than 1%. And as they pointed out, we've seen a much higher percentage of change than people speculated. And so this has been misrepresented. But let's just assume that that were true, and we often hear it repeated. It isn't, as we've seen. But we're told specifically there's 1.6% difference in the genome of the ape and man. But think about that for a moment. There are 3 billion nucleotides in the genome, 3 billion bits of information. That's 48 million nucleotides when we're talking about 1.6%. Now, how much difference would 48 million nucleotides make? Well, think about that in terms of cystic fibrosis, a terrible disease that is relentlessly fatal. That involves not 1% or 1.6%, but 1/10000000th of 1% of the genome. That's 3 nucleotides, not 48 million. With sickle cell anemia, we're looking at 1/3 of a billionth of 1%. That's 1 nucleotide. And yet we're told that it's only 1.6%. Of course, that's 48 million nucleotides when 1 produces a fatal disease, sickle cell anemia, and 3 produces cystic fibrosis. You're going to change 48 million, and it doesn't matter. It's not much difference. You randomly change 48 million nucleotides, and you have obvious disaster. There are dramatic similarities, and when we look, for example, at sheep, here is from a news report back in 2000, Sue Galloway, University of Otago and University of Finland. Sheep are 98% the same. Our genes are the same, we're told. And then mice. Here's reported in the National Human Genome Research Project. Overall, mice and humans share virtually the same set of genes. This was in 2006. On the average, and speaking of an average here, coding regions, the genomes are 85% identical. Some are 99% identical with mice. Well, we're proving more than the evolutionist is intending to prove here when we're looking at similarities. I think common design does a better job. Thinking about the implications, the logic involved here, what does similarity prove? You look at these two fish, they appear similar. What does it prove? Well, actually, neither one of them are fish. This one is a reptile, and then this one is a mammal, the one at the bottom. Neither one of them are fish. Both of them are similar to fish. None of neither the reptile, the mammal, or the fish are kin, but they look very similar, proving, well, we just leave those out when it comes to lining up the tree. And then we look at the poor critter represented here, the platypus, who's kin to almost everybody according to this interpretation. We see that he's like a bird, he's like mammals, he's like a paddlefish, a mammal, and just all kinds of similarities. The duck and fur like a beaver. He's kin to everybody. The old adage, that which proves too much proves nothing, is, I think, very apropos at this point. When we find similarities that don't count, that you don't look at, that you ignore, then that's called parallelisms, and that's not giving a solution to the problem, that's just naming the problem, and that's typical. Notice the statement here by Dr. Young, professor at Oxford. He refers to the fact there are similar features and they appear in distinct lines, and it's so common, it's almost a rule. Any detailed study of any group, this is going to confuse when you try to line them up, because you've got to eliminate those that are kin, that is, those that aren't kin but are very similar. And you're unable to distinguish, he says, those that are parallel and those that are descended. Well, what it amounts to is, if it fits the scenario of evolution, then they'll use the similarities. If it doesn't fit, then it's parallel and you don't use it. And that's not science. When you look at all of the picture, we saw with the chromosomes a moment ago, when you just look at part of the picture, then you can tell just about any tale you want. But when you look at the whole picture, it's very different. We're often referred to the blood serum of the chimpanzee, and yes, it's very similar. And if the right anti-serum is used, yes, you can actually interchange and use this as a human being. But when you look at milk chemistry, we see a significant difference with the chimpanzee. Our closest kin there turns out to be the donkey, which again doesn't fit the scenario the evolutionist would predict. In terms of cholesterol that we're all interested in, well, the garter snake has cholesterol just like we do. In terms of foot structure, we're interested in that in our efforts down at Glen Rose. As we look at the fossil footprints, we're looking for animals that might have made this. Sometimes we're told maybe an ape made them. Well, an ape has a hand for a foot. He doesn't have a foot like ours, but the glacial bear has a foot almost identical. If you put it as a mirror image, the thumb's big toe is on the outside instead of the inside, and of course he has claws and he's a quadruped. But if you remove the claws and put it in a mirror and remove the flesh, wow, it's just virtually identical, unlike the ape. In terms of tear enzyme, lo and behold, the chicken has a very complex enzyme, lysosome, just like we do, designed, I think, to attack the bacteria. We need it in our eyes, the chicken needs it in the egg. And here's that mosaic pattern where the designer uses the blue tile here where he wants it and the blue tile there where he wants it. Yes, similarities, but not in a branching pattern. When you look at all of the picture, you see that branching pattern does not describe the similarities that we're looking at. In terms of blood antigen A, lo and behold, the butterbean has blood antigen A like we do, and wow. Brain hormone, the cockroach has a brain hormone just like we do. Here's a statement from Discover magazine saying, "Don't squash that roach, he may be your cousin." We're told the roach has a brain hormone just like ours, identical. It is the same. Now, they don't really put that in this tree and use that to line up the similarities. They leave out significant similarities to paint whatever picture they want. There was a cartoon back in Darwin's time that I think clearly illustrates this point. You begin with a pig and change that pig just gradually, and you can finally wind up looking like a bull. And that bull continues to change just a little bit, and it's obvious then that man evolved from the pig by way of the bull. And here's the proof. It's scientifically proved. See the diagram? It's the same kind of diagram that you see in the textbooks that's supposed to prove, supposed to be scientific evidence. You just line them up. See how they line up? What have you proved? Well, you're looking at similarities, ignoring other similarities, and lining them up according to the scenario. Now, this may make an interesting model that you can then test, but it's not proof. And don't look at it as proof when you see that in the textbooks. Summarizing then, in our first session on the fossils, this is the evidence. This, without it, it's just an outrageous hypothesis, as Stanley says. But when we look at the critical beginning of the fossil record, it's complex, it is abrupt, it is diverse. We have all of the major phyla right at the beginning. There have been none new since. The trees of life in the textbooks are from selected similarities. They're not from the fossils, they're not from embryology, they're not from genetics, and the similarities that are used to build the trees reveal a mosaic pattern, not a branching pattern. Now, when we look at that picture, the critical evidence is much more in favor of the creation model than the evolution model. It fits the facts best as described by the antagonistic witness. And so you can see why I like to talk about the fossils. I think they speak very clearly of a sudden complex beginning, not gradual progression over millions of years. The fossil record provides positive evidence for a sudden complex beginning, as opposed to a gradual sequence developing over millions of years. I think the creationist can delight in what the fossils tell us. The evolutionists sometimes try to intimidate and tell us that's in favor of evolution, but when you look at what the experts have to say about the matter, you find that's really not the case at all. In the first session, we showed the nature of the beginning of the fossil record, the sudden complex beginning, the distinct separate types right from the start. Arranged similarities tell us of a tree, but they do not come from the fossil record. They're in spite of the fossil record. But if we look at the fossil record in general, after we get past the beginning, just ignoring that problem, how do we see evolution as we look at the fossils that we dig up? Well, we would need to be able to see transitional forms in order to see evolution, things changing from one to the other, and that would be in the form of the transitions. What we see actually is described as stasis, according to Stephen Gould, again one of the leading experts in evolution in our country from Harvard. He says every paleontologist knows that most species don't change. Now, of course, evolution is change, but most species don't do that, he says. That's bothersome, of course, to the evolutionist. That brings terrible distress. I regard the failure, he says, writing in Natural History, to find a clear vector of progress in life's history as one of the most puzzling facts of the fossil record. Well, of course, that's puzzling to him, and it's a failure for the evolutionary prediction. It is just the opposite for the creationist, who is delighted by such evidence, as he describes. He continues saying, "We have sought to impose a pattern that we hope to find on a world that does not really display it." The pattern, of course, being evolutionary progression. He's puzzled by the failure to find that. Now again, that's his description of what we see there. It's the opposite of change that would be predicted. He says in Natural History, we can tell tales of improvement for some groups, but in honest moments, we must admit that the history of complex life is more a story of multifarious variations about a set of basic designs than a saga of accumulating excellence. Now, he uses the word design, though to be fair to him, he doesn't believe they were designed. That's what they look like. he chose that term, but they're telling tales when they tell of this tree of life that progresses upward. That's not from the fossils. What you really see is just variation about a set of basic designs. And this is not new knowledge. Darwin understood this. Back in Origin of the Species, he says innumerable transitional forms must have existed, but why do we not find them embedded in countless numbers in the crust of the earth? Why is not every geological formation and every stratum full of such intermediate links? And of course, if his view of the fossil record is true, then that's exactly what should be found. And he understands, yes, that's what we should see. That's the only way we can see change or evolution in the fossil record, these transitional forms. And there should be more transitional forms since they were leading to the others constantly, but that's not the case. Geology assuredly does not reveal any such finely graduated organic chain, and this is perhaps the greatest objection which can be urged against my theory. Now, many people think Darwin looked at the fossil record and said, here's proof, but no, he saw this as his biggest problem, and it's gotten worse. Many times people will say, well, it has gotten better. Darwin recognized the problem, but notice the statement by David Rapp of the Chicago Field Museum of Natural History. He's curator of the largest fossil museum in the United States. And he says Darwin was completely aware of this. He was embarrassed by the fossil record because it didn't look the way he predicted it would. He continues saying, well, we're now about 120 years after Darwin, and knowledge of the fossil record has been greatly expanded. We now have 250,000 fossil species, but the situation hasn't changed much. He says, ironically, we have even fewer examples of evolutionary transitions than we had in Darwin's time. He says, by this I mean that the classic cases of Darwinian change in the fossil record, such as the evolution of the horse in North America, have had to be discarded or modified as the result of more detailed information. The classic cases we've lost. Now, that bit of knowledge hasn't made it to most of the textbooks. They still have the evolution of the horse as one of their star classic cases, but one by one they've dropped out, including this one. We've all seen the representation in the textbooks of the little horse that graduates up to the big one. Again, they leave out significant facts that these animals are found side by side up in Kansas in the same stratum. We excavated a 9-foot donkey from the fossil record out near Lubbock, Texas. That kind of messes up the little graduated horse chart. But basically, you're looking at small horses leading to big horses. Notice the description of this by Colin Patterson, and he's curator of the largest fossil museum in the world, recently deceased, senior paleontologist, though, at the British Museum of Natural History for many, many years. He said there have been an awful lot of stories, some more imaginative than others. The more famous example, now he's being interviewed by the way, by Harper's Magazine. He's in the United States, and he's in the American Museum of Natural History in New York, being interviewed now by Harper's. The most famous example, still an exhibit downstairs, is the exhibit on horse evolution, prepared perhaps 50 years ago. That has been presented as the literal truth in textbook after textbook. And if you're familiar at all with the biology textbooks, earth science textbooks, you've certainly seen that representation. He says, I think that's lamentable. That is, that it's been in all of these textbooks, particularly when the people who show those kinds of stories may themselves be aware of the speculative nature of some of that stuff. He knows that this is not fact, that they have lined them up the way they want them to, even though they find them in the same layers, and that you don't know that one led to the other. It's just the way they tell the story. George Gaylord Simpson is probably the most authoritative source of information on horse evolution. He's the one that came up with this argument. He wrote the book on it. And in his book, Life of the Past, he says the uniform continuous transition of Hydrocotherium into aqueous, that's what's pictured in the textbooks, so dear to the hearts of generations of textbook writers, never happened in nature. Now, here's the author of the story, and he says the way it's told in the textbooks never happened. It's lined up as the evolutionist wants it to be lined up, but what does the lineup prove? No more than lining up the pig to the bull to the man. Derek Eger, when this statement was made, was president of the British Geological Association. He says it must be significant that nearly all the evolutionary stories I learned as a student have now been debunked. And he refers to the horse story and to several others. But he does think that many of them, not many, that's not true. He thinks that a few of them, and that's the way he would describe it, are still valid, though most of them that he was taught as a student have been debunked. He refers to Archaeopteryx as perhaps the best example, and we see this in all the textbooks. Here's the half fossil, half a reptile, half bird. This is proof that the reptiles evolved into the birds, and we see this beautiful fossil specimen showing the feathers, I think, of an excellent bird. Some of the beautiful fossils of the feathers testify to that, and we see the wing here of a powered flyer, but we're told, look on the edge of its wings, it has claws. This proves it's primitive. Well, many birds in the fossil record had claws that lost them, and losing things they did have is not an evolutionary progression upward. That involves getting new things, not losing old things. But we do have many birds today. For instance, the Hoatzin maybe is the closest example down in South America that has claws on its wings in the juvenile form, and all of the examples of Archaeopteryx have been the juvenile form. The cassowary, the ostrich have claws on their wings, and so this is not unique and is something birds, the tern, for example, does, and that has lost them. That is, had them in the fossil record. But we're told, look at the teeth. This primitive bird has teeth, and the teeth prove he's primitive. Well, again, he's lost something, and when people lose their teeth, most don't think that's an evolutionary progression. Teeth are amazing structures, and when you study the formation of the teeth and the way the deciduous makes way for the permanent teeth, it's just mind-boggling to see, I think, the design involved in the structure. And birds have lost them. The tern, again, has beautiful teeth in the fossil record. Many of them do, and don't do. They're beautiful, powered flyers today, but they've lost something, and that's not evolution. Many people look at that, I think, inside out. There are modern birds that have teeth today, and so it's not a completely unique situation. But I think the real answer to Archaeopteryx comes from the evolutionary perspective of time. I disagree with their views of time, but let's play the game their way and see how it comes out. If their view of the dating of these fossils is correct, there's a serious problem with a find that was made a number of years ago, here reported in Nature, 1986. The headline's "Fossil Bird Shakes Evolutionary Hypothesis." And here's a bird 75 million years older than Archaeopteryx. That's half again as old as Archaeopteryx was. And it's a bird. It's an excellent bird. Here it refers to the paleontologist at Texas Tech University, Dr. Chatterjee. He and I have worked together a couple of times. They have advanced avian features. This is a good bird that got there before Archaeopteryx did. Well, how can Archaeopteryx lead to the birds if the birds got there first? You can't have the kids older than the parents, you know. It just blows the theory entirely. And actually, this is not the only example of that being found. Birds have been found in a number of instances before, according to their interpretation. The things they've led to have appeared. W. Swenson, I think, sums it up very honestly. He's from Cambridge, In his book, Biology and Comparative Physiology of Birds, he says the origin of birds is largely a matter of deduction. There is no fossil evidence for the stages through which the remarkable change from reptile to bird was achieved. Now, as we think of the tremendous difference between us and something that's up flapping its wings and flying, what would it take to get us or to get a reptile up and flying? Well, the birds have hollow bones. They have a completely different respiratory system and completely different circulatory system that's necessary to sustain the high rate of breathing and heartbeat and respiration, the high metabolism. It just takes a tremendous amount of change, and there's no evidence of the remarkable change. Now that certainly doesn't speak well for an evolutionist trying to document change. D.B. Kitts, University of Oklahoma, says the fact that discontinuities, not continuities which would show progression, discontinuities are almost always and systematically present at the origin of really big categories. Now, you would see dissimilarities, you would see gaps in the fossil record due to random sampling and incomplete sampling if it's just random and spaced accidentally. But this is systematic and regular at the origin of really big categories. It's an item of genuinely historical knowledge. Now, D.B. Kitts is a devout evolutionist. He's writing in the journal Evolution and says this is systematic. Anytime you get something that's really different, then you have a gap. And we all know this, though we don't tell it to you in the textbooks typically. Evolution, he says, requires intermediate forms between species, and paleontology does not provide them. Now, if you listen to your earth science teacher, she may tell you that it does, but here is one of the leading authorities in the world writing in the journal Evolution saying you don't see that in the fossil record. David Swift, who is professor of paleontology at the University of Hawaii, writing again in his book Journal Evolution Under the Microscope, no phylum can be traced from a preceding one in the fossil record. We cannot account for the origin of a single phylum. They all appear abruptly. Now, he devoutly believes that they did evolve, but in terms of the fossil record, that's not the picture you see. This is also true of taxonomic groups such as classes, orders, possibly lower still. In other words, you got a major group, it's sudden and probably true with its classes, orders, and even lower. You got something different, you got a gap. It doesn't lead from one to the other. Again, this is not the creationist telling you that. S.M. Stanley, a very famous paleontologist from Johns Hopkins, says there's not one. In fact, the fossil record does not convincingly document a single transitional form from one species to another. A.C. Stewart expresses the fact that he is confident that this is reality, that is, that it did happen, it did evolve. He says the theoretically primitive type, though, eludes our grasp. And our faith postulates its existence, but the type fails to materialize. These are men of faith. I think they're men of great faith, but it's not based on the evidence, it's in spite of the lack of evidence. In fact, as one individual says, for the evolutionist, their faith is the substance of fossils hoped for, the evidence of links unseen. If you're familiar with the quotation from Hebrews, applied here to the evolutionist, theirs is not based on evidence. It's a blind faith, which I don't think is good faith, either religiously or scientifically. Niles Eldredge explains his justification for my statement. He says, it has been the paleontologist, my own breed, who have been responsible for letting ideas dominate reality. We paleontologists have said that the history of life supports that interpretation of gradual change, which is what he's talking about, all the while knowing that it does not. Now, that's what's required to show evolution, and so we told the story. as Gould says, we can tell stories about this, but in honest moments we have to admit it's just variation about basic designs. And here Niles Eldredge acknowledges that this is just not what we find in the fossil record. We know better, but we keep on telling the story. I don't think that's honest. I don't think it's good science. And when we look at the fossil record, we see why they're squirming and having trouble, because it's not saying what they want it to say. However, one of the reasons Stephen Gould is willing to admit some of these things and acknowledge that yes, this is not really what I would like to see, is that he thinks he now has an answer. He thinks he has a solution to the problem that you see a sudden complex beginning, and you see fossils that don't change, and you see gaps between all of the fossils. They're separate and distinct from the beginning, and they stay separate in the fossil record as in the living world. But he can answer that, and so now he didn't really admit that before, but now then he's got an answer in punctuated equilibrium. Sounds very impressive, doesn't it? Actually, it's very similar to an idea that wasn't received quite so favorably back in the 30s. Goldsmith talked about the hopeful monster mechanism, and it was basically, well, it was a very similar idea. And Gould refers to him and says it's similar, and says he thinks Goldsmith would be vindicated. But Goldsmith essentially said, when you look at the fossil record and you see the sudden transition of one form to the other, then there must have been a reptile that somewhere laid an egg and a bird hatched out. And that's the way he said it. Well, the geneticist, and that was his field, laughed at him. They preferred to think that he's the one that laid the egg. Hopeful monsters didn't sound very scientific, but he says, well, that's what the fossil record looks like. And so Gould, building on that, said, yes, that's basically what happened. He thinks Goldsmith would be vindicated, but he doesn't call it hopeful monsters. It's punctuated equilibrium, and that, of course, sounds much more sophisticated. Gould and Eldredge wrote a very famous paper several years ago describing this, and in it they say, in fact, most published commentary on punctuated equilibria has been favorable. He says, we're especially pleased that several paleontologists now state with pride and with biological confidence a conclusion that had previously been simply embarrassing. All right, now what is it that they can now have pride in that used to be embarrassing? He says, all these years of work, and I haven't found any evolution. Well, if you're an evolutionist, that would be embarrassing. But they don't have to be embarrassed by that now. Not because he now finds the fossils that would solve the problem, but because he has an explanation for why they don't find it. He says, and we'll let Stephen Stanley, who is one who's written papers with them on this subject, describe the nature of what they believe. The record now reveals that species typically reveal, and when they say the record reveals, they're talking about something they've been forced to by the evidence and by very, very detailed studies with thousands of fossils documenting this point. The record now reveals that species typically survive for 100,000 generations, even 1 million or more, without evolving very much. Of course, this is combined with their view of the time. But this is what we see, even assuming the time, that they survive without evolving very much. Now, what does that mean? We seem forced to conclude that most evolution takes place rapidly. Now, you might think that you're forced in a different direction. You look at the fossil record and you don't see change. You see over thousands of generations. They don't change. What does that prove? That things don't change? No. They don't challenge that. That's sacrosanct. Nobody is going to challenge that. We know that it happened, but we don't see change in the fossil. Well, then the solution is it must have happened rapidly. Never doubt that it happened. It just happened rapidly, and that's what they believe. Notice as he goes on to describe it. A punctuational model of evolution operated by a natural mechanism, and notice he has to emphasize this is natural. It may sound supernatural, but no, this is, now he doesn't understand the mechanism, which he'll acknowledge, that made this dramatic change very quickly. But it's natural, whose major effects are wrought exactly where we're least able to study them, in small, isolated, transitory populations. So you don't see this, you can't see this, but we have faith that it happened there in these places where you can't look. The point is that if the transition was typically rapid and the population small, localized, fossil evidence of the event would never be found. And so they conclude you don't have to be embarrassed anymore because you don't expect to find the transitional forms. It happened so quick in these small, isolated areas that we don't even try to find it. Used to be embarrassing, but we're not embarrassed by that fact anymore because now we have an explanation. And so we're looking here at a story that explains why you don't have the fossils to support this transition from one to the other, and they have faced the fact they don't have a mechanism to make this dramatic change from one to the other, because the mechanism that's proposed in the textbooks is this gradual change, mutations being selected over millions of years. Gould addresses that when he says a mutation doesn't produce major new raw material. You don't make a new species by mutating the species. That's an idea people have, that evolution is due to random mutation. A mutation is not the it can't produce this dramatic change that he's looking for, and so he's given up on it. In fact, he just says, look, this is deleterious. It is a change in a very complex system, random, accidental, like throwing a rock at your TV set. It's not likely to change it, and so this random, no, it's not going to produce a new mechanism, and so that's not it. So we don't have fossils, we don't have a mechanism. How valid is that kind of a concept of scientific change in terms of evaluating this by the scientific method? On the one hand, you've got fossils that you can observe and don't expect to observe, and a mechanism that you don't know anything about and haven't seen. And on the other hand, you have observed fossils, thousands of them, that show distinct separate kinds, that show sudden complex beginning, that show they stay the same, they don't change, and mechanisms that we observe every day where kind produces kind produces kind. On the one hand, we have billions of fossils that we base our conclusions on, and we have mechanisms that we observe every day. On the other hand, you have mechanisms that you speculate about and haven't observed, and you have fossils that you don't expect to find. Now, just answer the question honestly. Which is better science? Scientists should go by the evidence. They should be compelled by the best explanation of the evidence, and that's not happening here. Philosophy is obviously dominating the ideas. Colin Patterson shows his understanding of this solution, his opinion of it, when he says, well, it seems to me they have accepted that the fossil record doesn't give them the support they would value, so they searched around to find another model and found one. When you haven't got the evidence, you make up a story that will fit the lack of evidence. Now, that may sound rather jaded, but that's his view, and I think he's right on. Again, the curator of the largest fossil museum in the world. When you don't have the evidence, you just make up a story. And when you talk about punctuated equilibrium, that's what you've got. You've got a story about why you don't find the evidence. It is not based on the evidence, but the lack of it. Notice D.B. Kitt's statement again. The claim is made that paleontology provides a direct way to get at the major events of organic history, and that furthermore it provides a means of testing evolutionary theories. The paleontologist can provide us with knowledge that cannot be provided by biological principles alone, but he cannot provide us with evolution. if you're honest about the fossil record, this evolutionist writing in the journal Evolution makes a very honest statement. You don't see evolution in the fossil record. You didn't see it in Darwin's time. That was the biggest problem he had, as he acknowledged, and it's gotten worse since then, as even the cases that he would point to have fallen by the wayside one by one. You can't see it in the fossil record. And you make up stories about why it's not there, which is what's being done. And some, well, let's look at one more tack that's taken by Mark Ridley of Oxford. Totally different approach. He says a lot of people just do not know what evidence the theory of evolution stands upon. They think the main evidence is the gradual descent of one species from another in the fossil record. Yes, this is exactly what we're told, and without the fossils that show progression proving evolution, it would just be an outrageous hypothesis. I think if you're going to prove it, that's where you have to go, even though it's circumstantial and historical, but nevertheless, that's the evidence, and we're told if there's proof, that's where it'd have to be. Well, he says, that's what you think, but you just don't understand it. He says, in any case, no real evolutionist, whether gradualist or punctuationalist, uses the fossil record as evidence in favor of the theory of evolution as opposed to special creation. No evolutionist thinks this way. Well, obviously they do, but he's tried and he's tried and he's tried. It reminds me of the story of the fox in Aesop's fable who's tried to reach up and get the grapes, and he desperately tried and over again failed, and just finds out he can't do it and walks off saying, those grapes are sour, I didn't want them anyway. You try for hundreds of years to document evolution from the fossil record, and you finally find out with more evidence that it's just not possible. Well, nobody wants those fossils. We don't use fossils. Nobody uses those fossils. I think it's rather comical. It's interesting, but it is true that you can't use the fossils to do it. As E.J.H. Corner of Cambridge acknowledges, much evidence can be adduced in favor of the theory of evolution from biology, biogeography, paleontology, but I still think, to the unprejudiced, the fossil record of the plants is in favor of special creation. And why would he say that? It's in favor of special creation because he sees the sudden complex beginning. He sees distinct separate types from the start. He doesn't see change from one group to another group. He sees stasis as the rule. That's exactly what we predict, and that's exactly what you find. And if you're going to base your conclusions on the facts, that's where you'll have to rest. The evidence, the only way you could document evolution documents, I think, the opposite. When you look at the critical beginning, the sudden, complex, diverse beginning, showing all phyla and no new sense, including the major divisions and classes and orders, distinct and separate. Yes, trees of life are in the textbook, but they're from very selected similarities, ignoring others, and those are not based on the arrangement found in the fossil record. They're not from embryology, and they're not from genetics. When you look at similarities, yes, you can see them, but they're in a mosaic pattern. They're not in a branching pattern. Now, that's the evidence of the fossils, as we've seen. Noting the creationist comments, they delight the creationist. They embarrass the evolutionist. These are their terms. And yes, it is embarrassing. It was embarrassing to Darwin. It's more embarrassing now. It's delightful, as Dawkins says to the creationist. And then he says that it was Darwin's biggest problem. Now then it's worse, according to Rapp. The links that we were taught in graduate school have been debunked one after another. It's blind faith, as they describe it, that says evolution. We believe it. We make up stories to explain why there's a lack of evidence, and we have devout faith. But when you just base your conclusions on the facts, you have to say the fossils favor creation. It's a much better explanation of the facts. And that's why I teach, I believe, and demonstrate when we go out and dig up the fossils and when we look at all that have been dug up, that the fossil record is very strongly in favor of creation. Many times people say, well, creationists just object to evolution. They don't have any positive evidence. We have hundreds of thousands of fossils in the museum today which provide positive evidence for a sudden complex beginning and against a gradual slow development over millions of years. I love the fossil record, and I think it is one of the most delightful things that I know about, and certainly in favor of creation. If fossils are to show evolution, then we have to be able to see a change from one type to another type. And as we looked at the fossil record in general, we saw that was not the case according to the evolutionists themselves. There are distinct and separate types. There are gaps, discontinuities between all of the major kinds. And we see that's very definitely the truth as well when we get to the gap between apes and men, though certainly there has been a great deal of effort put to try to show a progression from one to the other here. And that's what would have to be done. And we're often referred to the little gradual progressions of the little man up to the big man in the charts in the textbooks. We want to look at that evidence and see if there is such a progression. But before we do, let's look at what I'll refer to as the gap before the main gap, and that's the one leading up to the apes. Notice the statement by Donald Johanson, the discoverer of Lucy, one of the more famous ape men, so-called. He says, at any rate, modern gorillas and orangs and chimpanzees spring out of nowhere, as it were. They're here today, they have no yesterday. He says, this is not a situation where you show something leading up to the apes, but instead you see the gap before you get to it, and that's typical. Often we're told that when we talk about this that we misrepresent when we say that evolutionists believe that we came from the apes, because evolutionists don't believe that they believe they came from a common ancestor, not an ape. And here we see an example of that kind of statement made by Bill Allen. He was editor of National Geographic just in 2004. When he says humans are not descended from apes, but then Charles Darwin never claimed that we are. Now this is absolutely amazing to me, that somebody like Bill Allen would say Darwin never claimed that we came from apes. It's just simply not so, and it is a quibble that distorts the position. As Darwin says, a naturalist would undoubtedly have ranked as an ape or a monkey. However much the conclusion may revolt our pride, our early progenitors would have been properly designated. So we came from apes, according to Charles Darwin. It's a quibble to say that we don't. Now, of course, it wasn't a modern ape, but he was definitely an ape, according to the evolutionists. Ernst Houghton of Harvard wrote the book Up from the Ape. He was head of the anthropology department at Harvard, and from that title you get a pretty good idea of what he thought on the subject. But notice his comments. If we are descended from apes, our remote ancestors ought to look their part. You may not be willing to admit that you resemble an ape, but as you trace back the genealogical lines, you will have to admit that somewhere in your family tree there squats an ape. Here's head of the anthropology department at Harvard. I think he believes we came from apes, and he's not unique. And the editor of National Geographic notwithstanding, this is certainly what is taught. But this individual who believes that an ape squats in your family tree goes on to make a very interesting statement. He says, to attempt to restore the soft parts, as in contrast to the hard parts, which he's been talking about, difficult enough. To attempt to restore the soft parts is even more hazardous undertaking. The lips, the eyes, the nasal tip leave no clues on the underlying bony parts. Now, if you watch some of the TV programs, they can just take a glance at the bones and they know exactly what the person looked like. Well, you can learn a lot from the bones, but you can't learn what the lips and the eyes and the ears and the nasal tip look like from the bones, and that is what leaves the major impression. And certainly when you are restoring these so-called ape men, you can make them look very apish if you change the lips, the eyes, the ears, the nasal tip, and so forth, which is certainly what is done, and we'll document that. He says you can, with equal facility, model on a Neanderthaloid skull the features of a chimpanzee or the lineaments of a philosopher. Now, most philosophers that I know, some of them look a little strange, but I think you can tell the difference between them and a chimpanzee. But you can model the same thing, either of the two, from the same skull. A very important point is made by Roger Lehman, who's editor of Research News Science magazine, certainly a devout evolutionist and a close friend and co-author with Richard Leakey. He says, and this is maybe the most critical point that we'll make regarding fossil men, and he makes it for me. The key issue is the ability to correctly infer a genetic relationship between two species on the basis of a similarity in appearance. Now, we talked about similarities when we talked about the fossil record, and the only way you can tell that the fossil means anything is it's similar to this one, and you interpret that. But that is obviously misleading. He goes on to say it's deceptive and gives a specific example, because similarity in structure, he says, does not imply an identical genetic heritage. A shark, which is a fish, a porpoise, which is a mammal, looks similar. But this is the ball game when it comes to paleoanthropology. You look at this bone and you look at that bone and you say, well, it looks similar or it doesn't look similar, and that's the way you tell ancestors. But it's a deceptive basis, and even the evolutionists acknowledge this. Roger Lewontin, is actually bending over backwards, to be fair here. He'd been caught in a rather intemperate statements, being interviewed by Harper's, and he's backtracking a little, and I want to be fair to him. But he acknowledges we don't know anything about the ancestors of the human species. Now, to be fair, we emphasize the word no. Now, he believes devoutly that we came from the apes, and he thinks he knows how it, but in terms of knowing, absolute knowing, we don't. All the fossils which have been dug up and are claimed to be ancestors, we haven't the faintest idea whether they're ancestors. Now, I'm embarrassed to use that statement because I know he wouldn't make that under normal circumstances, because he certainly has a faint idea. He has more than that. He has a deep conviction, and I don't want to misrepresent that. But in terms of knowledge, in terms of absolutely knowing, no, you can't know that this bone is kin to that bone. You dig up the bones, he says. It's up to you to draw the lines. And he says there are no lines when you dig the bones up. You draw them, and of course that's based on similarity, which is deceptive. But if you understand that he's talking about absolute knowledge, he's saying, no, we don't know. But we see lineups like this in the textbooks, and that in the minds of a lot of people is proof. See, there's scientific evidence. It's been demonstrated. Here's the Homo erectus that leads to the Neanderthal and to modern men. Well, this is the typical lineup as it's represented in most textbooks. It's not really typical as you study paleoanthropology, but we'll summarize it and use it as an outline for our session in this brief consideration of paleoanthropology. It actually looks about like this when you see it in the textbooks. The star of the show, and where we'll spend most of our time in this first session, is with Australopithecus, South African ape man. That led to Homo erectus, that led to Neanderthal, and finally up to moderns. Australopithecus is featured as the major proof in the minds of a lot of people. And when I talk to people about why they believe in evolution, many times they'll refer to the ape men, and here are the pictures that they see in the books, and here's the work that the Leakeys did over in South Africa. And this provides proof. Well, let's see what the evidence is. This is a representation by Time Life of this ape-man, Australopithecus, and actually was made famous by Louis Leakey a number of years ago with his movie Dr. Leakey and the Dawn of Man, and this was shown in thousands of classrooms across the country, and he's shown going step by step down the Avois Gorge over in Africa, where he found this South African ape-man. I think was an ape, but actually his wife was the one who found it. I wondered why some of the women's lib movements haven't really capitalized on this. She's the one that made the discovery. He got the credit for it. But notice the statement by Roger Lewin, again, editor of Research News. He knows these people well. They're good friends. They've written books together, and he can represent them accurately. He says, Richard and his parents, Louis and Mary, have held to a view of human origins for nearly half a century now, that the line of true man has a separate ancestry that goes back millions and millions of years. He doesn't believe one led from the other. They are separate as far back as he's been able to see, and he sees no connection as far back as he's been able to look. He says Australopithecus, the ape-man Australopithecus, has nothing to do with human ancestry. And of course, you've seen this in National Geographic or in your earth science textbook. Don't hold your breath. But here is one who knows these people well, and he says they didn't believe that Australopithecus led to man. They were separate as far back as they see them in the fossil record, and they had nothing to do with the human ancestry. Louis Leakey, for example, is touted as the hero of the evolutionist in the movie Gorillas of the Mist, and he is one who's the leader, the icon of evolution. They'll not tell you that he actually gave up on Darwinism, and is quoted in this manner in the Chicago American, actually months before he passed away. Dr. Leakey, and this was after he had lectured there the night before, Dr. Leakey bases his repudiation of Darwin on the results of his long search in East Africa for the remains of the original man. Now, he's often touted as proof of evolution, but never is it acknowledged in any of the textbooks that he actually reached a different conclusion based on the evidence and decided Darwinism was not a good explanation for what he saw. When we look at Australopithecus, we can see why. Charles Oxnard is one of the leading authorities in the world. He is dean, or was at the time this was written, of the graduate school and professor of biology and anatomy at the University of Southern California. Writing an American biology teacher as an acknowledged leader in the field, one of the leading experts, he says, referring to Australopithecus, it's reminiscent of the orangutan and not that much like humans. Now, I'll assure you, you'll never find a statement like that in your textbooks. It looks like an orangutan. It doesn't look that much like a human. May well have been bipeds, that is, walked on two legs, but if so, was not in the human manner. He didn't walk on two legs as we did. They may have been quite capable climbers, as much at home as in the trees as on the ground. And so this was an ape, much more like an ape than like a human. Maybe two legs, but a knuckle walker, at home in the trees. Again, not the picture that you see represented in the textbooks. Lord Sully Zuckerman is perhaps the leading expert in England, and certainly has been for a number of years. He's quoted by Lewin in his book Bones of Contention, referring to Zuckerman, dismissal of the Australopithecines as having anything at all to do with human evolution. They're just bloody apes, he's reputed to have observed examining Australopithecine remains in South Africa. They are just apes. He dismissed them as having anything to do, and is perhaps the leading authority in Europe in paleoanthropology. He says in his book, Beyond the Ivory Tower, Australopithecine skull is in fact so overwhelmingly simian as opposed to human. And then he refers to figure 5, which we'll look at in a moment. Overwhelmingly ape-like, simian, as opposed to human, that the contrary proposition could be equated to an assertion that black is white. You seldom get scientists who make that flat-footed a statement, but it's very obvious he is persuaded that these are apes. They are not humans, and it's just like calling white black, black white to say the opposite. And then he shows why in figure 5. He's looking here at illustrations of the chimpanzee skull on the left and the Australopithecine skull on the right. And as you look at these pictures, you see, wow, they sure do look like each other, don't they? The top view, yeah, that looks pretty close, much closer to each other than to humans. And then you look at the bottom and you say, well, yeah, that's closer to each other, the chimpanzee to the Australopithecine, than they are to humans. Now, we're told, well, yes, that's true, except you do see a difference. And in the bottom picture, you can see that the teeth are different. You see the large canine tooth with the chimpanzee, the diastema, the gap that it fits into, which is not the case with the Australopithecine. It's more like the human U-shaped dental arcade. And so that makes the man, the fact that his teeth are different. What they do leave out is that the Galata baboon, which is 100% ape, has teeth just like this. And so it's not unique to humans. Some apes have teeth like this. Australopithecus did, so did the Galata baboon. Perhaps the most famous example of the Australopithecine type, the Afar afarensis, was found by Donald Johansen, called Lucy. And a lot of notoriety and always in the textbooks. In fact, big news recently in Houston where it's going to be on display for a while. And I've had people say, well, look at Lucy. This is proof of evolution. This is really frustrating because the information has been distorted. And the most obvious interpretation is this was an ape. I'd like to introduce and show a brief clip of Dr. David Minton. He's a professor of anatomy. He's taught in St. Louis at the American University there for 20 years, and he's commenting on it. Now, all of the people that I quote, unless we tell you otherwise, are devout evolutionists. Dr. Minton is a creationist, but a highly qualified creationist. And he's describing what actually happened, and actually he'll introduce Dr. Lovejoy, who acknowledges what has happened.
So you get the picture? The creatures like Lucy have the ape orientation of the iliac blades. Now what are the evolutionists going to do about that? You're not going to believe this. Nova, have you heard Nova? There was a PBS Nova series in which Dr. Owen Lovejoy, a very distinguished, famous paleoanthropologist, was involved. And he's looking at Lucy's skeleton here, and he's lamenting the fact that the hips are all wrong. They're supposed to be human-like hips, so you can walk the way the Latoli footprints showed she walked, but they don't look like human hips, they look like ape hips. What to do about this? Watch it. You'll get a big kick out of this.
The ape that stood up, it was a revolutionary idea. We needed Owen Lovejoy's expertise again, because the evidence wasn't quite adding up. The knee looked human, but the shape of her hip didn't. Superficially, her hip resembled a chimpanzee's, which meant that Lucy couldn't possibly have walked like a modern human. But Lovejoy noticed something odd about the way the bones had been fossilized.
When I put the two parts of the pelvis together that we had, this part of the pelvis has pressed so hard and so completely into this one that it caused it to be broken into a series of individual pieces which were then fused together in later fossils.
So you see they were broken and they don't fit together properly. They did speculate in the program as to exactly who was responsible for breaking the hip, and current scientific evidence suggests perhaps a deer stepped on it. Here you can see a deer foot stepping on the bone. Isn't that a bummer? Let's see where it goes from here.
This has caused the two bones, in fact, to fit together so well that they're in an anatomically impossible position.
The perfect fit was an illusion that made Lucy's hip bone seem to flare out like a chimp's. But all was not lost.
This is a power saw, friends. You may want to put your goggles on.
Lovejoy decided he could restore the pelvis to its natural shape. He didn't want to tamper with the original, so he made a copy in plaster.
Notice he's removing whole parts, not just cutting.
He cut the damaged pieces out and put them back together the way they were before Lucy died. It was a tricky job, but after taking the kink out of the pelvis, it all fit together perfectly, like a three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle.
Look how perfect. You can read a newspaper through the hole.
As a result, the angle of the hip looks nothing like a chimp's, but a lot like ours.
Yeah, now, this is what we call science. You can teach this in the public schools, but you can't criticize it, because if you do, that would be religious.
Unfortunately for the evolutionist, dozens of other examples of the afarensis form have been found. Lucy's not the only example, and they wouldn't try to change all of the hips. Arlene Ziltman of the University of California is commenting on, more recently, on what we have learned about the whole picture. She says they're like, and this is quoted in Science News, Ziltman compares the pygmy chimpanzee to Lucy, one of the oldest known hominid fossils, and finds the similarities striking. She says they're almost identical in body size, in stature, in brain size. Ziltman argues they indicate that the chimps use their limbs in much the same way Lucy did. And when, in other words, she was a knuckle walker like the other apes, and they're just virtually identical. She was an ape, she was a chimp, and this is what the leading authorities have acknowledged in spite of Lovejoy and Johansson's shenanigans. The main effort has been to cause them to be human because they stand upright. Here's the argument. If they stand upright, then obviously they're human. Well, I know lizards that walk upright. What does this prove? The fact that an ape decides to walk upright? Well, actually, we have an example of that happening that's referred to here from CBC Health and Science News. Just a few years ago, there were some apes, macaw monkeys, that got sick and almost died, and one of them, after it almost died, recovered and walked just, they called it ramrod straight from that point forward. The zoo workers say she's started, when she got sick, walking upright exclusively. A zoo veterinarian says he's not sure why she's altered her behavior, but here is a change from walking like an ape to walking upright. Why did she do that? Well, the zoo worker went on to speculate that the illness could have caused brain damage, and so maybe that's why we walk upright. This is maybe why the ape did. It's strictly an interpretation, again, based on similarities, many similarities imagined. Notice the distorted kind of interpretation to which we're subjected that was in National Geographic, the latter part of 2006. The human ancestor, here is the front page, and of course this is an orangutan, blurred the lines between ape and human for example. Here's a new find, and here is the real solution to all of the problems. For example, her femur from knee to hip is close to that of a modern human, implying she walked efficiently on two legs. I'm sorry, that's just not true, but that's what's touted in National Geographic. We go to a much more respected scientific journal, Nature, to get the actual evidence. In fact, numbers of science journals have reported it, and, bewailed what had been presented there by National Geographic. Here's the description in Nature by the authors who found it and who described it. Incisors are larger. Their overall morphology is similar to that of juvenile apes. The gorilla-like scapula and long curved manual phalanges, that's the fingers, the scapula is the collarbone, raise new questions. And the collarbone is especially significant because it bears the weight for knuckle walkers. The shape of the scapula resembles the scapula of juvenile and adult gorillas. Now that the scapula of the species can be examined in full for the first time, it's unexpected to find the strongest similarities with the gorilla. The similarities are not with humans. They're with the gorillas, especially the areas that are diagnostic of the way they walked. Weight-bearing and terrestrial knuckle walking is what's implied by the similarities that are found. And then it goes on to make an amazing statement. These Australopith specimens can be accommodated within the range of intraspecific variation of African apes. Yes, the apes vary. You see different types. But what we see here is within the range of the variation of apes. Now, that's not the way it was presented in National Geographic. You need to be aware that evidence is often severely manipulated. There are similarities, but the representation of the similarity is often just distorted. We are told that a good example of these Australopithecine footprints were found by Mary Leakey in Africa. They were from the same, quote, time period as they assessed the time. And they were beautiful footprints, but they were human footprints. They were very human. The ape, of course, has a hand for a foot, and here are human footprints. Now, if Lucy made these, this is pretty good evidence that she walked upright in spite of the anatomy that we've now found. Notice the description of Mary Leakey herself, who found them. They belong to the genus Homo, or true man, rather than to man-apes like Australopithecus, who was once thought to be a forerunner of man. Now, this is Mary Leakey's statement. They once thought that, but she doesn't. Refers to the dates. I disagree, but let's play the game their way and see how it comes out. We'll talk about dates in another session. Here is a time period right in the middle of the Australopithecines. In fact, this is ancient. This is at the beginning of the Australopithecine time period. But they would be, in Mary Leakey's words, people not unlike ourselves. And I believe they were made by people. There's no evidence that were made by anything else. But what's really ripped it for the idea that Lucy made them is that, unlike with the early specimens, which had no feet, now we've found a number of specimens that had good feet, and they were 8 feet. Referring to Australopithecine afarensis, that's Lucy's type. The recent descriptions of 4 articulating foot bones from the 3 to 3.5 million-year-old deposits in South African cave site Sturfontein support this. The divergent big toe, and that's what distinguishes the ape foot from our foot, indicates some degree of prehensile grasping. They wrap around a limb, as in apes. And we see here the human foot form and the ape foot form, and Lucy had a foot clearly indicated from the portion that was found in the more recent skeletons like an ape. Lucy didn't make these footprints. Humans made these footprints at the same time, we're told, that Australopithecus was around. And so, like the Leakeys say, you've got evidence of man and apes, Australopithecines, as far back as you go, together, not one leading to the other. William Howells, who at the time this statement was made, was head of the Department of Anthropology at Harvard University. And he refers to the work of Russell Tuttle, who he says is the leading expert in the world on gaits and limbs and fossil footprints. He finds that all aspects of the footprints, especially, are remarkably like modern feet, modern human feet, and that the afar prints, that's Lucy's feet, are significantly different than humans. And so you do have human footprints back there. That's not helping the evolutionist. These critters are supposed to have led to man, but you've got human footprints back there with them. and then their feet were significantly different. Howells goes on to say, the pelvis was by no means modern, in spite of Lovejoy's jerry-rigging with the power saw, nor were the feet. He says the toes were more curved than ours. They're for wrapping around limbs. The heel bones lacked our stabilizing tubercles. A couple of small ligaments that in us tighten the arch from underneath were apparently not present. In other words, if you're going to walk like we do, you need an arch that can contract. And the finger bones were curved, again, just like you see in the apes, as they are in tree-climbing apes. Now, what is he describing here? You don't have to be an expert to understand that he's talking about apes, but the experts do acknowledge this, and we're looking here at the three probably most authoritative experts in the field. David Pilbeam of Yale, Glenn Isaac of Harvard, Matt Cartmill of Duke, and we'll say more about their credentials in a moment. But they say the status of Lucy has significantly shriveled. The Australopithecines, and this was not recent, this was 86. This ought to be in the textbooks, but it isn't. Australopithecines are rapidly shrinking back to the status of peculiarly specialized apes. Why would they say that? Well, because that's what you see when you look at the bones. They look like ape bones. And more recently, if you want a recent quote here from 2007, April 10, in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, edited by David Pilbeam, morphology on a recently discovered specimen of Australopithecus afarensis, that's Lucy's category, closely matches that of gorillas and casts doubt on the role of Australopithecus afarensis as a modern human ancestor. Now, the authorities know better, and the authorities have said better in the leading journals. We need to change the textbooks, but they don't really have anything to put in its place, and so they haven't, and it's not likely to happen. Summarizing, then, with Australopithecus, we find that the shoulder bones, the collarbone that bears the weight of knuckle walkers, was like an ape, and so walked like an ape, and had a brain certainly the size of an ape, and teeth like the Galata baboon, an ape, arms like an ape that would reach down and allow them, as one author said, to scratch their ankles when they stood upright. Hands like an ape, and legs like an ape, and feet like an ape, and toes like an ape, according to the leading authorities. What do you think this was? Must have been a duck. No. I think when we look at this first example that is on the bottom rung of the ladder that's supposed to lead to man, we have apes. Now, the next one is Homo erectus, that we'll consider in the next session. But the first one that gets most of the attention today lends no support to evolution. You look in the zoo today, you see a variety of apes. There were more in the past. This was one of them that has become extinct, but it was definitely an ape. Session on fossil man, we looked at the evidence regarding Australopithecus. This is the first on the rung of the ladder that leads up to modern men on this ladder of graduated fossil men that's supposed to be a demonstration of evolution. But as we look at this first rung of the ladder, including Lucy, one of them, we see that these were apes. This is not a conclusion that we reach because of our Sunday school lessons, but because of paleoanthropology and because of the statements of the leading authorities about the nature of these specimens. There obviously are those who will say this is an ancestor of man, but often they're the ones that found them, or as we say down in Texas, they have a dog in the fight. But they have others who are leading authorities in the field who point out with good reason that this is not the case. Many times the evidence is gerrymandered, and we saw demonstrations of that. The next one on the rung of the ladder is Homo erectus. That's supposed to lead on up eventually to man. And here we go back in history to look at the beginning of the evidence for Homo erectus. historically, this is where the search for fossil man begins. In this famous picture, we see the leading paleoanthropologist of the time, actually there at Cambridge, and we see Black and Dawson and Oakley and those who were convinced that the Piltdown man was an excellent fossil specimen that was leading to man. This was an ancestor of man, and of course it was a fraud. It was in the textbooks for over 40 years before it was finally exposed as fraud, and the men of science eventually did. It should have been done much earlier. It was very crudely stained and filed. The evidence was excluded from the leading authorities. Louis Leakey complained bitterly that while he was a student there at Cambridge, the bones were there and he was not allowed to examine them like these famous men did, who were willing to line up and agree that this was a fossil man. But when they finally did allow them to be examined, it was acknowledged to be a fraud. Very interesting statement is made about that by Roger Lewin. Again, editor of Research News, in his book Bones of Contention. And by the way, the book Bones of Contention, while affirming great ages and certainly written by a devout believer in evolution, nevertheless is pretty historically accurate and is an interesting book and tells the story of exactly how these things were found and the conclusions that were reached and why. But regarding the Piltdown man and this picture that we looked at just a moment ago, how is it that trained men, the greatest experts of their day, could look at a set of modern human bones, the cranial fragments, and see a clear simian signature in them? Now, they saw this. They saw ape, simian signature in what was actually a modern human bone, and then see in an ape's jaw the unmistakable signs of humanity. Now, it was from an ape, but they saw humanity in it. Now, how is it that the greatest experts of their day could do that? We think experts know these things. He says the answers inevitably have to do with the scientist's expectations and their effects on the interpretation of the data. As he pointed out earlier, they have to interpret. The key issue is inferring a genetic relationship based on similarities that they see. Well, they expect to see certain similarities, and they see what they tell us about it. Someone says, if I hadn't have believed it, I wouldn't have seen it, is probably a better depiction of what we see in this case, as acknowledged by Roger Lewin. We go back in time, and after the Piltdown man, we found that Henry Osborn of the American Museum of Natural History decided that we needed a fossil man over in America. Maybe he thought the people in Nebraska looked primitive, and so he went to Nebraska and found a tooth that he says looked like this in real life. This is Hesperopithecus haroldcooki. Harold Cook was the one who actually found the bone and brought it to Dr. Osborn. But he restored it and had this made the front page of the New York Times. It said he walked erect and had a tail. And anyway, this was America's answer to the Piltdown man, the fossil man from America, Hesperopithecus haroldcooki. Well, he allowed the experts to examine this, and they began to look at more evidence. Several were very, very skeptical. And then the next year, they found a complete jawbone with several teeth like this in it, and it turned out to be an extinct peccary, or a type of pig. As one person, that's one case where a pig made a monkey out of a man, and some of them suggested that maybe they should have called it Hesperopigdon cuckoo. He took a lot of flack, and I think appropriately. But this is the nature of the history of the early stages of fossil man, and it begins in this category of Homo erectus. Another example is the Java man. This was found by Eugene Du Bois. He read, according to his own acknowledgement, Darwin's statement somewhere, there's an ape more human-like or a human more ape-like, and this will be the evidence that'll be found, so he went out to find it, and he traveled to Java. He thought the people in Java looked primitive. This was a part of his racist concept, and so he looked for primitive man there on the island of Java. He found a very human-like leg bone. He found a very ape-like head bone, about 75 yards apart in different layers. A few teeth were found later, but that's the total of what he found. More evidence has been found subsequently which did not fit with his conclusions, but this ape skull and human leg makes an ape man, and put them together and restored them to look very, very ape-manish. He did find other evidence that he didn't tell people about, and you don't learn about this usually, certainly not in your undergraduate work. This is Wajak 1 as he's restored by Coons, a very large-brained, much larger than our average today. This was almost 1,700 cc's compared to our average 1,440. Was found in the same area, in the same layer, but he hid it. He put it under his dining room floor and nailed the boards over it, and it wasn't for 40 years later that they finally found out about Wajak 1 that was found with this partial cranium and partial leg bone. But that's all faded, though not from all the textbooks, some of them, by more recent finds of excellent examples, and they weren't nearly as old as they thought. And now that they realize that there were very modern-looking skeletons, forms there found with them. And here we find one of the leading authorities here reporting in Science News, Milford Woolproth of the University of Michigan. He argues that Homo erectus fossils actually belong to an anatomically diverse form of Homo sapien. That's us. And so we see Eskimos that are a little different, and Australian Aboriginals that are a little different, and we see the Bushmen that are a little different from the Ubangis, and we see variations of good men, and this was a variation, but it was a Homo sapien. This was a man, and Java man doesn't belong in the lineup anymore. He was already Homo sapien, according to the leading authorities. He's in the textbooks many times, though acknowledging that many of them have been removed. 1470 skull, new Kenya National Museum, found by Richard Leakey, is one of the leading representatives today of Homo erectus. Originally, it caused a lot of problem. They had to do some redating and some gerrymandering in order to get this to fit into the tree. But here is a very human-looking skull that's supposed to have been found back at the time, actually, of Australopithecus, but okay, it's very human-looking, so they put it in Homo erectus. But notice the description that we find in National Geographic regarding Leakey's find. Either we toss out this skull or we toss out our theories of early man, asserts anthropologist Richard Leakey, of this 2.8 million year old fossil, which he has tentatively identified as belonging to our own genus. Now 2.8 million, that puts it right in the middle of Australopithecus. You got to do something about that. So they took it to California and had it redated, and it's now 1.9, we're told. But it's still very, very human-like. It simply fits no theories. Notice the description. No previous models of human beginnings. The skull's surprisingly large brain case. It's all compared to ours, but certainly within the range of humans today. It leaves in ruins the notion that all early fossils can be arranged in an orderly sequence of evolutionary change. Now, a large brain case with this no brow ridges, vaulted skull. Now, brow ridges are supposed to be primitive. I get a little bit sensitive about brow ridges indicating that people are primitive. But this one didn't have that, and so it was supposed to be non-primitive and a large brain case. But it's back at the time of Australopithecus. We learned more about the brain case when we looked at the endocasts. These are casts that fill the cavity of the brain, and then the bone peels away and we see exactly what the brain looked like. Here's some pictures of those endocasts that tell us give excellent evidence for exactly what the brain looked like. Dean Falk is one of the experts in studying this, and he says this is not Homo habilis. Homo habilis is very ape-like. That's used to be touted as leading to man, but when they found the more complete specimen with the huge arms, actually much longer arms than most apes have, and very small brain case, they have relegated this to the category of apes at this point. But it's different, he says. This is similar to the African progid, that is Homo erectus, but the 1470 skull is shaped like that of a modern human. Now, they don't tell you that in the textbooks, but this brain was like a modern human. We're also referred to another example of Homo erectus. This is found by Richard Leakey, and this is the boy from Turkana, Turkana boy. They thought it was 11 years old initially, and then found out it was even younger than that, which makes for a significant problem. Notice again from National Geographic, the boy from Turkana was surprisingly large compared with modern boys his age. Could well have grown to 6 feet. Leakey says the boy from it would be unnoticed in a crowd today, and then continues with this amazing statement. This combines with the previous discoveries of Homo erectus to contradict a long-held idea that humans have grown larger over the millennia. Have you heard that idea and that it's been contradicted? Well, if you've got a boy that is 5'6" and is 9 years old, it doesn't sound very small to me. In fact, that's larger than the boys that we have today. And this is documented in Origin of Humankind by Richard Leakey. We now know that it was 9 years old, not 11, and it was 5'6" here, shown with Dr. White, who illustrates just how large this 9-year-old was. Other problems have been found with Homo erectus. The specimen Howells goes on to say, with a date of about 4.4 million, and he's talking here about another specimen that sometimes called 271, Kanapi man, and it's from the area of Kanapi. 4 million. Well, now that gets us back earlier than virtually all of the Australopithecine specimens, but it could not be distinguished from Homo sapien. Morphologically, that's by the shape, outward shape, or by multivariate analysis, by Patton and myself in 1967, or by much more searching analysis by others since then. Now, this has been around a while. They've known about it. It couldn't be distinguished from Homo sapien, but it was older than those things that are supposed to have led to Homo sapien. So what do they do with it? They call it a Homo erectus. I don't think that solves the problem. Now, multivariate analysis is a very thorough comparison. We talked about the eyeballing. This is similar to that. Well, multivariate analysis, you measure a bone about 1,000 different ways, and you measure the bone you're comparing it with exactly the same way, about 1,000 different ways, and then you put it in the computer, and the computer gives you a statistical readout of just how similar they are. But by using that method, as well as morphologically and even more searching analysis, according to Howells, it couldn't be distinguished from Homo sapien. And it's older than anything supposed to have led to him. Homo erectus then is summarized this way. Java man no longer really in the lineup by most assessments, belonging to Homo sapien. Turkana boy is certainly there, but he's large and unnoticed in a crowd, larger than our boys today. 1470, according to Richard Leakey, like modern humans, and then the brains were like modern humans. The Latoy footprints are put in the category of Homo erectus, but they are people, according to Mary Leakey, not unlike ourselves. She discovered them. And then you have Kanapi man at 4.4 million that's indistinguishable from Homo sapien. What are we looking at here? is there any question about what we're looking at here? These are people. These are men. Some of them may have lived in the jungle. Some of them may have lived in caves. We have people doing that today. But these were people. These were good men, and that's not based on wishful thinking. When you look at the actual evidence and the statements by the leading authorities, that's what you have to say. It's not really honest to say it otherwise. That brings us then to the next rung of the ladder, Neanderthal. Well, we've all seen the Neanderthal reconstructions. We know this certainly looks like an ape man. And yes, the reconstructions certainly do. And if we found those in the back alley, it would scare the living daylights out of it. This is a type that was first found in the Neander Valley, hence the name Neanderthal, in Germany, and restored very quickly to look like this by Marcel and Buell. And he had, of course, read Darwin, and he believed devoutly there was an ape man somewhere, and so he restored it to look like that. Remember Houghton's statement, you can model on a Neanderthaloid skull the features of a chimpanzee or the lineaments of a philosopher. Well, he did a lot of that modeling and did so very poorly, as leading authorities acknowledge today. This is Marcel and Buell, devout believer who was responsible for this misleading representation. Let's set the record straight with Ian Tattersall. Now, this is no lightweight. He is head of the Department of Anthropology at the American Museum of Natural History. Again, this is not a creationist. This is not my idea. Head of the Department of Anthropology at the American Museum of Natural History. This fellow knows a little bit about anthropology. He says, quite as important as new Neanderthal finds in the 50s, and this helped us change our view of Neanderthals, we found some new specimens, was the recognition finally that the stoop-shouldered, bent-kneed stereotype of these humans created by Marcel and Buell was totally false. Now, that's his assessment. The head of the Department of Anthropology at the American Museum of Natural History said, this is false. But guess where you find it? In the museums and in the textbooks. This is not the way he looked. Richard Leakey comments on this. He says, to refer to someone as a Neanderthal was and still is to some extent an intended insult. But then he says the rehabilitation, however, began in the mid-50s when two anatomists, William Strauss, A.J.E. Cave, undertook a second reconstruction, a body which, though somewhat stocky, was essentially like modern man's, and essentially meaning he doesn't see any difference, and says they would be unnoticed in a crowd again. Put him in a Brooks Brothers suit and you'd never know that he was different. He's been rehabilitated, according to Richard Leakey. He goes on to say the brain is slightly larger than modern humans, averaging about 1,600 cc's, again compared to our 1440. The Neanderthals' average height was 1.67 meters, that's 5'8". That's not considered unusual. The average Oriental is just a little bit shorter than that. And so well within the range of variation that we see today, not unique, and is unquestionably, Richard Leakey says, Homo sapien. That's us. That's modern man. Interesting that Coons attempted two different restorations from the same Neanderthal skull, neither one looking like the typical Neanderthal skull, but here we see a rather philosophical-looking face on the left, and then maybe somebody that belongs on Mad Magazine on the right, but both of them from the same Neanderthaloid skull. Matt Cartmill, that we introduced earlier, claiming he was a leading authority, he is president of the American Association of Physical Anthropology. Again, these are not lightweights. I tend to think the Neanderthals, had fully human language. After all, they had larger brains than those of most modern humans. They made elegant stone tools. They knew how to use them. These were people making tools very much like the American Indians made tools. This is an example of some of their handiwork, a flute that was reported on in Science and Scientific American that has exactly the same scale that we do, the do-re-mi scale that we have today. They were musical. And they were religious, according to Richard Leakey. He speaks of the tomb that they found that was buried with flowers and with specific arrangements indicating a kind of burial ceremony. He says the arrangement of flowers was not random. They were carefully placed around the body, a concern for the fate of the humans and a ritual burial. They speak of a deep feeling for the spiritual quality of life. This doesn't sound like the Neanderthal that I was taught about. Again, problems after problems. Another one showed up in Israel, and here's Bar Yosef of the Peabody Museum at Harvard, who found a number of Neanderthal skulls in caves up on Mount Carmel in Israel. But the problem was the modern preceded the Homo sapien in Neanderthals at Mount Carmel. The results have shaken the traditional evolutionary scenario, producing more questions than answers. Well, if you find the Neanderthals in a higher stratum that's covered by travertine, the moderns were lower. Yes, more questions than answers. Certainly doesn't fit the view we're taught in the textbook. Many have reported that the DNA has been analyzed and they were very different according to the DNA, and some of the press did report it that way. Here from Scientific American, some of the researchers believe the data can be interpreted differently. The amount of diversity between Neanderthals and living humans is not exceptional. We see more diversity in a number of species and in humans, and they point out some of the diverse types that have sometimes been found. It's within the range of variation that we can see today. More recently, very interesting and perhaps more definitive, is the protein from Neanderthals has been sequenced, and this was from Iraq, and the team found the Neanderthal sequence was the same as modern humans. Guess what these things were? These were people. According to Richard Leakey, he was unquestionably Homo sapien. There was a ridiculous reconstruction. In fact, Howell says that Bucelin got the ankle bones on backwards. By all laws of physics, he should have fallen on his face. Fully human language. The DNA overlaps with humans. Moderns were, and the proteins were identical. The moderns were earlier. The brain was larger. They were religious and were musical. These were not only people, they were good people, and according to the way they made their flutes and some of the tools, they were ahead of me certainly in that department. They've been grossly slandered by ridiculous reconstruction, but these are people. Richard Leakey says unquestionably Homo sapien. Now, this is not a Sunday school class conclusion. This is what the leading authorities document. Now, we've got apes and we've got men. And where's the evidence that moderns evolved from ancestors? Well, you can draw lines and you can line them up like the pig to the bull to the man, but that's not science. That's not good evidence. Mary Leakey made an interesting observation about some of these trees that people line up, more recently quoted by Associated Press. Since scientists can never prove, and this is what Leakey was saying, you just infer based on similarities. You can never prove a particular scenario of human evolution. Because of that, he says, all these trees of life with their branches of our ancestors, she says, that's a lot of nonsense. Well, there's good reason for her saying that. Now, she remains an evolutionist, unlike her husband, who gave up on Darwin. In fact, she commented on that, saying he was a little touched before he died. Not exactly an objective analysis of what he was saying. But she does say these trees that are in the textbook that show this kind of human evolution and this direction, or by another authority, said it's just a lot of nonsense. It's people drawing lines, and there are no lines on the bones. We can summarize the evidence then for the proposed ancestors of man this way. You go to the zoo and you can see a variety of apes. They don't all look the same. You can see a significant variety, all kinds, and there used to be more in the past, as we saw from the documented experts. There were greater numbers of phyla, greater diversity in the past. We have fewer today. Some of them are extinct, and you can go back and find some of those that are extinct today, but they're apes. They're a part of the variety of apes that have existed, greater in the past. And we look at the fossil record of humans, and likewise we see a variety, and sometimes you can see what looks different to us, to our eye, not different to their eyes. And you could say some of them just look rather peculiar. I understand people thinking that, but they're humans, and they're excellent humans, and we need to understand that. And that's what we see in the fossil record. We see apes, a variety. We see humans, some variety. Now, they've desperately tried to shoehorn things in between, and at that point I think they've just wound up looking foolish. But what you find is either apes or humans, or as Dwayne Gish used to say, you take a little incus opus and a little hocus pocus and you come up with Pithecus spoofus. And that's what's been shoehorned in the middle. That's a picture of the actual evidence for fossil men. The record supports just exactly what the creationists would expect, a distinct, separate kind for each. A gap before the apes, a gap after the apes before you get to man. This is what we found in the fossil record earlier. The fossil record of men favors creation because of that, and it is against the idea of evolutionary progression. I want to make one more point before we conclude, referring back to some of the implications of evolution of man doctrine. If we look at Origin of the Species, that's really not the title. Many people are unaware that it was actually Origin of the Species and Preservation of Favored Races. This is a photo of the actual original edition, and you see the term favored races up about 2/3 of the way up. This would never fly today, and so they edited it and took that out. But Darwin was a very devout racist, as were most of the people who were following his thinking. In Descent of Man, he makes this statement: at some future period, not very distant as measured by centuries, the civilized races of man will almost certainly exterminate and replace the savage races. Now, you've got savage races and you've got civilized races, you see, and one's going to exterminate the other throughout the world. At that time, the anthropomorphous apes will no doubt be exterminated. He says the break between man and his nearest allies will then be wider, for it will intervene between man in a more civilized state, as we may hope, than the Caucasian and some ape today, as low as the baboon, instead of the now Negro or Australian and gorilla. Now, if that doesn't make your flesh crawl, it's amazing. Obviously, he's a hero in the minds of many, but if any so-called hero were to make that kind of a statement today, he wouldn't be a hero anymore. I think he needs to be exposed for what he is. Stephen Gould has acknowledged what happened as a result of his teaching. He says biological arguments for racism may have been common before 1850, but they increased by orders of magnitude following the acceptance of evolutionary theory. Increased by orders of magnitude. That's the fruit of the tree. And then he goes on to say the pervasive racism of the white scientist. This is typical following Darwin's book, Origin of the Species. They look to the activities of their own children for comparison with normal adult behaviors in lower races. Now, Stephen Gould is not saying this. This doesn't represent Stephen Gould, but he's talking about the typical white scientist following Darwin's introduction of Origin of the Species and as a consequence of it. He gives an example of this kind of thinking from Henry Fairfield Osborn, who was curator of the American Museum of Natural History, referred to earlier. What did he say? Now, this is not Darwin saying it, but he's quoting the head of the American Museum of Natural History. The standard intelligence of the average adult Negro is similar to that of the 11-year-old of the species Homo sapien. Negroes are not even in the same species, according to him. That's just thoroughly disgusting. But that's the fruit of the tree, even according to Stephen Gould. When we look at the world around us, we see differences in facial structure, in skin color, in brow ridges, in eye color, in hair color, in straight hair and curly hair, and sometimes there are suites of these variances that collect, and you get dark skin and kinky hair, though you do have people with white skin that have kinky hair. In Ireland, you got a lot of people with red hair and blue eyes and freckles, and usually there's not a lot of prejudice associated with that collection, but it does get associated with other collections foolishly. You look at these people, do you see a primitive man there? Many people will look at the fellow in the lower left-hand corner and say he looks primitive. This is Dr. Goolagong. He has a doctorate from Oxford. Now, I went to Cambridge. We talk about people from Oxford, but I assure you, this is a good man. He has excellent, well, he has an IQ higher than 90% of our audience. He's a brilliant individual. You thought he was primitive? Shame on you. It's really been interesting to see the results of our National Genome Project, a monumental scientific project that has demonstrated that when we look biologically, when we look at the genome, you can't find race. Here's a headline from the Union Tribune in San Diego: "No trace of race. Genome Project proves that nothing biological separates peoples." It's not there. Often you can find greater difference between a brother and a sister than you can between what's called today a black man and a white man. Scientific American has explored the matter at length and found it doesn't exist in answer to that question. We've been looking at scientific evidence. At this point, let's just compare the models and the implication and use a passage of Scripture that will help define the position very much in contrast to that of the evolutionist, and we'll conclude with this. Genesis 3, Adam called his wife's name Eve because she was the mother of all living. And I think that makes us all brothers. Sometimes I chide some of my black friends. You know, they talk about the brothers. I want to know why they're leaving me out. I think we're all children of the same mother and father, and that we need to act as if we're brethren, and that's what creation produces. When you have that concept, that's where it leads. Not that all people go where it leads, but they should. Evolution leads in a different direction.